Hey everyone, James Labrie from Dream Theater, and you're listening to or watching the podcast Talking into Infinity with JT and Brian. Enjoy this. These guys are extremely informative. I love their dialogue. I love their interpretation of the songs, who and what we are, what we were going after. They're very accurate in their interpretations and descriptions, and I just think this is a great show, and these guys are doing a stand-up stellar job. So once again, enjoy Talking into Infinity with JT and Brian.
What is up, everybody? Happy holidays and welcome to another episode of Talking into Infinity, a Dream Theater-centric podcast. This, of course, is our fourth annual Fan Hangout show, where we will get the viewers on, listeners, fans, viewers, whatever you want to call them, to help us co-host the show. Guys, we are live every other Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Facebook, YouTube, talkingintoinfinity.com, and the CMSnetwork.com, and the CMS Network Rumble page. If you are watching on YouTube, please don't forget to click that like button, click that subscribe button, and also hit the notification bell so that you are notified every time we go live, especially on off shows like the one that we will be doing on Saturday, January 4th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we bring our very good friend, Mr. Paul Logue, back onto the show to do a deep dive into one of Van Halen's greatest records. He wanted to talk about For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, so that is what we will be doing. Guys, Brian and I look forward to this show every year, and without further ado, let's bring him on, the architect of Talking into Infinity himself, Mr. Brian Hendrickson. What's going on, man?
Dude, so I'm trying to figure out, did I miss the last two or the last one of these? I missed one of these. No, I swear I missed one. Was it last year, possibly?
I don't recall that. Shows how much I pay attention to whether or not you're here.
Yeah, or it shows how many gorilla farts you pounded down at that point in time.
Well, yeah, so before we get to that...
If I did miss it, it's awesome to be on, man.
Yeah. Well, dude, I mean, it's pretty crazy to think that, this is our fourth one of these that we have done.
That's crazy. That's insane.
Yeah, that is just like I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, oh my god, like we've been doing it. I mean, dude, we've officially numbered episodes. We're at like 97, but we have done over 100 episodes, which is just
wow. Okay.
So, yeah, we got an awesome list of guest hosts coming up. Our good buddy Zauber 96 will be jumping in. Luke has spoken. He will be jumping on with us. Aaron Taft. We have JG3. Chastity is coming on. Kale originally bailed, but he is back in. So I was going to call him Bale McLeish tonight, but now I don't have to. So he's here. And Robert Husted is at a Christmas party. He'll be jumping on. Doug McCauley will be joining us. And we have a newbie. We got an email from a fellow podcaster. His name is Rob, and he actually lives out in Findlay, Ohio, which is pretty near the Lima area where I'm always playing gigs. So a lot of fun people to bring on the show here. So yeah, man, I always look forward to this show, except for the very beginning. Let me get my chaser ready here. I just want to say that I hate you for ever mentioning that gorilla farts on that thing.
Well, no one said you had to like do all this every episode.
I know that, but when you mentioned it was a thing, and I said, "Ha ha, it'd be funny to drink those at the Fan Hangout," the first one. Then I did it. I'm like, yeah, it's not funny. These things are goddamn disgusting. So I'd like to say, fuck you for mentioning those things, because if I come up with a stupid idea, I have to see it through.
Oh my god.
Oh, before I do this, I've got my Han Solo shooter here.
Well, real quick, remind everybody what's in this thing, because the people that are the first time, and I kind of see, is it Jaeger 151 and tequila? Is that right?
There's a couple different versions. I usually do whiskey, rum, 151, and Jaeger, but they didn't have individual shots of 151, so I had to go with straight rum. So I have Jaeger, Bacardi, and Wild Turkey.
Okay, that's just about as bad as the one I'm thinking of. So,
Zauber96 says, I'm not ready, unfortunately. Well, Zauber, you got the link, so click it whenever you would like. Kale McLeish says, Han Solo, hey, sounds perfect for your first shot. Yeah.
All right, so I'll show you. This is kind of my normal. I don't think this is a switch up for me. I do want to mention something. So I've got my Ice House and Four Loko. So this is officially now. I didn't actually look at when they ring it up because I'm one of those people that sort of feel embarrassed if I don't, to complain about the cost of a beer that's cheap. This is listed as $1. Sorry, Ice House is listed as $1.19 at Speedway, which is about 2 miles down the road from me. So that is the cheapest 25-ounce beer you can buy, to my knowledge. Now, the bad news is they have raised the price of this Four Loko. It used to be like $2.39. This is up to $2.89 or $2.99 now. So I normally what I do is I get 3 of these because we got an Ohio State game tomorrow, right? So I need 2 of these for tonight and maybe 2 for the game, depending on if it goes good or bad. I don't know if I'm going to need more if it goes bad or not. So I used to be able to get out of there with all that, like, somewhere around $10, $11. Now I'm up. It's close to, I think, 12, 13 almost. So it's not the cheap evening that I'm used to,
I can't believe it. That is horrible.
Now tell the audience, remember, I think you told the story before how I left something similar to this at your house and you did try to experiment with it.
Oh, it's terrible. We were holy shit, man.
What was it? We had watched the Images and Words or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
the Japan one.
Exactly, the pay-per-view. You had come over and then you finished part of your drink and left it. I'm like, what is he drinking? And I mixed it and I was like, dear Jesus. I didn't know that you hated yourself until that time. I wasn't sure. But that definitely sold me.
That sealed it, huh?
Yeah, it definitely did. So all right, well, let's get this out of the way here. Cheers to all of you guys. A toast to all you fine people who are watching and listening to the show all year long. We appreciate you guys. We love you. And Brian, I don't know about you, but have you looked at the numbers on our videos? They're jumping up, man. People are really starting to pay attention to our dumbasses. So that's pretty flattering.
Now, have you ever shared the download numbers with people before?
We're at like over 30,000.
30,000 downloads for 2 complete idiots.
Yeah.
1.5 complete idiots.
Yeah.
I think we're both like 3/4 of an idiot.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. As of the last, well, I'm sorry, I stand corrected. As of the last show, it was over 35,000 downloads.
35,000 down. That just blows my mind, man.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. That is all right. Well, let me get this out of the way. I have a chaser. I got water over here, so I'm going to try not to throw up. My stomach is already. Cheers to you guys.
Hair of the dog that bit you, Lloyd. Hair of the dog that bit me.
Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that is so. Oh, God. Why? Why do I do that?
Now, how many of these are you going to attempt?
I have another one sitting here, and there's some of the mix left in the fridge.
So at least one more then, huh?
Oh God, yeah. Jesus, that is terrible.
I feel like I owe it to you the next time we see each other that I have to at least do one.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to have like a full stomach with some decent food in me, like
I don't think you want that, my friend. I really don't.
I know I don't want it. I'm just saying I feel like I owe it to you.
Oh. Yeah, I see, but I don't think you do, because I do it to myself. It's not like you said you need to do this. This was my stupid ass idea. So, yeah. Oh God, look at this. So we talk about the downloads. Doug McCauley, who will be on with us a little bit later, says between Kale and Chaz and I think we're about 20,000 of those. Well, don't pop our balloon, you dick.
Hey, if you actually listened that many times,
yeah, I know a couple of them are me, just making sure the levels are fine. So, all right. Well, without further ado, why don't we bring on our first guest hosts? Zauber is running a little bit late, so he can click the link whenever he's ready to go. Why don't we bring on, first and foremost, he jumped in early, and so we'll bring him on early. Our very good friend, Luke has spoken. What is up, man? Welcome to the show.
Hello there. How you guys doing?
Good, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, no, like I said, I'm super excited to be on this show. Like I've been listening to you guys for quite a bit. I discovered you guys after Portnoy rejoined. That was like the first episode I listened, and I was like, I need to find you guys and listen to you guys live. So I was like, yeah, I listened to every episode. Like you guys are awesome. You guys rock.
Thank you, man. That's very, very cool of you.
Yeah, no, I love it.
I'm very lucky to be able to do this, man. It's fun. Like Brian had a great idea, and it's a bitch coming up with topics sometimes, but it's always fun to hang out with Brian and
yeah,
kind of
that must be difficult coming up with like crazy topics.
Yeah. All right, and also joining us is our very good friend Aaron Taft. What's up, dude? Good to see you.
Good. How you doing?
What's going on?
It's good.
Yeah, man.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Doing good.
So, all right. So, where do you guys want to start? This, of course, for those of you guys who are new to the Fan Hangout, we talk about anything. This is we just go. So,
I'd like to get a little backstory. So I want to know about these guys. All right. Well, since Luke was on first. All right, Luke. So where are you
keep cutting me off all goddamn
night? I probably
I
am.
was in the middle of saying something, you rude prick.
This is classic. The banter is my favorite part of the show.
He's used to this. All right. So Luke, where are you located?
Well, I'm in Illinois. So
You're in Illinois. Okay. Where
at? Rockford.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Aaron?
Oswego.
Okay. Now my brother lives in the capital. Do you know you guys both know where the capital is, right?
Springfield.
Yes, correct.
Yay.
So I did not know we had two Illini on here. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, where do we start? It's been a hell of a year in Dream Theater.
Yeah. I mean,
whatever you guys want to talk about.
I guess we could talk about the fact that Parasomnia releases. I mean, in under 2 months now. Like, I can't believe we're getting so close to it.
I know, dude. I was getting kind of excited. I'm supposed to play a wedding in Philadelphia on February 8th. Which is, the day after the release and the day after the first show. I was so pissed.
Wow.
So that's why I bought the Radio City tickets instead. And I was trying to get a hold of the wedding couple a couple weeks ago to get the schedule hammered out, and she didn't respond to me for like 2 weeks. And I was thinking, okay, I really like making $1,500 cash under the table, but I'm kind of hoping that she got pissed off that or something and just bailed on us. I'm like, then I can get a last minute Philly ticket and go to the first show. But then she emailed back, she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I missed this." I was like, shit. So are you guys going to any shows on the tour?
No, unfortunately, I can't make the Chicago show. No, but I did see him last year on the Dream Sonic show, which was a really good show. Saw him in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, because we couldn't go to the one in Gary, Indiana, because my son wasn't 21 yet. It was a 21 and over show.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was. So we had to go all the way up to Oshkosh. It was interesting.
I've been to Oshkosh. Of all places, I've actually been to Oshkosh. I went to the Rock I went to the Rock USA Festival in 2013. It was one of my best, but actually Chris Aiken, who's been on the show a few times, and he jumps in the chat to bust my balls. He actually is Dawkins' webmaster, and he's a co-host of the Classic Metal Show. And the host Neely, he's actually Don Dawkins' best friend. So Don gave them tickets and backstage passes, so we all drove out there, and it was Van Halen, Rat, Dokken, Jackal, and then there was a local opener. And so I was backstage, and my wife and I were sitting in the trailer just like bullshit, like drinking beer and Jack and Coke with Don Dokken. It was so fun. I actually went up on the stage. This guitar pick, I actually took it off of Eddie Van Halen's rig.
Oh, that's awesome.
I
stole from Edward. That was 2013.
Oh,
so
cool.
Yeah,
was it at the arena there, or was it
it was an outdoor venue?
It was an outdoor venue?
Yeah. So it was like July, I want to say. Yeah, I kind of made an ass of myself because Jesse James Dupree, I got kind of drunk, go figure, me. And yeah, Jesse James Dupree was kind of like debuting his whiskey, which is shit awful. But I was all amped up. I was like, I'll drink it because I'm sitting there just starstruck. Like I'm sitting there nervous off my ass because we're eating lunch with Carlos Cavazzo and Warren DeMartini, and I'm just trying not to fanboy out like crazy. And so I was drinking this whiskey. I ended up hammered drunk. It was bad. Doug McCauley, Johnny Van Steelen.
Good one.
Nice. Yeah. Well, that sucks, man. That you guys aren't going to any of the shows, man. That's shitty.
Yeah, it kind of. Yeah. I mean, it's like what, $120 a ticket now.
I know.
It's crazy.
That's what's killing me is that it's just so expensive. Like, and I want to see them.
Probably almost sold out by now too.
Yeah, true. Very, very, very true. But well, at least be able to appreciate just new music from them because.
Oh yeah, and the new DVD is probably gonna.
Yeah, a new DVD as well. That's gonna be awesome.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Were you guys all three? Were you guys surprised that they recorded the Paris show and not something a little bit later into like I was really surprised they didn't kind of get a leg underneath them to or do something. I mean, Paris seemed kind of interesting in terms of the choice of a show because I would think if wouldn't they record like the last one or maybe the O2 show or I was kind of surprised they didn't do something over here like the Radio City show.
That's what I was thinking too. I thought they're going to do the Radio City show.
Yeah, I thought they were doing another
since it's their hometown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you guys like kind of surprised that they did the greatest hits or like when I heard they were doing a live record, I thought they were going to do it off the Parasomnia tour. So
probably do both.
I don't think that they are. I know they filmed a bunch of stuff for behind the scenes, so it's going to be a totally loaded product, which is really, really cool.
Right.
But yeah, I was kind of surprised by that. I mean, Brian, were you on board with that? Like, I really was kind of surprised. It was like right smack in the middle of that first leg. It was Paris. Like, it was kind of an interesting choice.
I thought I wish they would have like done like an early one and then a later one, and then maybe combine what they get from those two or something. Because because while everything's kind of still fresh and new, I sort of like that because there's probably a little bit of like almost extra nervous energy. Whereas the farther they get into it, it's going to be like, oh, this is super comfortable, which, that's a great too, but it's also kind of like that nervousness and that excitement. You want to capture that too.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of do what they did with the Systematic Chaos DVD,
Yeah.
From different shows would be cool.
Yeah. Kale McLeish says, the O2 show was recorded. It will be a lost, not forgotten archive release.
Nice.
Okay.
Is that probably just for audio only, or would it be for DVD as well? Probably just audio only.
That's a good question. Well, I think that would be my guess because correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but I don't think anything has been released on video since they started this whole lost not forgotten thing. I think the only videos were back on the Yitze Jam label. By the way, Brian, give me my goddamn DVD back.
Sorry.
Lou Miano, thanks for checking in for a quick second. He says, wish I could join gigging tonight. We'll catch the replay. Yeah, that'll be me tomorrow, man. That'll be me tomorrow. So
good luck, man.
So yeah, like I said, I was kind of surprised that Paris was the choice, but I guess it makes sense because the set list is so diverse. But the one thing I will say is that, I mean, because we knew they were going to be recording one of these shows, I was kind of surprised. Excuse me. I was kind of surprised by the set list choices, some of them, because they've appeared on, some of them, a couple of the live albums already. I was kind of surprised that they didn't choose stuff that hasn't already been put out on a live record.
If I want to add something, I'm surprised they're actually not doing the like Parasomnia for the Paris thing, because they could have just named it Parasomnia.
Oh, there you go.
that actually is a damn good idea. Yeah.
I just thought about it the moment. I'm like, that would be awesome.
Luke just named the live album.
It's just gonna be Dream Theater Parasomnia.
All right, jump off real quick and go copyright that and jump back on. You want to do that, Dream Theater?
I mean, I think one of the problems is like almost all of the Mangini stuff, a ton of it's already been done on live stuff. So, or not the Mangini, I mean the Portnoy. So that leaves all the Mangini stuff, which let's just be real. We've talked. That's not going to end up. Not too much of that's going to end up getting played, let alone recorded for a new live album if Portnoy's playing on it.
Yeah, I wonder how much they're going to go back to the the Mangini stuff on future tours. I mean, that's going to be interesting to see. Mm-hmm. I mean, and I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised they only did 2 songs of his.
Yeah, that one I'm very surprised by.
Yeah,
I would think they would have done a little more. You know?
That's what I thought too. I mean, what songs would you guys have wanted them to kind of put in there? Because Barstool Warrior's awesome, but what was the other one? I'm drawing a blank on the other.
This is Life.
This is Life. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Which I'm glad they chose that because I love that song. But if there's one song I'm actually shocked they didn't put in there, I mean, it's the obvious choice, Breaking All Illusions.
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
Like, what? How could you not have Breaking All Illusions on the set list? And now with Portnoy playing it, that would have been amazing.
Yeah. Dastardly Dipshits tuning in. Great to see you, man. Appreciate it.
This dude's one of my friends on Discord.
Okay.
That's awesome. It says they never played Surrender to Reason at all. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, man. Like something, like playing some deep cuts. To me, that would have been like a total Dream Theater thing to do. Like here's some deep cuts or whatever,
Enigma Machine would be really cool too.
Yes,
that would have been awesome. I would love to play
part of the instrumentally kind of thing.
Yeah, Enigma Machine would have been great. Maybe something like I'm drawing a blank here. I would love to hear Out of Reach. Because I know John, you really love that song. I do too. Like Out of Reach would have been a great one.
I have to admit, I would
Tracing the Time.
That would be a good one. I would much rather have Out of Reach in there as opposed to Vacant. I thought Vacant. I don't know why. Like I have no problem with it, but for some reason that song has always felt like almost like a throwaway tune. It was almost like it's like you just jammed it onto. Train of thought. They're like, oh, we need a slow song. This album's too heavy out here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm biased towards Vacant because if you can see behind me, I am a cellist. So just that part alone was just like,
cool.
Yes.
Can you play any Dream Theater riffs on the cello?
I actually can't. I can play a few, very, very few. Though, but
grab it right now. Play it, dude. You're on the spot now, man.
Yeah. You got to do it, man.
Go get it.
I used to know how to play Pull Me Under a guitar for, like at least the intro a little bit. But that was like 20 years ago.
Right.
So.
Come on, Luke. Go get that cello, man. It's right behind you.
Are you sure?
Yes. If you don't do it now, when are you going to do do it?
All right.
Yeah, man.
This is what this show is about, man.
Right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
So I had an interesting topic for discussion here. So would you like to be a fly on the wall when Portnoy's making the set and he goes, all right, I know we got to get a couple Mangini songs. Like I would love to hear him sort of like just going through the songs. No way. Yes. No. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just curious what his thoughts are on all that, just more from a standpoint of, okay, I didn't play on them, or just what does he personally like or enjoy about those, I mean, I'm sure that he likes some of them.
I have to admit, I was a little surprised that he didn't. I thought he would have picked something a little proggier. I mean, what do you think about that, Aaron? I thought they were, great. I mean, Barstool Warrior, great choice. Don't get me wrong, but it was a little, like I thought it was a little straightforward. I thought he would kind of dig into it a little bit more.
Like maybe at Wit's End would have been really cool.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, that would have been an awesome choice.
Or like a medley from The Astonishing. Do like a 20-minute medley from The Astonishing.
Wouldn't you like to know his Portnoy's thoughts on that album? I would just love to be so what do you what did you think of The Astonishing?
Well, he's done so many albums with Neil Morse, so it's like you probably get into it a little bit at least.
Yeah,
true.
So
Luke is warming up apparently.
That's hilarious. I love this.
Maybe Luke has to do some gorilla farts, get some liquid courage to play.
There you go.
There he is. All right, what are we playing?
Wait. Let's do a name that tune. You just play it, and we'll try to.
I'm really cramped in here, so I'm trying to see if I can get enough space to really get it.
Dude, anything you can play is gonna be better than the four of us can do on cello. So
move the mic back a bit.
This is the greatest thing ever on the podcast.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Like my first time here.
Dude, you could be a YouTube sensation, man.
Nice.
That's awesome.
my God.
This is great.
That is fantastic, man. That was awesome.
What else I got?
All right, Kale gets 12 points for Metropolis.
Get out of here. Look at this. He's already learned the new record. So great. This is so great, man.
Yeah. All right. So illumination theory. The middle section.
Sweet.
That is cool.
Luke bringing some culture.
Nice.
Wow, we're legit now, man. Nice job, man. That was awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Now, do you know any show tunes? Because I've got a harmonica right here.
All right. Since I'm in C, since I'm in regularly in C, I have to play this. See if I can try and get enough space here.
Nice. That's amazing.
Are you playing through some kind of pedal or something?
What?
Are you playing through some kind of pedal or something? Or no?
No, this is just a normal, just natural, just.
It's almost sounding like you're playing through a pedal.
Yeah, I'm just making it sound a bit grungy by putting a bit more like force on the bow.
Oh,
that's amazing.
That's awesome.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Look at Doug McCauley. Fart the Dance of Eternity?
Dance of Eternity is a bit. It's a bit. That one's a bit too much. But I can play. But I can play this.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is so badass, dude. Well,
yeah. I better stop doing this before this just becomes a cello concert, and I really want to talk to you guys.
Dude, that's awesome. All right, well, we do have another host coming on. And speaking of musical instruments, our next host will be playing the flugelhorn. This is, of course, Zauber 96. What's up, man?
Hi.
How's it going, dude? All right, what are you going to play for us here today?
Nothing.
Nothing? Oh, man. What a letdown. Yeah, so how you been, dude? It's good to see you again. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, it's great. It's been a bit stressful because I thought I'll be here earlier, but my father played a concert today, and it went longer than I thought, and I don't know. It took some time to get here.
Well, and it is what, like 2 o'clock in the morning over there or something crazy?
2 o'clock.
So what does your dad play?
Guitar.
Guitar?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it like a rock band? Was it like a Christmas show or?
It was a Christmas show, but he plays in some kind of jazz group, kind of thing. But they played radio hits basically. They played "Don't Stop Believing." They played
nice.
It wasn't my kind of thing.
So now your dad playing in a jazz band, have you played Dream Theater for him at all? Is he into Dream Theater? Or?
Yeah. Actually, he was the one who told me about Dream Theater.
Holy shit! Cool.
10 years ago, and he showed me Metropolis.
Oh wow!
And I really liked it.
Very cool.
I think I was 11 then.
Damn. So that begs the question. So Aaron, how did you get into Dream Theater first?
Well, I first listened to him when I was in college. So I bought Images and Words right before Awake came out. And I think I heard it just through another friend. They played me Metropolis as well. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty sweet. So I got Images and Words, and a few months later, saw Awake came out. I'm like, oh, cool, bought that. And I bought everything else since then.
Very cool. What about you, Luke? How did you discover Dream Theater?
Okay, I'm glad you asked me because I have a very, very interesting story about how I first discovered Dream Theater, unlike any of you guys. So I actually talked about this in the Discord server, by the way. Kale brought it up. And he had mentioned that there was an old, so I have to tell you about this. I'm a nerd, as you know. I love Star Wars. I love comics. I love movies and stuff. But you guys are gonna hate this, but I'm an anime guy, and I'm a Dragon Ball fan. And one of the Dragon Ball Z movies, so there's a dubbing company named Funimation. They do all the English dubbing for the movies, like for the show. Okay. And one of the movies had they used licensed music for the Dragon Ball movies, and one of them had songs by Dream Theater in it. And it was a lot of songs from Metropolis Part 2, and it helped me discover that album. I'm like, I have never heard anything like this before. And Kale brought it up. Hey, remember this? And I was like, that's literally how I discovered the band.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. So do you guys, I mean, obviously everyone knows Falling Into Infinity for me, but Zauber, I don't think we asked you this last time. Do you have a favorite record? What is all your guys' favorite record?
I think for me it's 6 Degrees because
same here.
I don't know why, but it's so experimental and
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Memory. Scenes for a Memory.
Nice. Low hanging fruit, Aaron. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
That's my second. That's my second.
It's 6 Degrees as well.
Okay. It's hard to argue with Scenes, man. It definitely.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Tom Cullen is checking in here. Says, hello, boys and girls. Love to stay and watch and chat, but am out with my new wife, who was married on October 19th. Congratulations again, man. While she takes my mother-in-law shopping. Joy. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and all the best to all of you and everything Dream Theater. Great to see you, man. Happy holidays to you. What about you, Luke? Do you have a favorite Dream Theater record?
I've said same with Zauberer. It's definitely 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. Like that album to me, that was the album that took the most to grow on me, because I remember listening to it and I thought it was I liked it, but it was kind of put off by a lot of the different creative decisions with a lot of the different songs. So I gave it a few more listens and it became my favorite album just because of the experimentation. You know, you don't really have a lot of songs in the catalog like Blind Faith, like Disappear. I mean, like The Great Debate. You guys helped me rediscover my love for that song, because if it weren't for you guys, I kind of would have maybe forgotten it, but you guys kept bringing up Great Debate and how amazing that song is. I gotta listen to this song again, and it is fantastic. And of course, Disc 2 is honestly one of the greatest things the band's ever done. It is such, I can't believe they can make something, a 42-minute suite of songs, talking about something, as with mental, basically mental awareness, that sort of thing. I think that's very, very interesting, especially on a topic to make into a suite for. So yeah, I love that album so much. It's definitely my favorite from theirs.
What makes it stand out for you, Zauber?
I don't really know, but I think it didn't have to grow on me because I There were other Dream Theater albums that I had to get into, but 6 Degrees just always I liked it from the beginning. I think The Glass Person was one of the first songs I listened to, and I don't know. I think it's just a great album, and it's an interesting album.
It's got a little bit of everything on it. You got your
it really does.
Your thrash,
it really does. It's very varied.
Oh, your ballads.
Yeah. I mean,
I think for me, and I don't know if John will agree with this. 6 Degrees is the one album I went where you know what, I didn't know you guys had this in you. Like I didn't know. I knew there was a lot to this band, and I know a lot of talent and a lot of obviously amazing musicianship and a great sense of melody and being able to write these progressive kind of. But I did not know they had that in them to do something like that, especially just to like Luke said. Like I did not know that was in their DNA, and then I was like, oh my God, wow, that floored me.
Yeah, I think what's always been interesting to me about that record, excuse me again, I think it's I really like it for the music on it. Obviously, it's a dumb statement, but I think one of the things that kind of sets it apart for me is that it's such a strong record, and it's one of those follow-up albums that, you know, when bands put out, like, you know, one of their classic records, a lot of bands generally don't follow it up with something that is almost on par with what came before it. But I think with 6 Degrees, you know, coming off of, you know, Scenes, I think they really pulled that off. And Six Degrees is rated very highly by a big, you know, portion of the fan base. And I think that think they really, you know, did a great job on that record. And, you know, to your guys' points, like it is a very unique record in the catalog. You know, like there is nothing like, you know, Misunderstood and, you know, Blind Faith and stuff.
That's a good song.
Yeah, I mean, it's
really good song.
and I thought it was a very ballsy choice to kind of do like a mini concept record on the second side when they had just done a concept album. You know, so I thought that was just, you know, it's Dream Theater doing Dream Theater things. It's, you know, that it's one of the reasons I'm always surprised that The Astonishing didn't do better, because I figured the fan base would be into something that was so left field. So
honestly, I was surprised too. I think it's a great album. I love The Astonishing.
Yeah, I really like The Astonishing, mainly because I think with The Astonishing, for me, my favorite thing about it are the melodies. I think it's such a wonderfully melodic record. You have stuff like, you know, Chosen, Brother Can You Hear Me, A Life Left Behind is one of my favorite songs off that album, and I think most of it has to do with James LaBrie's performance of the album. He's just he's so good on the record singing as various characters. My favorite stuff on the record is when he sings as Lord Nefarious, because he goes almost full on Disney villain.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
yeah. James's voice on that record is so, you know, people mentioned it when it first came out, like, oh my God, it's like his greatest vocal performance. And I agree with that, but I think it's kind of been swept under the rug because of, you know, people's reaction to the record. And because of that, I think people forget what a phenomenal job he did on that. Like, it's Zauber, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you are not the biggest Astonishing fan, or you do not care for that record.
Well, not yet. I hope that one day I will like it. There are moments that I like, but I don't like the complete record. It's not like Octavarium, where I could listen to the full 80 minutes of it. It's not,
not your jam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I was very surprised by that one not being as popular as it, you know.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I mean, I would say you know, I don't think I'm telling tales out of school to say that I think for a majority of the fan base, it's like, you know, their least favorite album.
Yeah, agreed. I have a feeling though it's gonna have. You brought this up in your underrated songs video. You brought up that it could have a resurgence, kind of like the Star Wars prequels.
Yes.
And that those movies had a big resurgence years after they had came out. And it's weird because, like, I grew up with them and I was already a fan, and I didn't know that really people hated it. So it's like got on the internet and stuff, and now people loving it like years later, and just seeing all of just the love for those movies, especially, you know, 1 and 2 especially, because I think most people loved Revenge of the Sith, but like seeing more people appreciate Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones more was so cool to me. So
yeah,
those are my 2 cents on it.
Brian's about to lose his mind because you went into Star Wars world, but
of course, I had to.
Hates Jar Jar Binks.
Everyone did. Let's face it, everyone did.
Hey, I'm not a big Captain Kirk or Spock fan either, but I can. They're still cool though.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was watching. I forget what the hell I had on today. I was watching a movie on Amazon, and I fell asleep, and I woke up, and it was playing Star Trek 6. I'm like, how in Christ's name did this get into my feed? So like, all right, whatever. Whatever.
Speaking of Star Wars, I actually have something really, really cool to show you, if I can. 2 years ago, I went to Galaxy's Edge for the first time at Disney World, and I got myself a lightsaber.
Are you going to use that to play the cello with now, or
no?
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing, but it is practically impossible to do so. But here it is. This is the Skywalker family lightsaber. This is the Episode 9 version, the fixed version.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So what did that run you?
Oh, dude, you don't want to know. It was a pretty penny for this thing. Let me tell you, I saved up a lot to get this thing. Jeez. I saved up all of my Republic credits for this thing.
I love it. Yeah, the only lightsaber I have is the I've got the Luke Skywalker, the green one from Return of the Jedi.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, that is the greatest lightsaber. Like,
yeah. So, all right. So back to Dream Theater. We'll get back
to Dream
Theater. As we say on the Nerf Herder Council, stay on target.
Stay on target.
Almost from there.
Right. So, I mean, it's almost like a ridiculous kind of question, Aaron, because, so many fans love the record. But what is it for you that, makes Scenes from a Memory? Like, why is that the one that stands out for you the most?
Well, besides the music, the concept's pretty cool. Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, the music is just unbelievable, and concept's pretty cool. So, yeah, I mean, I just got some good memories when that came out too. So it's kind of nostalgic for me as well.
What was going on?
I was just going through some things, and it kind of helped me through them. Kind of an escape from everything.
Sure.
So,
it's funny you mentioned. I actually, a lot of albums for me, I kind of like get a vibe off of them because of stuff that was happening at the time. So like whenever I listen to the first Linkin Park record, for example, or Vertical Horizon, that Everything You Want, I think that whatever the one hit record they had was, those I always just like flash back to. I was dating this girl that was she totally just crushed me, and it's I just have that kind of, I remember that feeling of listening to those records to get through it and stuff like that. Like, I mean, the other three, you guys, Sauber, Luke, do you guys have any records like that something you go back to and you're like, you just get a vibe off it because of something major that was going on when you first were listening to it?
I guess you could say for me, another Dream Theater album for me that had an impact, Octavarium. It's one of my favorite Dream Theater albums because like I didn't listen to it in like a big part of my life or anything, but it was really the album that made me fall in love with the band. Because I'd listened to Metropolis Part 2 and then I listened to Images and Words, but I decided to listen to Octavarium because I heard that was a popular album and I loved Panic Attack because I'd heard that song. And so I listened to the album like, oh my goodness, these guys are just some of the greatest out there. Like the stuff they can write this 24-minute long song that takes everything from the album and puts it into one track, and all the other songs being incredibly diverse. You have your opening heavy intro song, you have a ballad, you have sort of a more melodic rocker, you have an upbeat tempo song, you have a heavier, faster track. You have a song that takes on a bit of a Muse influence. Then you have a very emotionally powerful track, talking about 9/11, and then you have this epic monster closing track at the end of it. It's for me, I love the album so much because of the structure. I love the theory behind it with the octave, with the tones, with the keys. I thought that was such a incredible bit of work for the band. That's one of the reasons why it's one of my favorite albums of theirs.
What about you, Zabber? You got anything that really stands out to you about, an album that just, brings you back to something?
I don't have an album, but it's just I listen to a lot of music, and I memorize where I was when I listened to a particular song. And so music for me is always connected to memories and stuff that happened. So I think it's great. I think I don't have a particular album, but whenever I listen to music, I think, oh, I listened to that 3 years ago when I was visiting my grandmother or something. I have a lot of memories for every song that I listen to.
Yeah. Actually, I have a good memory with another song. It's a Dream Theater song. I remember the first time I listened to A Nightmare to Remember, because I had heard Count of Tuscany before, and I wanted to check out Black Clouds. And Nightmare to Remember was the next song I listened to. And I remember I was in this long car ride, and I remember putting it on, and just when the middle section hit, I was just watching the open roads and just hearing that melody, the Bathing in Beautiful Agony part. Just oh my goodness, this is incredibly beautiful. Yeah. And then of course having your mind just being like, what the heck with the Jerry after Jerry part, and was like, what the heck is going on here?
Well, I know, Brian, for you, we've talked about it a lot, but I know for you, a record that always kind of brings you back is, when you were, at Woolworths and you picked up Al Jolson's first record when it came out, in May of 1912.
Out of 78.
Yeah, it was actually the 1812 overture, and it was in 1812.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, joking aside, and I think I don't know exactly where I was when I heard it. So, but probably Rush, Tom Sawyer. So I was like,
say that too.
I was like 13 years old, and that's when you're just kind of people are starting to get into music, and you're like, what is this? And you're like, you hear the barrel, and you're like, I don't even really know what electric guitar is. I've heard listen to the radio, and you just don't really know. Because it's not like it is now where, you didn't grow up in the 70s playing Rock Band. You know what I mean? Nobody knew what Judas Priest or Kiss or any of those guys look like other than, if they saw a picture on the album. So that was kind of my gateway. And it was like, okay, that leads into getting the, I forgot what you call it. It's it's like the four thing. It's like the 2112. That's good too.
Yeah. Good one. Good one, Cal.
But it's just funny because the stereo that has the 8-track player, the cassette, and the album, right, and the radio, and it's that's when I started getting albums. That year, 81, 82, you had some of the biggest albums of all time. The year before, you had Back in Black, you had 404. I mean, these are albums that are selling 45,000 copies a week.
Journey Escape.
Journey Escape is 81. I mean, I said High Fidelity 404, Back in Black.
Speedwagon.
Yeah, that's High Infidelity. But yeah, I mean, it was just a time when Diary of a Madman was going to be coming out not too long after Blizzard of Oz. And you had the Van Halen, the early stuff. Fair Warning was 81, I believe. Also,
I love Fair Warning.
But it was just a ridiculous time to be a young kid and be like, wow, and everything I heard, I just soaked it all in. Even Pat Benatar, man, Heartbreaker and stuff. That stuff was amazing. I mean, the guitar work on that, Neil Giraldo, Giraldo, I don't know how to say it, but so that was kind of my just sort of being that age, just sort of coming of age into rock and just heavy guitar, even though behind the scenes, I'm playing like classical piano and having to practice 2 hours a day and take theory during the week and do recitals and all this, which is about as anti-rock as it gets, you know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Dude, like it's so funny to bring that up because like I play piano as well, and of course I played cello. I played in like my local like youth orchestra until I like graduated, and it's crazy going from like playing music like piano like academically and playing cello in orchestras, and but at the same time I just love rock, man. I just love just to rock out, jam out to like stuff. And I think that's one of the reasons why I love Dream Theater so much, is because that classical musician in me can appreciate stuff like that, but just in metal, like structures and forms and things. And I want to bring this up with a song, with a track that I know you guys have said in the past you aren't and that's the one thing I really like about your show, is that you bring up tracks where sometimes they like, I don't know about that one, and where sometimes I really like it. A big example of that for me is Stream of Consciousness. And because I love Stream of Consciousness, hot take, it's my favorite Dream Theater instrumental because I love the structure of it, with the chords and with just, it goes from like this A section to like this heavier B section on a lower key, going back to the A section with this extra like outro to it. I think the structure and form of it, like a classical ABA form with the chord figurines and the runs and the scales, I think I love it. It could work well in like a like quartet format, for instance, and I really like that about the band. I really like that about that track and how they can do cool stuff like that. So
well, we have another co-host coming on, so let his opinion. I actually want to talk about that song. So we have a newbie. So this is Rob. I'm just calling him Rob from Findlay because when he told me where he's at, I was like, holy crap, I play in Findlay or near that area. So what's up, Rob? Welcome to the show, man.
So like I said, I don't know how I'm going to follow it, but I will play the intro to Metropolis Part 1.
Yeah.
And you can play Jingle Bells too. Both of them.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Can you play The Holiday Spirit Carries On?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Well, Rob, thank you very much for jumping on, man. Before we get to Stream of Consciousness, because I want to kind of dig into that song, because it's I think I'm very much on an island in saying that song has never really grabbed me like it has almost the entire rest of the fan base. So all right, so you have a podcast, so like I said in the email, if you guys have anything to plug, make sure you plug it. So let's plug your show, because you told me that you have a podcast, and obviously you do a better job of it than we do because you've got the nice professional setup there. So
it's you can see the masked guys around here. It's a Kiss podcast taken off the 1982 album I Love It Loud, called I Love It Loud. We called it Right Between the Eyes because that's how they're hitting you. 3 generations of Kiss fans telling you why we love it loud. That's kind of our shtick. I'm an 80s Kiss fan, 80s, 90s. We have a father-son duo, so the father had been around since Kiss kind of first started, and then he got his son interested in the band in the late 2000s. So we're kind of comparing and contrasting. But through the podcast the whole time, I'm always going, another band I really love is Dream Theater. Another band I really love is Dream Theater. So I'm always trying to find a way to fit Dream Theater in, until this year I'm starting a second show called Rogue Record Music, where I can just talk about music in general on a broader spectrum. So I can talk about these guys right here all day long if I choose to do so. So that's my short little plug. If you like the band Kiss, great. And then we do have episodes where we'll talk about Def Leppard or Journey or the Goo Goo Dolls, just kind of what we call like the opening act segment of the show, where we spent 2 episodes talking about the band The Warning and how these three girls from Central Mexico just influenced us to go, I can't believe that 3 chicks playing is just so utterly amazing that my Spotify was saying, hey, because you like The Warning, you must like all these girl bands too. So then I fell down that rabbit hole till I had to tell Spotify, hey, let's get back to Dream Theater.
Nice. So I have to ask, because I'm seeing all the modern drummers, are you a drummer?
No. Yes, okay. I am. Yes.
Wait a minute. Why'd you say no first?
No, just because I'm trying to be a dick. Yes. So
I thought that Pearl was from the movie Pearl.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on the show. I'm going to be a dick out of the chute.
I've been listening to the show long enough that I was like, I think I can be a little.
Of course.
Yeah.
But you can see some of the drums back there. Mike Mangini's snare got signed by Mike at Sweetwater. this year at Drum Fest, and got him to sign the self-titled album, Portnoy's Max stack, and then Mike Mangini's stack underneath it. So when I play live, I've got the two mics as a stack. So
that's awesome, man.
All right, dance of eternity. Now we already had cello doing stuff.
Yeah,
come on, man, bust it out.
Rob, earn your keep. Zauber, you're gonna have to bust out that flugelhorn at some point. Come on,
all right, joking aside, what is the best Dream Theater song you can master on drums, or can you? If you can't, that's fine. But
no, I can. You guys are talking about the Astonishing. We are kind of the band that I'm starting to play with. We're starting to float with Our New World a little bit. And it's a blues
road trip.
Let's go.
A blues kind of rock band. So one song that they're seriously suggesting doing is Silent Man, but doing it like they did at the Scenes from the Memory, where the full band is playing, and where JP does that cool blues lick. So our lead guitar player, he goes, anything I play is going to sound like a blues player. So we heard that lick and was like, oh, that would be pretty cool. And then I've also mentioned from Falling to Infinity, Hollow Years. So that's another one.
Nice.
I would like to real quick call myself out, by the way. I just said, oh, like Luna Park? Yeah, dickhead, because it's straight acoustic. Moron. Yeah. I apologize. That was me being stupid. Maybe I'm the one drinking Four Loko tonight.
Oh, just in case you happen to need a keyboard player, I might know somebody.
Yeah.
Nice. That comes up. You're in the Ohio area, yes?
Oh yeah.
I am.
Nice.
And I'm not just saying this, but I have to give him a lot of credit. He is a fantastic keyboard player. Fan-fucking-tastic. He's
comes up every
very
now and then at band practice. We need to find a keyboard player. I'm like,
yeah.
Where? Find bass players all day long. Keyboard players, not it.
Brian? All right, we got to set this up. John comes and we got to do a 3-song Dream Theater set.
There you go.
Me, you, John, and the rest of your band. Let's figure out 3 songs and let's play them, man. Let's do it.
Luke, you got to drive in with your cello, and you and I will do Vacant.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
Aaron, Zauber, book your flight. You got to come up here and play the flugelhorn.
or we're not doing it.
I actually do have an electric cello as well, so you can just plug it into an amp, and I can just play like just chords and stuff. I can just play like train of thought stuff.
Wow, that's amazing. So,
John, why do you think I have a flugelhorn?
I had to come up with an instrument.
You're going to get canceled, you know.
Yeah, I had to come up with an instrument. It was the most German sounding thing I could think of. So
the Glockenspiel. I have a Glockenspiel.
Oh, dude, just keep saying Glockenspiel. That sounds amazing.
I mean, the funny thing is, I pronounce it like it's an American word, but it's Glockenspiel. You would say Glockenspiel. It's so weird hearing that word.
Okay, I know one word for German music, Schlagzeug. You know what that is, right?
Yes, it's Schlagzeug. Come on, like for example, it's Zauber, not Zauber. So you got to pronounce your. Schlagzeug.
You know what? Some of my favorite composers are German. Beethoven, Bach.
You're killing me.
Brahms, Mozart. He was Australian, wasn't he? Mozart.
It's Mozart, you idiot.
Oh, sorry, Mozart.
It's Mozart.
Hayden was good too.
Beethoven, Bach.
So, Zauber, can you please explain? It's so natural for you guys. But tell everybody how ungodly difficult it is to pronounce the R's in German. When I was taking German, we had to pick a German name to be called in class, and I picked Rüdiger, and it was and I purposely picked it so I always had to practice the but so few people could do. In Germans, it's just like natural, and
that was your name.
I'm not even good at it. I mean,
so I was no kidding. I was Johann in my German. I took it for 4 years too. Were you 4 years too, John?
9.
9. Oh, nice.
Wow.
9, and that means
9
years.
9 is a no.
Exactly. Yeah. No. I actually, one of my teeny little claims to fame is in 8th grade I won first place in the entire state of Ohio in German storytelling. So we had to memorize like an entire like 4-paragraph thing. And recite it with perfect pronunciation. It was in Youngstown. It was like a state competition, and my German teacher she had been going to this thing for years, and she thought she had never won. She always wanted it was like her life's goal to have one of her students win this thing. And she, I didn't even volunteer. She's like, you're going and doing this. I'm like, I'm doing what? So she would keep me after school, making me practice and just like drill me through this thing. And I was like, all right. And so we went down there, and I went in the room with the judges, because you do it like a private thing. And I knew I nailed it. I was like, okay, I feel really good about this. But I came out, I was like, I'm going to fuck with my teacher since she basically made me do this. So I came out looking all pissed off. She goes, what's wrong? I'm like, oh, I forgot 2 sentences. And some of my R's, man, my U umlaut was just not there. And she was so damn mad. And one of my classmates, one of my best friends, was in it as well. And so they get to the awards thing in front of this huge auditorium full of people and stuff like that. And they start announcing eighth grade German 2 storytelling. And they get to 3rd place, and she turns around and glares at me. And I was like, now somebody else. They announce 2nd place, and it's my buddy. She turns around and just gives me this death look. And as she's staring at me, they go, in 1st place, Jonathan Drake, Strongsville High School. And her face was like, oh, and I went, gotcha.
Nice.
Yeah, I was like, sweet, dude. So I was like, holy crap.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. So, but yeah, so that was like, I've always been really proud of that, because it was like, all right, Zauber, like, when the first time you came on, I knew it was Zauber. It was Zauber, not like Zauberer or something,
No, wait a second. The $1 million question for Zauberer. Is it Motley Crue or is it Mertley Crue? Because it does have the umlaut over the O, so you have to say it Mertley. That was the big joke in high school. We would tell our teacher, like, "Hey, there's this new band we love. It's called Mertley Crue."
I mean, you could probably call them Mertley Crue now with the way that they sound.
Well, yeah.
Damn, hit it down.
It's an umlaut though. It has to be Mertley Crue, doesn't it?
That's hilarious. Oh my god! All right, so I have to ask the Kiss question here. So Rob, you're a fan. I'm a fan, but as a musician, I have so many friends that hate Kiss, and I don't understand it. So the other 4 of you guys, obviously me and Rob are fans. I not to be a sellout, but I'm a little bit bigger fan of the 70s stuff. I think it's a little stronger. Some of the 80s stuff is just so unbelievably friggin' cheesy. I just, dude, Let's Put the X in Sex came up in a random playlist me the other day. I was like,
You moved the needle for me towards Revenge, Carnival of Souls, before the reunion happened. Like, the Revenge, I think, is the best non-makeup version of the band. Bruce Kulick, singer era of the band, where it's like, okay, that's how Kiss should have been looking, not like Gene Simmons looked like Rue McClanahan on Golden Girls, or whatever.
Dynasty, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god.
This
All right,
week
so
in Dynasty.
all right, so Zauberer, Kiss, yes or no?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes, but I like all the weird albums, like Music from the Elder.
Yes.
I really like it.
What?
That's Dream Theater's Astonishing.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
don't ever put those in the same. That is horrible.
No, that's
Rob,
what
what are you doing?
No.
that's Metallica's Lulu. Is what that is.
Oh no!
Yeah,
And I love the
table.
Astonishing. So
I am the table. Shut up. All right, Aaron, Kiss, yay or nay?
Yeah. I have double platinum. That's about it.
That's all you need, man. It's one of the greatest albums of all time.
I mean, they're okay, but I'm not a huge fan.
I think I only have 37 of the 48 Kiss greatest hits albums. So I gotta.
Oh, I've got the Unplugged album too.
that's a brilliant album. Brilliant.
I love 2000 Man on that, dude. I wish Ace Frehley wasn't such a complete and total piece of shit as a human being. Like he's such a bastard. But
so true story for Rob. So and John knows this. So there's a local thing they do here every year, and you got to come up this next time, Rob. John, you got to get off work too. Okay. So they do what do we call what do they call that thing again, John? It's the Kiss. What the hell's the name of the damn thing? The charity concert. They do
yeah.
I can't think of the damn thing. So they did. This is like the 5th year in a row, and they get all local musicians together. And they play for like 3 hours Kiss music, and they put like, guys from different bands together, and they just all play, and it's all organized ahead of time, and all the money goes to charity.
How do I not know about this?
Okay, so it's usually in July or August, so we'll let you know.
Yeah.
And this past year, I was lucky enough to get to go play on one of the side stages, like acoustically. And I had it all worked up. I had like an acoustic version of "Not for the Innocents" just on piano,
dude.
So, and I didn't end up playing it because I kind of sort of blew my voice out that day. Long story short, but anyway, so I still have that in the bank. And a couple of my buddies were there, like, dude, you didn't play it. You got to play it. You still got to play it. You got to play it on YouTube or whatever. So, at some point, I will post my version of "Not for the Innocent" on piano.
Please do.
And you got to come up for that though this time this year.
I'll be at least heading up that way in March on the 9th to Northfield to Dream Theater.
So I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go to the venue that day, but I don't have a ticket because I'm already going to Radio City.
Gotcha.
Brian and I are going 2 weeks later, but I think I'm going to go up there and just hang out with Dream Theater fans because that'd be pretty cool. And I'll do the completely cheesy, horrific, hey, check out my Dream Theater podcast thing. So,
hey, I'll be in Northfield, man. We'll hook up for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, so Luke, Kiss, yay or nay?
I'm a bit mixed, like Aaron is. Like I can understand why people like really like it, but it's just, I guess it's just not really for me. You know, you kind of have some artists, some bands are just like, oh, I like this, and I'm like, I don't know, I respect that you like it, but it's like not really like something I would go back and listen to, honestly.
Okay.
So,
well, JG3, who will be on a little bit later, he says Kiss is the best band in the world by a lot. Actually, JG3, that title goes to Van Halen, but thanks for playing. Dream Theater is a very close number 2.
We got Bob Hurd checking in, says yo from the Two Bobs cast.
Yep. Got to plug that, Brian.
I do. Actually, I'm going to real quick. I'm going to plug. I am going to be on the Two Bobs cast. I think it's not next week or the week after because they got 2 holidays coming up, Christmas and New Year's back to back. We're going to be talking Rush on Two Bobs cast.
Yes.
I think it's in 3 weeks. You guys got to tune in. We are going to start from the beginning, and we're going to go to Signals for part 1, and they're streaming live on YouTube as well. And you can go to Two Bobcast. I think they have an Instagram. They're all over social media, Facebook as well, YouTube. Check it out. But yeah, we're going to go all the way to Signals, and the second episode we'll pick up for Grace Under Pressure to the last album also. But yeah, happy holidays to Bob and Bob at Two Bobs Cast. Great to see you guys.
Heard, if you guys ever do a Van Halen episode and you need a guest host, you know who to call.
Oh, it's coming. You'll be on there, buddy.
Yeah, gotta do that. So yeah, I think Kiss is great. Like I guess I can kind of understand why people don't really like it, I guess. But I just think you cannot deny the ability to write that many catchy hit songs. I mean, it's, you know, it's just it's undeniable to me. Like, I mean, it's they just even the shit albums like Hot in the Shade and stuff like that. Like they've got like 1 or 2 bangers on it. I mean, I don't know.
They still hold the title for the most gold records sold by any U.S. artist. They eclipsed the Beatles and Elvis Presley like 3 or 4 years ago. So I mean, say what you will, you don't sell that many albums and be that crappy.
So we're going to see how many people we can have on the screen. I just noticed that we have people in the green room, so I apologize to our co-hosts here because I didn't know I could scroll on this thing. This is how many people we have on. This is man.
Wow, this is insane.
look at Herd. Done, JD. Wouldn't have it any other way. Ranking Van Halen records with Drake sounds like a battle. No. That's not a battle at all. Every Van Halen record is awesome to me. Brian and I are going to do a debate about a different
kind of truth is going to be number 1 for Drake.
Oh, fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Fan Halen 3.
Let's see how many people we can pack on here. This is going to be like a Zoom call at work. First up, let's get our very good friend all the way from Canada, since Brian, you like to mispronounce everything. Our boy Doug McCauley. What's up, man? I don't think he can hear us. You there, Doug? We got you. You are on. We can't hear him.
Doug McCauley just got back from his side gig as doing security for
Power Disruption Community One thing.
The security for Powerwolf. Back from his side gig as doing security for
Power Disruption Community One thing.
Whoa, what just happened to the audio?
The security for Powerwolf.
Dude, mute that. All right, I'll drop that. Doug, figure out
what
your stuff, and then we'll bring it back.
What the hell is that?
He's got to figure out his audio. All right, we've got our good friend JG3. What's up, man?
You wanted the best. You got the best.
Points right there.
So what is your take on Kiss?
They're all right.
And you lost 2 points. No, I'm kidding.
Rob, as a host of a Kiss podcast, I'm sure you're aware that was the "I don't like Kiss" response.
That's fair. That's fair.
And of course, we have to bring on our awesome friend Chastity Crawley herself. What's up, Chas?
Hey! I was like, hey, I'm on there now.
There we go. I was like, man, these people are late. And then all of a sudden I look down at the bottom, like, oh, I can scroll. Oops. And then of course we have Cale McLeish who was showing off his Mike Portnoy t-shirt.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, just me.
So here we go. All right, so
cool, Kel. We're good.
All right, so Kiss, yay or nay, Chastity and Cale.
I've seen
him, so
never seen him live, but I grew up listening to him.
I think they're great, man.
I like them.
They're great. All right, let's see if Doug has got his shit sorted out here. All right, Doug, do we have you? Let's see. I don't think he
Doug.
I don't know.
Not yet. Okay.
Hello.
Doug is drawing lines in the sand here, people.
He'll figure it out. I just wonder if anybody's told Doug that he looks like Bray Wyatt. Like, for any of you guys who watch wrestling, you'll get that reference. Rest in peace. So yeah, I've just never understood like the hate for Kiss, man. But I do have to say, Zauber, music from the Elder. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's a lot of coke right there, and Bob Ezrin being full of himself.
Yes.
I just like the melodies.
Yeah, but look, I mean, every classic band has to make a misstep somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Wayne with Hot Space in Body.
There's a great story. I don't know if it was
other than Under Pressure.
Other than Under Pressure, but that wasn't even written for that record.
Yep.
They can make a misstep, but with the shoes that are this tall, is it going to end up with a sprained ankle?
Right. Almost certainly.
Right. All right, so Rob,
go ahead, John.
Sorry, I have to ask. Ace Frehley's new solo record, yay or nay?
No.
Really?
I like it, but at a certain point, it becomes the PJ Farley solo album that Ace Frehley happens to be playing on. There's a couple songs, and I like PJ Farley. I like not PJ Farley, Steve Brown.
Steve Brown, yeah.
Yeah, Steve Brown. Phenomenal guitar player, good singer in his own right. It just felt like Steve, and probably for Ace, because Ace is so hard to try and write stuff, but Steve wrote some really great stuff, and I think was trying to pull Ace into it. There's some songs, don't get me wrong, that are really good, but Cherry Medicine, I was just like, my gosh, what a trash juice of a song. I could not get behind that.
Rob, what the fuck is wrong with you? I can't get that song out of my head. I love Cherry Medicine. But although I will say this, that song, I love how it sounds like he just had his teeth done and they're too big for his face. When you came into my life that day,
right?
We stole my heart.
That's what got me. I felt like the vocal melody was just like, Ace, pick a note. You're using 9 of them. Let's find the melody somewhere.
It's so the record, the production is great. It's just so
great
catchy.
Sounding. Yeah,
I like it, and I'm not like a big fan of his solo stuff. I'm not a fan. But I've never had like a whole record where it's like,
his Frehley's Comet stuff I think is great. I love the Second Sighting album. I know it's more of a Todd Howarth lead vocal album, but his first Frehley's Comet album was great, where you're like, yes, that's the guy from 1978 doing a kick-ass, solo album effort. So
sure.
I mean, meanwhile, I'm just sitting over here thinking Space Trucking is the one good thing on that record, but
I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. That version's not too bad.
Yeah, I thought you did well with it.
Matt Lane tuning in here.
Go ahead.
Good to see you, man. Thanks for checking out the show. He says, hey, guys, been enjoying the podcast since I discovered it earlier this year when I was getting myself hyped for the London show. Awesome, man. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Appreciate it. If you want to jump on camera later, I'm just going to throw a link up and see who wants to come on here.
Real quick, I gotta ask Rob something, though. Rob, Classic 78. What is your thought? Have you heard that?
Yes.
I think it's the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life. That standing tall. Oh my God, that stuff is. I played some of that. I played some of that for John. I think last time we went on a road trip, and he was blown away that it was not Kiss.
Dude.
I had it here, and the guitar player just passed away.
Oh no,
a week or so ago.
That's horrible, man.
We were talking about on our podcast. I must have said it somewhere, but that's one of the greatest Kiss albums that Kiss never recorded.
Yeah,
and you could just listen to it and go, that just came out of 1978, 79. Fantastic.
Yeah.
I can't recommend it enough.
All right. As soon as a dog comes on camera, everyone just loses their shit.
Yes.
It's like a baby. A baby.
Speaking of bringing dogs on camera. Speaking of bringing dogs on camera.
He's 14 weeks old and he needs a home. Anybody in Utah need a poodle?
I can't take it. Oh my God, so unbelievably cute.
I got his brother over there.
I wish
I could. In the arms of the angels.
This is Tucker.
Fly away.
He's actually the nephew to my poodle, Presley Portnoy. Yes, Portnoy. Hey, Paisley, bring me the other one.
Bring me the other one.
Bring me the other sacrifice.
Hold on.
All right,
Hold on, it gets better.
I would like to see the baby.
Hold on, it gets better.
Doug, we're bringing you on any second, I promise. Oh my God.
For only $2.99 a month, you can sponsor. You're in the arms of the angels.
I can't take it.
Fly away.
And this is Tucker.
Yes, every donation counts.
And if you act now, we will send you this plushie.
In this dark, cold hotel room.
What's wrong with you?
Fly
They
away.
just need to be home for Christmas, like Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Are you seriously trying to adopt out these dogs or no?
Yes,
Are you
I
joking?
am.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I rescued them from their breeder who didn't really know what she was doing. She had 11 puppies in a 4x6 area.
Oh my
and
gosh.
was feeding them 1 cup of food just poured on the floor. And
You are a saint.
so I took 2 of them. Presley, come here. And I own their uncle. He's not listening. Presley Portnoy, come.
Presley Portnoy.
That's hilarious.
He is. Come here.
All right, let's see if Doug is ready to go here. So Doug, are you there?
I'm here, John.
There it is.
Somehow
or as he's also known, the younger, thinner version of Chris Aiken. Sorry.
Pretty much.
Wow.
I'll take it.
All right, so back to the original thing I was going to ask everybody. So I really want to get into stream of consciousness. I think I'm the only one on the screen right now that doesn't buy into that song. It's good, but I'm like, I obviously when we ranked instrumentals, it was far down the list for me. So, Doug, stream of consciousness, yay or nay?
That's an interesting question. I'm gonna go with meh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
All
okay.
Right.
It's a song.
Kale, what about you?
Oh, you mean this one?
Kale, we don't allow people to play musical instruments on this show. Cut it out.
Yeah. We don't count cellos
or sleigh bells.
Well, see, here's the thing. You guys were talking about having a cello on it. Why did we not think about Disappear? Kind of the other one that they've done with a cello?
Well, look.
Or a View from the Top of the World.
Okay, look.
Yeah, View from the Top of the World.
Luke played what he knows. You can't just give him shit because he didn't know the one song. You're like, dude, you're learning the wrong stuff.
I'm not giving him shit for not having it. I'm saying if you guys are putting together a set for him to play with a cello, Disappear, View from the Top of the World, they're all there. Learn it.
Again,
you're all gonna learn it.
Chastity, stream of consciousness. If I remember right, you're a big fan of that one, right?
I am. I like it. That's one that I could like turn into a ringtone and just have play.
Okay. Jay,
I think
stream
I
of
did
consciousness.
Oh, I'm a big fan of it. I think it's one of their better instrumentals. Not their best, because I think Hell's Kitchen is their best. But
oh, Jay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice
big
pick.
choice.
Yes,
nice.
But I think it's great.
You're just trying to kiss up to the host there with that one.
I was just about to say that. He's like trying to earn brownie points there.
Yeah, stream of consciousness into In the Name of God. Perfect for what, 27 minutes? I think it's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great instrumental.
Rob,
great
stream
keyboard.
of consciousness.
I had a weird offhand comment.
It's a lot of the samey stuff, just over and over and over again. I like I like the idea of it. It's great. I want the length for Hell's Kitchen, and I want the length for Stream of Consciousness flipped. I think Stream of Consciousness is too long for there not being, and that's the one thing on this tour. I was like, the one instrumental you're picking is that one. So I like it, but it's way down on my list.
That's exactly.
This show literally has Overture 1928 in the first half. What?
Kale's riled up today, man.
Oh yeah.
Kale's gonna fight you from the other side of the world.
Kale's probably just excited because this is finally a weekend for him, so he doesn't have to wake up and watch the show and go to work.
Yeah.
All right, so Zauber, stream of consciousness, man. Stream of consciousness. What do you got?
Yeah, it's a bit long, but I think it's beautiful, so I don't mind the length, and it was so great hearing it live. I didn't look up the set list, so I was really surprised when they played it.
Yeah, that was I think that might have been the biggest surprise to me outside of Octavarium. Octavarium was because I'm thinking, James has said having to hit those screams. I'm like, oh my God, they're gonna kill this poor guy. So, but Aaron, stream of consciousness.
Yeah, I dig it. It's good. It's maybe middle of the road for with their instrumentals, but I like it. I mean, it's really not a bad Dream Theater instrumental out there, but I dig it.
True. Luke, stream of consciousness.
Absolute yay. I've already brought this up. I don't want to reiterate, but TLDR, I love the song. I love the track because of its structure and form, particularly as someone who appreciates a lot of classical music. I think that track is just incredible to me. And that's what makes it my favorite instrumental. I still think Dance of Eternity is their best for me, but I think my favorite is Stream of Consciousness.
Okay. So, Brian,
yeah,
where do you stand on that one? I forget where you put it on your list.
Well, like Zauberer said, and John's mom, I don't mind the length. Actually,
what? God damn! God damn!
That is amazing. I don't know. I go back and forth. Sometimes we do these episodes and I go back and listen to them and I go, what in the hell was I even saying? But then I say that about everything John says too. So. No, it's okay. I don't know that it's my favorite. I think it can get a little bit self-indulgent and over the top, but it's also very impressive. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Yeah. For me, to echo what Rob said, I think that's where I stand, is that it doesn't venture into very many different places like their other instrumentals do. So I think that's why Hell's Kitchen works, because it's like shorter, it's more concise, but it has that undeniable melody to it. And I think Stream of Consciousness, like you said, could have benefited from a little bit less length, I think, because it kind of repeats itself a little bit. I mean, it's really good. Mm-hmm. And I have to admit, I think it's a good lead into In the Name of God. So I'll give you that. But I don't know. Like it's just that one just never really did it for me. Oh, look at this. Adam Rishog. What's up, man? Good to see you.
Hey.
Merry Christmas, y'all, he says. Man. There we go. Mark, I do have to address this since we had the poodles on. Marcus Menekes, thank you very much for tuning in, man. He says, "Run free in heaven" to Mike Portnoy's dog, Mickey Portnoy. Yeah, that was sad. That was sad. But he posted on Instagram a whole bunch of really cool really cool stuff about Mickey, and I followed that in, and it's kind of personal for me because Mickey, for those of you guys that weren't following it, like he had cancer, and so he finally stopped responding to treatment, and he passed away at home and stuff, and it's personal for me because our rescue dog we just got in July was diagnosed with terminal lymphoma, so we're kind of going through that whole journey right now as well. So it's it's personal, man, and that's very, very sad. But I do want to go back and do
and I know John, you'll appreciate this. I'm not joking. Adam and Kale, the first two ever people to tune into our show. Like,
yeah,
we started the show and we're like, well, we know for sure we got two people, me and John.
Yeah, exactly.
So literally the first episode we doubled it. We had two. That now I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking around. I did not think we'd have a soul.
I
did not think. And somehow we had two. All of a sudden we had two. Then we had. So for you to sit there and say we said we're up to 30,000 now downloads.
35,000
downloads, and those were the first two people on. So seriously, like, big time shout out to you guys, man.
Yeah.
I mean everything starts from something and somewhere, and very cool.
Yeah. All right, so I have a topic that I would like to bring up and get your guys' reaction. So we have some interesting. Oh, okay. All right. What's up, Chaz? What's up?
I have a comment on your stream of consciousness. You're like, oh, it's too long. Let's do this. Petrucci breaks the world record for speed in that song at 40. Between 40 and 41 notes per second. The previous Guinness World Record is 37.
I thought I just saw
on the guitar.
Whoa.
And he hits 41. Or 38, excuse me. And it's for Flight of the Bumblebee.
Look at
he
Chris
hits
Aiken.
41.
Chris Aiken. And years later, you are up to double digits. Fuck you, Chris.
Of course.
I did not know that. So it's funny that Aiken's on, because he and I were actually discussing this the other day. So want to get your guys' opinion as Dream Theater fans. So we had some knowledge dropped on us. Was it earlier this week, late last week, something like that? That the Portnoy reunion was in the works for 3 years before it happened.
Yeah.
So I have some pretty strong thoughts about that. So Brian, we'll go around the horn here, but Brian, what do you think when you hear that this was actually something that was not just, they got done with Dream Sonic or whatever and decided, hey, here's what we're going to do. Like, it was 3 years.
Well, do the math. I mean, that's the other solo album and the tour we saw at House of Blues, right? For Petrucci.
Yeah.
So, and then all of the nonstop, oh no, this doesn't mean anything. This doesn't mean anything. This doesn't mean anything. And they're like, well, okay, that's what you're saying. So I guess I believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, that math lines up about as good as it possibly could, if you ask me.
Yeah. So. All right. So we'll start with Doug. We'll get to new people. So Doug, in the works for 3 years, that is pretty crazy to me. So when you hear that, like, what do you think about that?
I'd believe it. It's the first time I've heard it, but that's definitely something I'd buy. Like Brian was saying, it does fit that timeline of him sort of, integrating himself back into the group with the guys. You read in the articles about their daughters, Petrucci and Portnoy's daughters, living together, so they obviously were seeing each other. And I think Labrie was really the only sort of outlier there. Like, how's James going to react? But that timeline does work for me.
Okay, Kale, what do you? By the way, real quick, we're an hour and a half in. I unfortunately have to do this because it's warm, and this sucks. But cheers if you guys are drinking. Gorilla Fart number 2. Here comes the ugly face.
I love how we're just all holding stuff up.
Oh, God damn it, that's so bad.
Portnoy drinks this. I get points. Come on, it counts.
Oh, there you go. All right.
What is it, Dr. Pepper?
With cream soda. That's the important part.
Oh, nice.
His wife posted, gotta get him his soda, and posted him with a 12-pack. And I was like, good thing I've already started drinking it, but it's really good.
That's right.
All right, so Kale, 3 years
Well,
in the making.
There was that photo from the Distance Over Time tour that he had gone to. So I wonder if that's when the whole fabrication of the idea started, before it actually became a thing for the last 3 years before that. Because, I don't know, it seems like that would kind of be a good instigation point if that is true. But then I just have to feel bad for Mangini, because he moved in such a small kit to DTHQ. Did he do that knowing, this is my last time, I don't need to play something massive? Or, it just sucks for him. Sucks for him.
That was my first thought is like, was Mangini like I just have so many thoughts. Like it's like, was Mangini aware? And because when we were told this, it kind of made sense to me in one respect, because I've said on the show that on that Dream Sonic tour that I saw last July in Kentucky, like there was something off. And Brian and I talked about it when we saw, the earlier leg of the tour, when we saw the View from the Top of the World tour, we were like, yeah, like something like, I don't know, he's not as much energy.
And the thing is, it kind of busts the idea of what everyone was saying about it being diminishing returns on the View of the Top of the World tour that really spurred this. Because it was obviously in the works way before that would have been even on their radar.
Well, I mean, if it was 3 years, that would have been during the pandemic, so 2020. So it was, I mean, the timing is interesting for me because, they had done Distance Over Time, which actually was really well received. I thought, the fans really reacted positively to it. And so to kind of, get the ball rolling then was interesting. I mean, like if you would have told me like after the Astonishing tour, they started talking about it, like, okay, I would get, but Aiken, I would love to.
Distance Over Time was huge for him.
Yeah. Aiken,
they were branching out more here in Australia as well. Not here, but everywhere else.
Aiken, I would love to bring your comment up, but I want to, protect the innocent here. Also, Aiken, just so you know, your stupid Rumble page and all that CMS network crap isn't working for the live stream tonight. So fix your stuff, please. We have tens of people to get the show out to. So, all right. So Chaz, what do you think? Knowing that this was not just a sudden we're gonna make this move thing, like 3 years in the making. What are your thoughts?
I think Portnoy's wife kind of alluded to that, so it was kind of something like Melody posted, it's so great to be backstage again. When Portnoy went and saw a concert, Melody's posting on Instagram, it's so nice to be back, and this was at least a year before the announcement, and it's like, great to be backstage. And we're like, and like his wife's over here going, we've been sitting on this for a really long time. What's a long time? What's a really long time? Especially in like for musicians, like how long have you been sitting on this news that your husband's going back? Like when Melody's posting about it, and I always want to say her name wrong, is Merlene's posting about it, and all of Portnoy's people are posting about it. His family's going, it's been so long since I've been here and been in this situation and been there. And it's like, you kind of saying this a year or two before your dad's back.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's great. I'll take him back. This is fine. My dog's name will be relevant again.
Nice. All right. So Jay, what are your thoughts about this?
So I remember thinking the same exact thing on the View from the Top of the World tour and the Dream Sonic tour, where I've seen basically every tour since Mike Mangini joined the band. And I really noticed at the shows, usually like he's really happy. He's like going all, not that it was a bad performance. It was a good performance, but it felt a little like it looked a little like he didn't really want to be there, or things like something was going on. And at the time, I didn't think Portnoy was coming back to the band. I thought it was more he might have been tired, maybe like this has been going, he's been touring for 10, 12 years. It's a lot of effort, getting up there in age, and maybe he was thinking of, maybe do I retire? I thought it was one of those situations. I didn't really think it was something going on behind the scenes, but that does kind of line up about 3 years. So it's 2024, 3 years, 21, View from the Top of the World, which I think it's a really good album. I don't understand why people dog on it all the time. I love Distance Over Time, and I thought A View from the Top of the World was a good album to follow it up with. But, sometimes it just doesn't, for whatever reason, resonate with the fans, and the band probably felt at that moment they weren't selling as many tickets, that they needed to do something.
Yeah, I'm completely on board with you. That something, having seen all of the tours that Mangini did, he was not himself.
No, not at all.
It was really kind of it was weird, especially like the show that Brian and I saw on the first leg of that tour. We were like, all right, what's kind of interesting. And then seeing it in Kentucky, it was really evident. Because I had bought front row tickets. I went by myself, so I got to splurge a little bit because I didn't have to buy a pair. And I just had a bird's eye view of it. It was just, it was like he looked like he was punching the clock. I was like, man, something's wrong with this guy.
Just in comparison, I saw, I remember on the Along for the Ride tour for the self-titled, I had, really close seats as well. And he might have put on one of the best drum performances I've ever seen live.
Yeah.
And he was having a ball, like the Shattered Fortress. He was killing it. And, and James was having a really good show too. But I just remember seeing Mike Mangini and, I was like, he's it for the band. He's perfect for the band. He's perfect live. And then when you compare that with the Dream Sonic tour, it was it was really different.
Yeah. So Matt Lane, he says, so far in my lifetime, 2 of my all-time favorite band's drummers have quit to join Avenged Sevenfold.
Yeah.
a bad decision. Because man, Avenged Sevenfold is just a band I do not like. I don't know.
I like him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
M Shadow says,
find it funny that the Black Clouds and Silver Linings album started with A Nightmare to Remember, and then he moved on to Nightmare.
Yeah.
All right, so Rob, 3 years in the making. What are your thoughts?
Talking about moving all of his gear, and I've been watching the making of the View from the Top of the World, and you get like this kind of quick tour of the warehouse, and you can see the walls of the Pearl drum kits lining the wall. So I, being a drummer and liking Pearl, I was kind of freeze framing like, oh, there's a Distance Over Time tour. Oh, there's the blue kit that he currently has set up. And it's no secret, I'm a huge Mike Mangini fan. So I'm paying for his Vimeo. So getting to see all the drum cam footage, there's a radical difference between the first album he's on till this one, where he's just playing more straight in the pocket. But the moment where Portnoy comes in and plays on JP's album, I was like, it's it. There's no way the two of those are not going to get in a room. And then it goes into LTE, and seeing that making of behinds, I was like, something's happening. So also speaking as a Kiss fan, when you have members that are not original members, you sign a contract regardless if you have shares in the band or whatever. The Bruce Kulicks, Eric Singers, Tommy Thayers of the bands, you're signing a contract for X number of years. After the years are up, you renegotiate the contract. You get X number of potential albums on it. So I think at the time A View from the Top of the World is coming up, that is the end of his contract. And I think he was probably told, I think Mike is wanting to come back. You're under contract. You're under obligation to fill this. If you want to back out, that's fine, but you're going to lose residuals and everything else. So the button on it for Mike is, I want a Grammy with the band too. So I wonder at that point, is it like, well, Mike's coming back, but we did just win our very first Grammy ever. So on one hand, it seems a little shady. Like, don't start dating the new girlfriend till you officially divorce from your current wife. But I get it. I get it too at the same. So it seems a little dirty and a little shady, but the writing was on the wall once that solo album started. And once COVID hit, I was like, oh, now everybody has all the time in the world to talk and mend fences. And like someone said, I think waiting on James to uncross his arms and go, okay, it's time to kiss and make up.
I got to be honest. I mean, and I see why everyone thought this, but the whole John Petrucci solo album and tour, the LTE thing, I did not look at that as Portnoy's coming back. Because, the guys, say what you want about them, but yeah, I think we can all agree they're a band that has had integrity. That's one of the reasons I love them so much, because they're not like Dave Mustaine who, shoot his own kid, to, get somebody else in the band or whatever. And so they said, Mike Mangini is our drummer for good. And I'm like, okay, these guys, like, I would buy that from them, So when I saw that, I was like, I wasn't surprised they were playing together again. I mean, they were friends from, God knows how long back, it's whatever. But I did not think, okay, Portnoy is coming back to the band. I don't know. And I'm ignorant to it. And I also, Aiken would speak to this. I come at these things with rose-colored glasses, it's, I don't want to believe that maybe they're at, the guys can be slimy and they can do these sorts of things. So maybe, Aiken's correcting grammar in the chat here, but Aiken, you're correcting someone foreign, for Christ's sakes. So, all right. So, Zauber, 3 years in the making. What are your thoughts knowing that?
Yeah, I don't like hearing that, because when I became a fan, I didn't like Mangini, but over the years, I've really grown to like him, and I especially on Distance Over Time, I liked his drumming, and they told that he would be the last drummer for Dream Theater, and I believed them. And when they announced the reunion, I was surprised, because I didn't expect it, and but hearing that they may have planned this for 3 years, I'm a bit disappointed, actually, because I didn't think that they would plan this for so long and still have Mike Mangini in the band. And
it is.
I don't like
interesting.
hearing it.
Yeah, it is interesting, man. It's like, you got to wonder, was Mangini aware? The source of this information is of the opinion that he had to have known, because this was kind of around the Sons of Apollo kind of time period. And so, we were also, around that time. So if Portnoy was doing this, you would assume that the Sons of Apollo guys knew. And if they run in, all these guys kind of run in the same circles. Aiken has always told me that, these guys know each other. It's, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon is even closer with these musicians. And so you would think that if Portnoy is doing the Sons of Apollo thing, like, and this is in the works, that they must have known, which means they must have told somebody. So I don't know how Mangini would not be aware of it.
What about the fact, though, dude? So what was the actual number of days you had Mike I couldn't make the show. You had Mike Mangini on the show.
Yeah.
Promoting his solo album, and was it even a week later? Was it a week?
No, it was because
it wasn't even a week. It was like 4 days.
Yeah, I want to say it was like a Tuesday or something.
And you knew about it like 3 days before everyone else did. You told me, and we didn't tell anyone else. It was kind of a behind the scenes thing or whatever.
Yeah,
it's okay to say that now, but it's like, I mean, what about that whole fact? That, like, the only known true Dream Theater show has Mike Mangini on talking about a solo album. Oh, I'm not allowed to talk about Dream Theater. What did you say? 3 days later, he's not in the band.
It wasted all my tits real quick.
I mean, that is ridiculous.
There's a video out there where he was promoting the album, and the interviewer asks him, I wish I could quote it, asks him like, hey, are you guys getting back in the studio? And you can physically see him catch his breath, and it's hard for him to answer that question. He quickly diverts the topic back to the solo album. And at that moment, I was like, my heart just broke for the guy. I took his master's class, and he's kind of said some stuff he wanted to keep confidential in there. But to your part, I think he definitely knew the way he was kind of talking about Dream Theater in that last tour. A phrase he said I don't want to repeat, but I was like, oh crap, he knew what was going on.
Well, he probably always knew he was a placeholder anyway. It's like the Halford Owens thing, the Blaze Bailey, Bruce Dickinson thing. I mean,
I disagree with that. I mean, they were so adamant that he was the drummer for the rest of the band, and everybody like always reiterated, it's like, this is the final iteration.
They got to sell it though, man. That's what they got to do. I mean.
By the way, Aiken in the chat, he says, just admit it, JT. I told you 3 weeks before the announcement that he was out of Dream Theater. No, you did not. you may have guessed about it, but I mean, you and somebody else, you did not tell me that.
Hold on. Go ahead, Jade. Go ahead, JG3. Finish your point.
Sorry.
No, I mean, everybody was so adamant about it because I remember we talked about it on the podcast, and I was shocked that it happened. I did not think. I was more shocked that he joined the band again than when he left the band. Because when he left the band, being a fan for a couple of years before that, you could tell that there was real tension between him and James and the band, and that he was like being a control freak, and that something was going to happen. They were going to retire, break up, or somebody was going to leave, but something was going to happen. And I felt like, Mike leaving or James leaving, it was like something was going to happen. So when he left, it wasn't really that much of a surprise, but they were so adamant. And, shame on me for believing it, I guess. I really believe that
I think that's a fair. Sorry to mean. I think that's a fair statement. Up until COVID, had COVID not happened, and Mike is in 500 bands, he would have been constantly touring and wouldn't have had the opportunity. But I believe once everybody had a time to sit down, people start losing loved ones, and people start going, you know what? Time is a lot shorter. All of his silliness is dumb. Let's mend fences. And I think that opened the floodgates.
That's a good point.
Aaron, 3 years in the making. What are your thoughts?
Well, looking back on it, I'm not that surprised either. I mean, the touring with the solo album and Liquid Tension as well. And now it's bringing up with COVID and everything. It kind of makes, it's not that surprising considering they had time to talk and, and also when Mike was at the show, what was it, a couple years ago, and they're backstage and he's, hugging James Sabree again. And I'm like, So I'm like, oh, I'm not too surprised it happened, but on the other hand, I am kind of surprised it happened too, because like what Jay was saying about that, they're saying that, yeah, he's the drummer, and all of a sudden he's not. But you had to know that something was going on with, with John and Mike, with the solo album and Liquid Tension and being backstage, and they're all being friendly again. He probably wasn't too surprised that this was going to happen.
Luke, 3 years in the making. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me now. Looking back on it, I didn't think about it at all. But now, after Portnoy's rejoined the band, I think it's easy to see. I mean, that's not to quote a song, but that's but COVID, going on. With Portnoy, your wheel is no longer in constant motion. So, like,
what are you doing over there,
well
man?
Well played.
I had to throw that in there. But no, then there was the Petrucci solo album, then LTE 3, and then, of course, there was the time when he came to that show in 2022 and sort of, mended with Labrie, really. And but I still didn't think that he would be rejoining. I just think, oh, they just made up. And then seeing the announcements that he rejoined the band, I was like, oh. And now looking back, I'm thinking that doesn't actually seem that surprising. And the fact that they're making music like this so quickly, and they have an album, and with the way it sounds, and how Portnoy is saying, we haven't, it's gonna be a continuation from Black Clouds. We never stopped. which is weird because there were a lot of fans apparently have been saying, and like I don't like to go on forums and like Reddit and stuff, but I've been hearing people saying like, oh, it just sounds like Mangini songs with Portnoy on it. I'm like, it possibly does have that feel. Maybe it has to do with like similar like mixing from like the last album or whatever. But I think for me, it really does have to do with like the guys are playing again. They're writing songs that, you know, feel comfortable to them. Like Night Terror was the first thing they wrote together for the album, according to Petrucci and Portnoy, and they put it out as the first single, which I thought was a good choice, good move. But yeah, I do think that it is easy to see those 3 years, you know, after COVID. It's easy to see how the reunion, you know, happened. So
awesome. Well, we have our final co-host of the night coming on, so we will ask him his opinion. He will be a future co-host. He actually it was supposed to be this past August, but we haven't done it yet. But he is going to co-host when we do the Astonishing Deep Dive. So he's a huge fan of the Astonishing. No offense, Albert.
I can't wait for that.
I've said it before, but the guy's kind of family to me. So let's bring on Robert Husted. What is up, man? Good to see you.
Hey,
how we doing? It's been a while.
Right. So I have to ask real quick. So how is married life and how is the new house?
Married life is great. Still trying to get used to, you know, living with somebody besides myself. After living for like myself for like 3 years, I'm like, oh yeah, there's a second person here.
Right.
Oh. And second, the house renovations, they're going slow. We thought we would be able to like have at least half of our downstairs like remodeled at this point, but we have like our master bedroom that we have done, and then that's kind of it, because we got like behind on other stuff because like water pipes were leaking and everything else was happening. And I'm like, oh crap, this is taking a while.
Nice. All right, so I don't know when you jumped in. Look at that, your wife liked our show. Look at that. She's all excited you're on the show. So all right. So I don't know how long you've been listening, but so Brian and I got some information that the Portnoy reunion was actually 3 years in the making. It wasn't just, you know, after Dream Sonic, they're like, hey, let's, you know, so this was 3 solid years. So what is your reaction to that, you know, that piece of information?
Well, knowing now, like hearing that, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's not a huge surprise. Like, you know, whenever was it Petrucci doing his solo album and then had like Portnoy play drums, I'm like, oh, that's cool. Didn't think anything about it. I just completely was like out my head. I was like, oh yeah, we get, you know, Portnoy back on the drums, you know, a really good solo album. And then hearing that now, I'm like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But also just like, man, I won't say like a backstab to Mangini, but also it's just like, that's so heartbreaking of like Mangini, like not everyone liked Mangini at first. I liked him only because I was kind of new, because it was after Portnoy left and that I decided to become a fan. And so just hearing that, and I'm like, oh, it sucks. But because like Mangini, like he gave it his all. Like, what was it? The Alien. Oh, I heard that the first time I heard that song, I listened to that like at least 5 times just straight through, because I said, oh my gosh, like just the drums were going nuts. But yeah, no, it's just, and then like when the news came out of nowhere, I'm like, wait, Portnoy's back in the band? I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. You know, like it might have been like you know, like just of the moment thing of like, let's do this. But like, you know, 3 years is a long time to plan something, and that's like, I'm glad Portnoy's back, but also just heartbreaking for Mangini too. So it's just one of those things where it's like bittersweet.
Oh my God, Tauber, you've got the solo record on vinyl.
Look at that!
Look at Tauber, nice. Man. All right, I'm gonna put you in solo. All right, show that off, Tauber. Here, put that up again. That's crazy.
What does it cost to ship that to Germany?
Too much.
or as it's known, the fatherland, we call it Deutschland.
Oh my God, you can't pronounce that either.
You can call it Germany. That's okay.
Okay.
I think $25 or something.
That's it. That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah, but on top of the cost of the vinyl, so it's like.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, how much was the vinyl?
I don't know. I can't remember, but it was. Yeah,
$52.
What is this at the bottom here?
Oh man, Rob's got it too.
Rob's got it too. Nice.
Wait, what happened?
What am I reading at the bottom here?
The bottom of the.
It's just a show promo.
I mean, we heard that there were 2 total vinyl copies sold, so now we know where they went to. I'm joking.
Oh man.
Yeah, just a little show promo down there, guys.
Yeah,
nothing,
just
nothing
kidding.
there.
That's right.
Sounds about right. Well, I mean, with all of this in mind, like, do we think LTA 3 was more of a chemistry session, making sure they still all click together in the writing?
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, especially at Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting to me. Oh wow, how'd that get on the bottom of the screen? I can't believe that.
That is a very interesting read there.
Oh, sorry about
Yeah, I
that.
read was like, what the?
My bad.
All right, wait, hold on. Adam Rishog, this is a non-DT question. You have like 5 seconds. You have 10 seconds to answer, so don't take all day. Random discussion question. What was everyone's favorite album of the year? John, just go from left to right, go all the way down, and let's get everyone's.
Robert Houston, favorite album of the year.
Does it have to be released in 24?
Yes, that would be the album of the year.
All right, listen here. Listen here, Brian. What was released this year? I'm trying to remember.
All right, we'll come back to you.
Please do. Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll come back to you. Luke, I'll do this. Luke.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a tough one. There were a lot of really, really good albums this year. For me,
9,
though, I think,
8, 7. Go ahead.
Oh, stop
Last
it,
Will
Brian.
Testament by Opeth.
Opeth? All right.
Yeah, Last Will Testament.
Bob Hurd would love that. 2 Bobs.
Yeah, I was about to say, if Bob Hurt's watching, I got you.
All right, Aaron.
Oh, I've got a few.
Go ahead.
Devin Townsend, Power Nerd.
Yes, that's
the
cool.
new Neil Morse album's really good, and
Okay.
Steve Hackett's new album was really good too.
Okay. Who we got next? Chastity. Do you have a favorite album this year? All right.
Chastity.
Hello.
Chastity. Hello.
Chastity, you are on mute.
I'm back.
All right. Do you have a favorite album of the year, Chastity?
Does being released in the last 12 months count?
That's fine. We'll take it. I can't see that.
is
What
that?
is it?
Oh, I've heard of that.
Oh, Symphony North.
Yeah, it's like Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very
cool.
cool.
And it's
I've heard
got-
it before.
Oh, this one has Labrie on it, I think.
It's got Labrie, it's got Rudiz. This was my Christmas
Yeah.
present last year.
All
Awesome.
right. Nice.
That's
We'll
why I was
take
like, hold on, I'll be right back. Let me grab it.
it. All right. All right. JG3 album of the year.
Well, I really liked Magdalena Bay's album that came out.
What is it?
Magdalena Bay.
Okay.
Mag Bay.
Not familiar with that. I have to check that out.
Very, very good. And there was one I liked Frost's albums, Life in the Wires. That's an album I've been listening to a lot.
That's
I really like that.
the original old band from like the 70s, Frost?
No. They're a band. They started in like the 2000s, mid 2000s.
Okay.
Their album, if nobody's heard the album Million Town by then, listen to it. It's so good. It's so good. But my album of the year would go to Judas Priest, Invincible Shield.
Oh yes,
That's a good
great.
album.
All right.
That
There you go.
Yeah, it is.
Saw them in Rockford.
Nice.
Hey!
All
Saw
right,
them in
Rob.
Rockford with Sabaton. Yeah.
Let's go on to Rob.
I mentioned him once. The Warning, Keep Me Fed. That is such a great album. That band wasn't even on my radar since since Dream Theater and Kiss didn't put out an album. We were like, somebody said, "Hey, you got to check out The Warning," and that album's just fantastic.
I don't know what I think about that. I got to go listen again. Adam Rishog doubled down on the Frost. All right. So John and I have something to check out here.
Okay.
Who we got next? Zalberer.
I don't have one.
He doesn't have one? That's okay, man. It's all good. All right, Kale, what do you got?
Because I can't remember what was released this year. I'm just going to be the self-promoting dickhead and say Lines of Conviction, Too Long Between Drinks.
Hey, man. Dude, there's nothing wrong with that.
I love it.
Well played.
I mean, it has to be my favorite, right? Otherwise, we've got problems.
All right, I got a few. So the Jamie Josta album with all the duets, and I think I told John about the one with Chuck Billy.
Yeah,
freaking absolutely amazing. I love the Michael Schenker redoing those UFO songs. There's Axl Rose is on one. Absolutely amazing. Love to Love sound. That whole album is absolutely incredible. Miles Kennedy. I don't know if I mentioned that already.
Oh, that one was good.
Yeah, the new Miles Kennedy soul, and the band I told Kale about. What was it? Witch Grinder. Is that the name of the band? Witch Grinder. It kind of a combo Motorhead meets White Zombie. If you like that sort of just kind of real driving 3.5, 4 minute, real dark kind of metal, but really really cool. Those were my favorites. Drake, John, did you have anything or?
I actually do. I'm terrible with release dates, so I was looking up if Mammoth WVH, if their second record was 2024, but it was 2023, so that does not count. But I'm actually going to go back to one that I mentioned earlier. Rob is not going to be a fan of this, but I'm actually going to go with the Ace Frehley solo record.
That's good.
Okay.
Good.
I was very pleasantly surprised by that one. I really, really like it. Cherry Medicine, like I said earlier, I cannot get enough of Cherry Medicine. 10,000 Volts is a really catchy tune. There's just it's like I think it's his best solo record that he's done so far. I would even say it's better than the first Ace or Frehley's Comet album for me personally. I just think the material is so strong, and I've always been one of those, like, Ace has always been my favorite guy in Kiss, even though, like we said earlier, he's kind of a dick. And obviously, you know, the 78 solo records, Ace's is universally accepted as the best. And even that record, I'm like, I like part of it, but I don't get the hype on that one.
Well, I got to stop you. I don't know that. I think Paul Stanley's is actually considered the best.
No, it is
not. I'm not even kidding.
Better.
Yeah, I think Rob will back me up there. Paul's is considered the best.
No, it's not.
Song for song, it's the best. Aces was the most popular, but Paul has the better songs.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. It's the most popular. So, Brian, you are wrong. Why don't you shut up if you don't know what you're talking about?
I thought Rob just said it has the best songs.
Yeah, but
yes, but he also said the other one's more popular.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. The Ace Frehley record is the most popular.
How do I mute you? I need to get control of this.
Why do I do this with you? I'm good. Look at Aiken. Aiken knows some great shit. He says 200 stab wounds, manual manic procedures. Aiken, 200 stab. Isn't that like? Aren't they like Pantera-ish? Is that band you were telling me about?
That's like 5 more than 192 stab wounds.
Aiken's busting on me. A drunk liking an album sung by a drunk. Shocked me.
Make me feel better. Oh, go put on your black leather.
Dude, come on, shock me rules, man.
There was also that No Deep Purple one I didn't think was entirely terrible. That Equals One came out.
Deep Purple? All right, we'll have to check that out.
Equals One, I think it was called. I don't know.
All right, Chad, let me get this name right here. Steve Vermer. Thanks for tuning in, man. He says, Last Will and Testament and Absolute Everywhere, joint albums of the year. Yeah,
that's Opeth again.
It is. The new Opeth album I do like a lot.
Yeah.
Matt Lane has Bob Villain, Humble as the Sun.
Wait.
It's grime punk. Not sure how it would go down with the prog crowd.
That's the greatest name for a band ever, Bob Villain.
Oh, I love it.
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna stop you there, Brian. I think me and my guitar player Jonah came up with the best name for a band ever. We're gonna do a separate cover band where we just play nothing but guitar rock that we like, and if it's B sides or C sides or D sides, we don't give a shit. And we're gonna just enlist some kick-ass musicians to play that stuff and get drunk, and we're gonna call it Loudmouth Soup. So we're ripping off. We're ripping off Dumb and Dumber. We're gonna rip it off. So
let's go.
Yeah.
You need a drummer? I'll fly out.
Let's do it. All right. So I need to know this. And guys, remember, you guys can talk about any damn fool thing you want. So if you guys have a question, a comment, a topic you guys want to talk about, so obviously for me, everyone knows favorite band outside of Dream Theater, Van Halen. That, neither here nor there. Which, by the way, another plug. Paul Logue will be back on the show on Saturday, January 4th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're doing a deep dive into Van Halen's For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge.
That's like 3 a.m.
It doesn't matter, Kale. We have to accommodate him. He's
download it. add to the download numbers. Download, watch it later. Add to their download numbers.
Why don't you have like normal time there, Kale? Jeez, like everyone else.
Wow.
No,
you
you're
and your little
off in your own little world.
Yeah. And we will also be doing a special episode on Friday, February 7th.
We are?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it.
So
I'm like the first to know this.
I don't tell you things because you always schedule shitty stuff. You always schedule dumb things to avoid the show. So, but yeah, so we're gonna. All you guys are welcome to jump on. We're gonna do an immediate react to Parasomnia. So let's get the fan.
I will
what time
be
are
there.
we doing that? I'm putting it in my calendar. Hold on.
7:30 as usual.
Well, Kale will have already listened to it like 400 times by then because it'll be like a year. It'll be like a year before.
Right. Wow. But all right.
If it was a year before, I'd definitely already heard it about 4,500 times by now, mate.
All right.
I wish you know how I wish we could get on and then get on the show and then I'll go back to my question. I wish we'd get Aiken on, just have you guys ask him questions because he's got amazing stories about any band you can think of, and he is very much behind the scenes. He knows a lot of shit. It'd be awesome to have him, but I don't think he can sell out all of his secrets and whatnot. But so yeah. Anyway, so for me, obviously, favorite band outside of Dream Theater is Van Halen. Robert Husted, favorite band besides Dream Theater.
Ooh, that's hard to decide because I like a lot of Sabaton, and then
yes,
I recently got into this weird like power fantasy metal band called Glory Hammer.
Okay,
good band.
And it sounds like the name of a porno movie.
We call that a John Drake around certain parts of it.
Oh no.
But no, Sabaton I've been really getting into. I forget who said something about going to see. I think it might have been Aaron about seeing Judas Priest. I wanted to go see the Judas Priest live, only to see Sabaton and then leave. The only reason.
Yeah,
but I didn't do that.
I saw Sabaton with my son a couple years ago with Epica opening for him in Chicago. That was a great show.
Ooh. Nice.
Yeah, my son loves Sabaton, so
good band.
All right, Aiken says he will come on, so you guys can ask him questions.
Grandfather's coming on, yay!
Gonna look like Doug McCauley again. Aiken, I sent you the link, man. But all right, so Kale, favorite band outside of Dream Theater?
I'm a muso, man. So I take so much pride in so much different stuff. I don't think I have one. You know.
All right, give us two then. Give us three, quick.
Yeah.
Top 20.
I'd rather say my favorite show I saw this year was Iron Maiden, and leave it at that.
Oh, there you go. All right.
You know, good long life to Nico. Thanks for all your hard work with Maiden. Sad to see you go.
Yeah.
Chastity, favorite band outside of Dream Theater?
The only other band that allowed in my car, All American Rejects, but only the week of their concert.
Hey,
nice. I like some All American Rejects.
You were talking, I think, Robert, you were talking about going to a concert and just seeing the opening and then leaving.
Yep.
At the last Rejects concert, there was a dude that was Neon Trees, which is a Utah band where I'm from.
Oh God, I sang Animals. Yeah.
And so Neon Trees opens, and this dude's got Neon Trees tattoos. So when he goes like this, it's like your Star Wars, John, do the thing. And he's got the T-shirt, he's got all of it. Neon Trees opens, he just leaves as soon as they're done. He pays for Reject concerts and then just leaves, and we're like, and the seats he paid for were like $200 seats.
Jesus,
and then he just leaves.
Damn.
Wow.
I would just get the cheapest seats ever.
I'm over here going, what are you doing? Like, dude has got like the shirt, he's got the tour shirt, dude's got the tattoos in the neon colors, and I'm just looking at him going, you just paid $200 and just walked out. Jeez. He was done as soon as they cleared the stage and were changing over like the drum sets and everything. He was just walked out, and I just look at my friend and I'm like, why did he just spend $200 to leave?
So looks like he had to just move along.
See,
wow.
I have renters upstairs.
He's got a dirty little secret.
There.
These
Nice.
are not the headliners you're looking for. Move along.
Let's move along. Right, exactly.
Brian being so rude. All right, so all right. In the chat, Chad Steve Vermer says favorite band other than Dream Theater is Opeth.
Nice.
Although King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is making a challenge for that spot.
Yes.
Matt Lane says
Great
favorite
band.
band besides Dream Theater is No Means No. Not sure if anyone's heard of them. Brian Ader, 1968. Not familiar with No Means No. I think that was John Drake's prom dates mantra. I did.
That's really strange. What kind of a person would post something like that? Really weird.
I didn't. Jokes on you, Brian. I didn't go to prom because I was too fucking ugly to get a date.
I'm not the one that posted it. I don't know who this Brian Ader 1968 is.
John's just roasting himself at this point.
Hey, look. Brian likes to open old wounds and stuff like that. Like, look, I brought up his Al Jolson purchase in 1912, so I guess he owes me something.
Nice.
JG3, favorite band outside of Dream Theater.
I love this.
This is tough. So I would say.
Take your time, man. It's fine.
I would say this is the band.
Wait a minute, we have to see that.
Floyd.
Pink Floyd. All right, there you go.
I was gonna make a joke and say, find all you need in your mind.
There you go.
See, you would have gotten along with my senior English teacher. There was a chick who wore a green Pink Floyd shirt that had the pig on it, and he goes, "Oh, tell me one song by them. Tell me about Pink Floyd." He goes, "I love her." And he goes, "You cannot wear that shirt to my class until you can tell me about Pink Floyd." "Oh, I love her." It took her a month to realize that Pink Floyd was not pink.
Nice.
My God.
He kept making her change. He kept handing her sweatshirts and go change until you can name one song. I love him. And it's not
Pink.
It took her legitimately a month to not think that Pink Floyd was either a chick or a dude. And finally she walks in and goes, "Oh, it's the group that did The Wall." And he's like, "Now you can wear that shirt in my class."
Nice.
Am I allowed to say that I hate Pink Floyd?
You don't have to like him as long as you know that
I
it's
know
not-
you've brought this up before.
So what are your I think the three most obvious, if you're into Dream Theater, like an older people, you're going to be what, Pink Floyd, Rush, Marillion? Is that those three probably?
Yeah.
Kansas maybe?
Yeah.
Kansas.
So yes.
Maybe get a Toto.
Yes. Genesis.
Toto, yeah, Genesis, yeah. Those are their staples, I think.
I don't know. I mean, obviously Rush and Pink Floyd. I don't know if there is a third obvious one. I mean, that's actually another question once we get around the horn here. But that's a good question.
Maybe Maiden for the more metal stuff.
Yeah. Maiden or
Metallica.
Metallica.
Well, Maiden and Metallica is what they set out for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Queensryche on that first album for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So Aiken is waiting in the green room. So we'll
Oh,
bring him out in a minute.
good.
So we'll ask him. I think his favorite band is Metallica.
He's just aching to be in here.
Well, dude, he's
Hey, you can get along
he's
with my
got some
nephew who
stories.
Discovered Metallica a couple months ago.
Wow.
Have you heard of this new band?
Aiken saw them in a ballroom on the Ride the Lightning quote unquote tour. So,
Chastity,
all right,
was it Fortnite or Stranger Things?
Stranger Things. My nephew goes, "I heard this new band, Metallica. Have you ever heard of them?"
Metallica.
I was like,
No,
and I
that's
just
the worst.
started laughing out loud. I was like, "Honey, Metallica's older than I am." And he goes, "No, there's this new song." And he's like trying to convince me that Enter Sandman is this brand new thing that he just discovered.
God.
Oh my!
I'm like, "Honey, I love you so much, but that's not how this works."
That's cool though. That's awesome that he likes it that
Your
much.
grandma saw them in concert. Your grandma went and saw them.
It should have been,
Sophomore in high
honey, that's so cute, but go listen to fucking Blackened and then come talk to me. Like,
Yeah.
all right,
I was like, that's not how that
Rob.
works.
So
Rob,
I've been saying Kiss, so I'll move down the list. Seven Dust. I love.
Oh, there you go.
Brian,
Morgan,
we're about to get a third host on this show.
Way to kiss John's ass. You've listened to other shows, haven't you?
my three favorite drummers would be Eric Singer, Mike Mangini, and Morgan Rose. Portnoy's in there somewhere in the middle.
Morgan Rose, so unbelievably.
There's something about Seven Dust, and we talked about this before, John. Sorry to interrupt, but the groove that is laid down by that band when they start a song, and I don't even care what the hell that John sings because his voice always sounds great. I don't care what the guitar plays, but there is a groove that is laid down
between Morgan and Vinny.
Yeah, and I don't know how they do it. I don't know what it is. It's a special secret sauce that no other band has, and you go see it live. You listen to it. You listen to it on an album, and you're like, But John and I talked before, like that, and even heard if he's still listening. That is a band live just destroys anything that's ever they've done on an album. It just destroys it. It's not even close.
I saw February for my 50th birthday. My wife got me tickets for Seven Dust. I got to meet them, do backstage or meet and greet and all that stuff.
What day of February is your birthday?
February 10th.
Damn. Okay. So we were almost there.
Talk about going to a show that I paid tickets for and leaving before the quote unquote headliner. I did that. It was dope. Seven Dust, and because the lead singer from Dope was doing double duty for Static X, I was like, I really don't care for Static X.
Yeah.
So I bailed after Seven Dust because that's who I was there to see. It was a co-headlining.
Dude,
show.
I did that. Was it this summer, Brian? For the Alter Bridge show, it was Mammoth WVH, Seven Dust, and then Alter Bridge, and I saw
wish
Mammoth
I would have saw
WVH.
that.
I'm still
I
mad
saw
at you
Seven
for
Dust. And then I left for Alter Bridge. I'm like, nope, don't need to see that.
I think it was.
I am mad
When
at
Alter
you for
Bridge
that.
opened for Dream Theater, I was like, I have no idea who this was.
I love Alter
that?
Bridge.
Yeah, they're good.
Keep in mind that I had been living under a rock, apparently. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, I'm going, I know some of these songs, but I'm like, who the heck is Alter Bridge? And I will admit it, like, it took me a minute to be like, what?
3 of those other guys look
How did
famous.
did you say they open for Dream Theater? Yeah, for this one.
Wait, hold a second. JG3 just brought up Fate's Warning.
No.
That is a Dream Theater band.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so
No, that's
Zauber,
definitely not accurate.
favorite band
Hold on.
outside of Dream Theater.
Yeah, so I listen to lots of kinds of different music. I like electronic music. I like German rap music, but I will go with AC/DC.
Wow, okay.
Nice.
Man.
Kind of hard
Well,
to deny AC/DC.
No, they haven't sold very many albums.
Nah.
Who are those young bucks?
They had like one good song, I think.
Yeah. One good album.
Speaking of that, I listened to their
Echo.
album Rocker
Mixed them up,
Bust
but
recently.
No, I know who Alter Bridge is
Bust.
now. Arch Echo
Yeah,
opened.
not
I
that
didn't know
band.
who the hell it was.
But
But
not
Alter
that
Bridge, I know who they are because of this show. Shut up! I'm tired. Leave me alone. I have a cold and I love this. This is.
Hey, that's not as bad as Gorilla Farts, Chastity.
This is the closest you'll ever get to Chaz being drunk. Okay.
I wonder how many downloads are we going to get on this one? We're like, well, there's 14 people talking at once.
None?
Yeah.
No, I know. Who
I
Alter
know
Bridge
I'm
is
paying for
because
this
of
shit.
this, but Arch Echo opened, and I was like, I know one song. Who the hell is this?
Yeah.
These people. But no, people left for them too during the Dream Theater concert, and why?
That's because no one knew who they were at the time.
Yeah.
Who
All right,
knows
so
who
Aaron,
Arch Echo is now?
That's a
Aaron,
good point.
favorite band
That means it's gonna
outside
happen
of
again.
Dream Theater.
Nobody cares after them.
Rush. It's got to be Rush. It's like my
Okay.
all-time favorite
There you
band.
go. That's a true DT fan there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
Speaking of kissing up to the host.
Yep.
Great album. Great.
Yep.
Oh my god.
For promotional use only.
You know how jealous I am. I had that freaking
What?
album and I don't have it anymore.
yeah.
I'm so mad right now.
Let me
God
see.
damn you. Aaron, you need to give that to me. I'm taking your promotional copy of 5150.
Eh.
What?
Oh, see if I took
All
down
right.
my green if I took down my green screen, I have actually 4 foot by 4 foot album covers of the 4 Van Hagar records on my walls in order. So the first one over here is 5150, then it goes away to then For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, and here next to the door into my man cave is Balance.
Wait, real quick, Aaron, what is your most prized piece of vinyl?
Oh man.
Real quick. Just don't
Well,
you,
you're gonna
you,
get
you,
eight
you
then
don't
on
you
here.
don't
Oh
have
my
you don't
God.
have hold on quickly. You don't have 5 minutes. Just grab it.
Oh. That's hard. I mean, I got a bunch of Beatles vinyl.
Just quick grab one.
Just grab
Brian
one.
is so demanding when he gets
I am. I'm not even drunk. I just like I just want to know.
You're not a good host.
You guys wanted me to play some cello, so
I did. The problem is when people think too long, then they make too many decisions. So you want to go with your instinct, your gut. That's the thing.
The house is on
I
fire.
don't know. It's
What
hard
are
to
you
tell. It's hard to. I don't know. I'm just gonna pull one out.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Just make sure the camera's not on.
All right, hold on. Push that all the way up. What is that? I can't see it.
That's an underrated album. I like it.
All right, there we go.
The remix version.
Remix version, which is the better version, obviously.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Great songs on there.
Vapor Trails, right?
Vapor,
right.
Yeah, Vapor Trails.
There you go. All right, John, bring on Aiken.
Oh wait, I got one more. I got one more.
What the heck?
Hold on.
Okay.
All right, Kales.
Brian, look what you have done.
There's the Austrian version of Vapor Trails.
I think it actually is.
I got one more.
Okay, all right.
It's
all right, what's this?
Canadian
Permanent Waves. Hell yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
It
Look at all
shows
you
that
people with your
Dewey
fancy
defeats
vinyls.
Truman right there.
All right, how much did you pay for that? Is the sticker, the price tag still on that right there?
Yeah, I $25 for this.
Oh, okay. I
bought
thought you
this in
got it
the
like
90s.
originally.
I bought this
Nice.
in the 90s, but yeah.
All right.
I prefer
Dewey
this one.
defeats Truman. They took this off.
Kale, I love
because
I love
the
it.
Chicago Tribune did not like the fact that they used their newspaper article. So on all the other versions, it's blank. So I got the band.
That's very
version.
cool.
So that's
All
kind of
right.
cool.
All right,
We've,
so Luke,
we've both
Luke,
got
Luke,
PW right now.
we'll get to Luke, but he's looking for something. But let's bring on the mighty Chris Aiken. He's been waiting long enough. Oh, limited to 10 people. All right. Somebody's has got to.
Bye.
You know what?
Right.
No, I'll go because I actually
Have a life.
Yeah.
I have some things that I had to do. But,
More important than this? Get out of here. No way.
It's been good to see you, man. It's been good to see you.
Hey, Jay,
but
thank
it's been
you
a
so
ton
much
of
for
fun.
tuning in, man. Yeah.
Hey,
Dude,
thanks for having me.
We definitely have to have you on again. And Jay, as always, man, it's good to see you in person so we can actually thank you because you're always in the chat. You always try and jump in. Thank you so very much for all the support, man. We love you and we appreciate you very much, dude. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Hey, man. Thanks, buddy.
Very happy Christmas.
You're 3 times better than JG1, too. I think if I did the math right.
Yeah. By the way, my name, not Jay.
Okay.
On this show, it's Jay. Just get along with it.
So I won't tell you my real name, but it's Jay here.
I could tell him I've got your email. So
oh, you got my email.
I won't sell you out.
That's
you'll forever be JG3. So
Yeah.
all right, man.
right.
We appreciate you, man. We'll see you soon, bud.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
All right, take care. All right, here he is,
Vinyls.
the mighty Chris Aiken. What is up, man?
What
He's
is
got a
up?
fun
What's
background.
happening?
Legend.
All right, so
no
Aiken,
legend.
Well, you really are bored tonight, aren't you, Aiken? Good Lord.
Yeah, I was sitting in the other room watching Sydney Sweeney be naked on Euphoria and listening to you guys. It was like quite the meshing of ideas.
I'm sure your anatomy did not know what to do with that one.
I was like, is my dick getting hard for John? What's going on here?
Okay. It's become that kind of show.
Yeah.
I'm not hugging you the next time I see you.
Yeah. Hey, that would only, in fairness, that would only be the 3rd time this week. So let's just keep
that's
it real.
All right, so real quick, Aiken, before we ask you, Luke has spoken. Luke, favorite band outside of Dream Theater?
Favorite band outside of Dream. Okay, so they not really. They are my favorite, but quick 2 close favorites other than that are Rush and Opeth.
Okay.
Rush and Opeth. All right, there we go.
But I want to say favorite.
What's up, DQ? Merry Christmas, buddy.
Yes,
good to see you,
I
man.
want to say favorite like musical artist other than DT. John, you're gonna love this. I gotta go with John Williams, my favorite.
Legend.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy who did Harry Potter. I love that soundtrack. It's so freaking amazing,
true.
man.
Dude, I have a question. Did you see?
Right?
No.
I know exactly where you're going, Luke. Go ahead and say it. I was about to say.
Did you see the Music by John Williams documentary
on Disney Plus? It is fucking incredible.
Excellent. It is brilliant.
You never realize like John Williams has done so many things, but when you hear it all in that documentary, you're like, oh my God, he's done everything.
Wait, hold on a second. Are we going to Severance or what? You haven't even asked me yet.
No, I already have to hang out with you in New York City, so I really.
He's coming. Did you get? Did you get your tickets already? I'm not even joking.
Ryan, he's not. It's not him. It's somebody.
No, I thought it was him. No, it's actually not him. Okay, my bad. I'll shut up.
Look at that, Aaron. Look at that, Aaron. I love it.
Yep.
And there's the Harry Potter.
Got it when it first came out too.
All right, so
you got this John Williams too.
Aren't you glad you got on here, Aiken, so you can watch people put Star Wars stuff on?
I love it.
All right, Aiken, favorite band. Was I right in saying Metallica? Or
Pantera.
I'm never sure because I thought it was Pantera, but I've heard you say Metallica here and there.
I knew it was between those two, so I was close.
I like Metallica too. They're fantastic.
They're okay.
As well, so they've had a decent career.
They have an awesome drummer. Or wait a minute, hold on.
You might.
All right, so no, serious question, Aiken. So we did the episode on 72 seasons. Have you gone back and do you like it more or less, the same? Where are you at with that now?
Same. I
Same?
like it.
You like it?
I
Okay.
enjoy it. I like Shadows Fade. I like Lux Eterna. Whatever that real long song is there.
Inamorata.
I
No, not like.
I like
do not
it. It's a solid. Is it classic? No, but it's not. I mean, look, there's a lot of bands that are out there still making music that's not as good as that 40 years in. So I'll take it.
I would agree. I think I will stand by my take that if the drumming was more interesting, I think that would be an absolutely fucking killer record. But the drums are just too AC/DC. I think it really takes away from the complexity of some of the riffs. I really
Can
do.
we just be thankful there's some kind of competency from Lars on this one?
No, fuck that guy. He sucks.
That's about as minimal as it gets. Some kind of competency.
Yeah, he's terrible.
Some level of competency.
Look,
There's studio competency. That's what that is.
Yeah. And Aiken got to sound check with Metallica, I believe on the Black Album tour or one of those tours, a Load or something. Load. And he got to play the drums and sound check with Metallica, and I guarantee you Aiken played it better than Lars did. So
Not a lot better though.
it doesn't matter.
Hey, anything's better than nothing.
Husband wants to say hi real fast. He just got home from work. He's gonna pop his head in.
Oh, nice.
He's gonna wave. Say hello.
Oh, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
What's up, dude?
What's up, buddy?
He's got the hat on and everything. Sorry to borrow your wife for an hour or two.
That sounds worse than it is.
Kind of does, yeah.
Out of context, yeah.
This has been in the calendar for months. I put that in. I'm telling you, the day it's announced, I'm like, you don't get me at all this day. I'm like,
You forewarned him.
All right. So Aiken, I'm gonna put you on the spot with our guest host here because for those of you guys who don't know Chris, he is my best friend, mine and my wife's best friend.
Whoa, wait, well, hold on a second here. Let's just back this train up a second.
Suck it, Brian.
This is gonna be
No one's getting jealous.
Good Lord.
Best friend.
Hold on, I gotta text my therapist real quick. I'm having a meltdown right now.
Against me.
I gotta figure.
You have done that yourself.
I gotta figure out where I'm supposed to go to my safe space with my counselor.
Oh my god!
All right, go ahead.
Guys, favorite bands. We talked about favorite bands. Aiken has been in the music scene for 30 years or more now?
Something like that, yeah.
He's man, you are really mellow tonight. Are you tired?
No, I'm good. I'm just waiting for you to get somewhere.
Well, I'm sorry. My co-host.
Chris, I hope you got a lot of time because it's going to be a while. This is Drake we're talking about.
We're currently running at about 2.5 hours, everybody.
I'm sorry, Chris. My drunken co-host won't stop screaming into the microphone before I can get out an actual question.
What do you mean? Wait, an actual question? Go ahead.
So for
John,
all you guys. So for all you guys on camera,
hold on real quick. I gotta ask her something.
We were talking about favorite bands and whatnot. If you guys have a band that you're really into, it doesn't have to be your favorite band we just talked about. But Aiken has probably dealt with them or their publicist or something with them at some point. So ask him a question about a band. You're like, I'm wondering this. Have you ever dealt with this band? He may have a story about it. Like, for example, Rob.
Jesus Christ, what am I, the fucking grandfather here?
Yes.
Okay, kids, come sit on my lap and I'll tell you a story about Walter Grange.
Look, man. Look, dude, you have some awesome fucking stories. And so nobody ever gets access to the kind of information that you have. So I figured give these guys, because you have some cool shit. Like, for example, Rob, he's the host of the KISS podcast.
Cool.
And,
who is the bigger douchebag, Paul Stanley or Gene Simmons?
See, there we go.
Paul by a lot.
Wow.
Correct.
By a lot.
By a mile.
Yeah, Gene's. I've met Gene a few times. He's actually, he's pleasant. He knows the game enough to not be a dick in person. He may be behind the scenes, I don't know, but I mean, when you meet him in person, he's very nice to meet you. Thanks very much for your time and investment in KISS, and I love you because you love KISS. And
exactly.
Let me tell you more about KISS. I mean, he definitely keeps it on KISS, but he's pleasant. Paul is like, why are you fucking bugging me? He's kind of a dick.
My question for you would have been Mr. Big with Paul Gilbert or Richie Kotzen. Do you have
as far as a
like
a choice?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they obviously had a lot of success with Paul. They had almost none with Richie. Love Richie. I just interviewed Richie, I don't know, a month ago or so, 2 months ago. So I'm a fan. I guess Paul Gilbert, because Paul, he wrote so much of their music with them, and I know he went on tour solo with my friend Billy, so he gets points there just because he took a friend out on tour. So I guess Paul Gilbert, but I don't want to say anything bad about Richie Kotzen. I'm even a fan of the Kotzen Poison album. I honestly think that's better than anything. That's better than anything that they did with lousy CC DeVille. I mean, he sucks.
Underrated.
This is classic. But...
So I'm in there.
Look, there it is. Back to the bottom.
Yeah, that's fine. John always has to run. That's what he gets. He's always drinking, so he's always running to the pisser. All right, Brian, now it's your time to shine. Run the show.
Oh, good Lord.
1 minute gorilla farts.
No, man. Joking aside here. So do you have any, I maybe I'm out of the loop. Do you have any inside information on the new Iron Maiden drummer? And if it's already been released, I must have missed it. So
it's Simon Dawson from British Lion.
Okay, yeah. I'm out. I've already missed it.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I mean, it's somebody that they're used to. He's English.
Okay.
I know there was all kinds of different rumors about this guy or that guy. Mangini was actually talked about, and
oh really?
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
He would have been good at it. I mean, I know so many people only think of him now because of Dream Theater, but everybody forgets that he was in Annihilator. The guy can play. The guy
and Extreme.
Yeah, and Extreme as well. So he can play a lot of different styles. He would have been a decent fit. If I was betting on an announcement you'll hear in 2025, it would be that you'll see Mike Mangini, even though he told me straight to my face that it's not going to happen. You will see Mike Mangini playing with the Rush guys.
Oh, really?
Some sort of tribute to Rush.
That would be
not Danny Carey. I thought Danny Carey was the rumor. No, that's
Danny
a no.
Carey's the rumor, but Danny Carey parties too much. They need.
Isn't he like playing with Primus or something too, or going to play with Primus?
Yeah, he's going to play some Primus gigs, and
Mike has been recording for an undisclosed project at the moment.
So I would bet anything that it's going to be Mangini with her. Mangini's about the only guy that's available that could really do it and has done it on a big level like that, to where the size of the gigs won't intimidate him, and the technical of Neil's playing won't intimidate him.
I mean, I knew after that last Maiden show, and we saw in Pittsburgh, like that was rough for Nico, man. I mean, he did his best to keep up. It was just, I felt bad for him. I'm like, the guy can't physically do it. I don't know if you count the stroke and age or both. It's just like at some point you just run out of steam, man. Like you just can't physically do it. Like
drummers break down. I mean, that's the thing. People don't realize. People do, well, Phil Collins, goddamn, he's a paraplegic out there these days. Yeah. But they break down. I know Mick Brown from Dokken, and he literally, to see him walk out to the stage, like in the old days, and you guys probably remember this. In the old days, you'd see these guys come out and they'd be like, yeah, before the show would start, and then they'd get it started. Right. The last year or so with Mick Brown, they had the tarp so that you didn't see him coming to the stage because he was like hobbling to the stage and then doing it and then hobbling off the stage. The drummers get broken down. You know, I mean, think about your own life. You're happy if you can get 10,000 steps in a day. A drummer gets 100,000 steps in a 30-minute set. So, you know, they're working out 10 days worth of workout every show.
That's the other thing with Rush too, is Neil even said, like, look, I'm even before the cancer and everything, he's like, I can't do this anymore. I mean, they were done as it was. Like, and I don't think a lot of people understand that. Like he said, my hands like shake. You know, my feet ache. Like you said, I can't hardly walk. My knees are done. Like he's like my actual arms are like just about to fall off. Like just the amount of, especially just the Rush music and playing
so
3.5 hours a night. You know, it's just like for 42 years. I mean, you're done.
Well, and he's a hard player too.
Exactly.
The guys that play a little softer can probably like a Ricky Rocket. I know he stinks, but Ricky Rocket could play. He could probably play till he's 80 because he doesn't hit hard.
Yeah.
You know, where Neil or Portnoy. I'm surprised Portnoy could still go as well as he does because he hits pretty hard too.
We actually looked that up the other day, like where Portnoy ranks in drummers, like of all time. And my husband's pulling the list, but there's like the top 10. And out of the ones that are still alive, it's Portnoy and Tool are like the top rated of all time.
Oh yeah,
that can still actually perform. There's a couple on there that are, you look at them and you go, do you need a wheelchair to get to your drum set? But the ones that are still actually able to play, Portnoy's number 2 of like goats. So,
Rob, well, I mean, I gotta say, even as a 26-year-old who plays way more basic music than that, if I bend my toe the wrong way, the whole rest of the set's kind of uncomfortable. You know, add the age to that, add arthritis, all that kind of stuff. It's surprising that people can get through this.
And I'm wondering, and Kale for you, but also, I mean, for Rob, you know, with Neil Peart, the thing to me, like, I'm wondering, like, the actual physical position of the body, because like there's drummers that, like, you know, they're just sitting down. You've got, you know, your elbows down by your side and everything like that, kind of in a comfortable. Neil Peart always was kind of like his arms were up, like, so he was kind of like in, like, you know. So I'm wondering if that played a part in that as well, where he was concerned, because he wasn't relaxed. He was in this kind of action pose, going over the top, like, you know, his arms are just like kind of a, you know, on this level plane in the air instead of like down by his sides where you can at least rest a little bit. I mean, does that make sense? Do you think that's part of it?
Oh,
same thing to you, Cam.
Oh, it definitely wouldn't have helped.
Yeah, and it's a lot of forward motion, like you were saying, as opposed to be like, you know, Mangini having the open-handed stance. You're doing this, like I get like rotator cuff, and I'm starting to get, you know, like carpal tunnel and all that stuff, and that stuff, and tendonitis. So, you know, like you said, like Nico going through just what he went through, and then with a stroke on top of it, that just the drummer's usually the first to go.
Yeah,
right. And then the other piece with Rush too, and nobody will really give it the credit it needs. 2.5 hour sets every single year for 35 years. You know, once they got popular, they were 2.5 hours a night. I've seen them a bunch of times, and never was it less than that. So that's almost like 2 shows for every 1 show that most drummers play. So he put in a ton of time there doing. He played till he couldn't do it anymore.
Especially when they started doing the evening with Rush, you know, like on the Test for Echo tour. After that, it was just them, no opening act. They're probably doing 3 hours easy.
Yeah. And a big part of it was that 30-minute drum solo.
Yeah. Only like a 15-minute break in between sets.
Yeah.
But I think that's why they started to add more of Alex's guitar solos. They added resist. They had stuff like that they could give him a bit of time.
Yeah.
Aiken, did you ever interview any of the guys from Rush? Did you ever have any interactions with them at all? Or
I've interviewed Alex Lifeson once. Nice guy. I've met him. I've met Rush a couple of times. The weirdest thing, you guys were talking before about shows that you've walked out on. This is going to piss everybody off, but I've walked out on Rush several times.
Really?
I've seen, like, I was more of a Mr. Big fan, and I saw him a couple of times with Mr. Big and watched like 3 or 4 songs and was like, all right, that's good. I've heard what I need. I'm out. I'm not a huge Rush fan, really. I mean, I don't hate him, but Chronicles is really all I need. I do not need any actual albums by them. I don't need anything past Trees or Working Man. Yeah, no. Give me Trees, give me Working Man. Give me Tom Sawyer. I'm pretty good with Rush.
Okay.
That's all I need.
Nothing wrong with
all
that.
right. What? Any bands you guys want to ask Chris about? Because I've got a few questions that I think would be funny. But like any bands you guys want to ask him about, dude, he's seriously done everything, dude. It's fucking crazy. The people.
Devin Townsend.
Love Devin. I've interviewed him a number of times. He's quite strange. He's
a character.
He is.
His character that you guys see as a musician is when you're talking to him, you're getting equally that amount of weird. So it's really hard to feel his pace. Like, he has an odd cadence to how he talks as well. So he's very tough to interview. He's super talented. I mean, ridiculously talented. And
he's like Frank Zappa genius talented.
He is. And I wish he would do more like hard metal. Like, Strapping Young Lad is one of my top 10 bands ever. So I wish to God he would do more extreme stuff instead of all of his nerd out stuff that he kind of does now. But love him. He's a tremendously talented and kind of underrated guy when you think about how talented that guy is. He doesn't get nearly enough praise.
He actually really surprised me when I saw him, as main support for Dream Theater last summer. Because like I obviously knew who he was, but I didn't look up any of his stuff or anything. By the way, Brian, if you're going to get off camera and everything, there are settings for that way to use that. It's very professional of you. But when I saw him, like, I was not aware of just how talented he was and how funny he was. I mean,
I know.
Dude, he would do these like guttural screams and then go into this beautiful operatic singing voice. I'm like, what the fuck? And playing guitar and everything. And dude, he was hysterical. Like I want to kind of dig into his stuff because I enjoyed him that much. And to the point where he was on stage and some dude, again, like I mentioned earlier, I was front row. And so I was right up.
Oh, aren't
stage.
you special?
And just shut up, you fat burn victim fuck.
Oh my God.
That's why we're best friends.
I'm very offended.
Yeah, exactly. He can call me a drunk. I can call him a fat burn victim.
That's right. That's fine.
But dude, like some dude in the front row, I don't know what the fuck he was. Dude, he ripped a hellacious fart, and we were all like, "Oh my God!" Like we didn't want to do too much, but it was in a song break, and Devin Townsend called the guy out, and he was talking about something. He goes, "Oh man, whoever just ripped that fart, good for you. I'm tasting that up here." Like, and I was about pissing myself. So, yeah, but I was incredibly like just surprised at how good he really was. Like that was unbelievable.
So, Cale, if you want your band played, just fart on it and send it to John, and he'll.
Oh, look. Well, I actually did want to ask, have you worked with any of the big WA bands like Carnival, Voyager, Chaos Divine, any of them guys?
I've interviewed a few. I've interviewed pretty much anybody. If you really look at it, I've done, I don't know, like 3,000 or 4,000 interviews at this point.
Oh, that's all?
I did 106 in 2024. 106. It's ridiculous how many bands I've actually interviewed. I don't know. I catch those kind of bands. I'm not, as I've said numerous times, I know John has said, I'm not the hugest like prog metal guy per se, but when like Prog Power's going on or whatever in Atlanta, I definitely load up because I know there's guys like you guys that love that stuff. So I'll interview them and I'll listen to it for 5 minutes and I'll read the press release and make sure I know enough to be dangerous and not enough to do a boring interview. But yeah, I've interviewed a few of those.
What were the bands you're talking about, Kelly? It's like Carnival was one of them, and what were the other ones?
Carnival. We got Voyager, who are just awesome, and then the other one I mentioned was Chaos Divine.
I don't know Chaos Divine. I know I've interviewed Voyager. Carnival, I'm not sure. I don't know. They all blur together.
Check out Chaos Divine. I think they're heavier. I recommend them.
I will always listen. I'm always looking for something new to listen to.
Yeah,
they did a cover of Africa a couple of years ago that was very, very well done.
Nice.
Check that out.
Aaron Zauber, oh, you guys, Rob, what do you got for Aiken? Like Robert, I think you guys throw it out there, man.
Nothing.
Yeah. Like, who's this guy?
Yeah.
How about
My first time
Blind
meeting the
Guardian?
grandfather.
What about Blind Guardian or Sympathy X?
Symphony X, I've interviewed a zillion times.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's good.
And Michael Romeo is a god. I mean, what a talent he is. And
Heck yeah.
Well, do you have any insight on? Are we going to get a new album, or what the fuck's going on, Chris?
Dude,
I'm so freaking annoyed right now.
It's about
So 2015, right? 2015, is that right? We're going 9 years.
Mm-hmm. I interviewed Romeo when he put out his solo record. What was that? 2022?
I think it's 21.
Or whenever it was. That was the last time I spoke to him, and he told me that there was new music in the works, as they all do, and.
Right.
And I chatted with Russell Allen he did something with, it wasn't Alan Land, it was like Allen and that Amanda Somerville or something. He was doing some other project, and I talked to Russell Wilson. No, I didn't talk to Russell Wilson. Russell Allen a couple of years ago, and he said that they had stuff that was in the works. So allegedly there's stuff in the works, but I don't know, like everybody else, I have no idea where it stands or, and they're one of those bands that they're not going to do it until they have they're not even going to announce it till they have everything in place, because they're one of those bands that doesn't have enough money to kind of put it out there and see what happens. And what wouldn't shock me at all is if they announce something right around the time of the Dream Theater album coming out.
Okay.
So that they could maybe package on like in Europe for a Dream Theater tour or something, because that would be a making sense tour.
Oh, that would be the last time they were here. Did they sell 150 tickets at the Agora? I don't think they did. I was there.
Probably not.
I don't think they did. They closed the balcony, and I don't know if they sold. They definitely did sell 200. I don't know if they sold 150. It was sad. It fucking depressed the shit out of me. Like, this is a fucking great progressive fucking metal band. Even if you don't like prog, how could if you like metal, how could you not like Symphony X, man?
Well, the problem is they're faceless. They are a faceless band. There's a bunch of them that are like that. Porcupine Tree, those guys, talent-wise, are off the charts.
Love Porcupine Tree.
Yeah, I'll bet you we got 10 people in here. I bet you only one of the 10 could name one member of Porcupine Tree.
Steven Wilson.
Yeah, outside of him.
Yeah. But that's
Gavin
the problem. And I'll bet if you put a picture of Steven Wilson up here, nobody would recognize him. They're kind of faceless. And when you get these faceless bands that aren't getting any radio play and their songs are 9 minutes long, that's gonna Brian's right on that.
I heard somebody once say that Symphony X is the Chicago faceless bands. Like, people know the band Chicago, but they can't name any members in Chicago.
That's a pretty good. That's a decent analogy.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's Terry.
Is Russell Allen still with? So he was doing the Trans-Siberian for a while. Is he still doing that or no?
I do not think so. I'm not positive.
I know Soto's doing it. I didn't know if Allen was still doing it or not.
I don't think so. Only because I haven't seen any video with him featured in it, and I've seen
Just curious.
With Soto and Mariah and the other folks, but I have not seen any with him in it. So he's one of those that gave up that cushy gig.
Luke, Aaron, Robert, Zauber, you guys got a band you want to ask about? Aiken's got some fucking amazing stories, man. He really does. Yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do.
Here's an obscure one. How about Spock's beard?
I know I've interviewed him. For the life of me, I couldn't tell you name of one song. they are definitely one of those bands that when I did do the interview, it was read the press release 3 times and wing it. You know, they're on like Metal Blade or something, right?
Yeah, they are.
They're like an odd band that's
it's
like
one of those Neil Morse bands.
Yeah, that was his first successful band.
But they're like the Goo Goo Dolls, like in that they're on Metal Blade, and you're like expecting like, you know, dying caricature of a death knell or something, and instead you get Spock's beard. You know, you know they're just an odd. Yeah. Again, another one, talented band.
One of my favorite bands.
Probably don't draw dick anywhere because nobody knows them.
Well,
and the people that hear the name think of the movies.
Yeah. I saw them open up for Dream Theater actually on the Metropolis tour. That was cool.
Oh God, I saw on the Metropolis tour. I saw the Star People. Worst.
That?
Oh,
wait,
it was.
What the hell is that?
I need to hear this now.
Guys,
like the mole people, but
never heard of this.
Okay,
they're called Martians.
So it's okay. So it's a 2-part story. I'll keep it short. So the Star People opened at the. Shut the fuck up, Aiken. So I went to. It was actually my first Dream Theater show ever. I saw them on the Scenes from a Memory tour here in Cleveland, and the Star People were opening, and I was with my 2 best friends, Matt and Andy Dixon, and Andy's college roommate, and that guy's really open-minded and everything like that. So the Star People come on, and I'm going, what in the fuck is this?
Wait, tell us more about your college roommate. Let's just really go back to that.
Why don't you shut up, you drunken fool? But so it was literally kind of like, it was like a 9-piece band kind of thing, and the 3 front people were in suits like Frank Sinatra shit, and there was like an Asian woman and these 2 guys, and they were mixing martinis while singing and doing it was the weirdest. And I'm sitting there, I'm standing next to the college roommate guy, and I'm going, this, and he's going, this is great. And I turned to myself, I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is the shittiest fucking thing I've ever seen. I mean, it was horrible. Yeah, I'm like, what is this crap? And I pissed the guy off so bad that he literally left the floor. We were on the floor in general admission. It was at the Agora, Aiken, so you know that, and Brian, you know. And he went upstairs and found an empty seat in the balcony to get away from me because I was pissing and moaning about the Star People so bad. They were terrible. And then fast forward like a year later or something, my band was playing at the Odeon, and I had to go pick up a whole shitload of tickets to sell. And I walked in like, oh, what's up, John? Cool. So I'm at the and you know, I was like, they were like, hey, there's a band playing. If you want to go in and watch the band for free, just go in. I was like, oh yeah, I'll check out some live music. Cool. So I got the stack of tickets. I walk in, and you know, Aiken, you remember going to the Odeon, Brian? I'm sure you do too. You walk in, there's like it's a little hallway, and then you turn to the left, and there's the stage in the big main room. So I walk through the hallway, turn to the left, I look up on stage, and I see the Star People. I'm like, fuck this. Turned around and walked the fuck out. And the guy's like, what? You're not staying? I'm like, nope. Fuck that band, dude. It's like they're horrible. So yeah, they were fucking absolutely the worst fucking ridiculous bullshit I have ever seen. And I don't know what the fuck they must have bought their way onto that tour, because they were fucking god.
So was it like a full 45 minutes or an hour, or what was it?
It was with Dream Theater, it was like 40 minutes. I mean, it was after one song I was like, oh dear God, I have to sit through this.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
worst. That's the worst when you get in front of a band.
The longest 40 minutes of your life that you can never get back.
Yeah, and the whole crowd was doing it too. The whole crowd was like, I mean, there were a few people like this idiot roommate of my best friends, like it was like, oh, this is great. I'm like, you are such a fucking dummy. Like
I can remember I remember shows like seeing Deftones open for Kiss.
Yes,
and
I slept. I took a nap through that show.
It was
I took
bad.
A nap through that.
Horrible.
It was so bad. No one wanted to see that.
It was 1996, and I was like, fucking Deftones. I literally took a fucking nap at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. I was like, fuck this. I slept for half. My girlfriend at the time was like, seriously? You went to sleep? I'm like, well, it's better than fucking listening to Deftones, isn't it? Like,
do you guys remember the show, the Ozzy show, where Deftones and Korn
Yes.
Way back when, like, it was the very first album, like, we had to endure that, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Yeah, I was at that show.
Let me tell you a fun story about that show.
All right, go for it.
So I don't know if you remember this or not, but the stage was raised, like they had a raised stage, and it was probably 15 feet off the ground, and on the side of the stage, they had a rope ladder, and that was on Zach's side of the stage. Well, midway through Ozzy's set, some fan got loose and started climbing up there. Zach goes walking over without even missing a note and kicked this dude right in the face, knocked him right off onto the floor. Boom! Just took him right out the show. It was like, all right.
That was part of the shoots and ladders.
No, it was that was a bad show though. That Ozzy sucked and Korn and Deftones. Ooh, that's just bad.
Where was this one at?
That was at the Q.
At the Q.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I only
John,
saw
how
Ozzy.
could you skip Alter Bridge?
I'm not a fan.
The guy, told your wife.
Being a fan.
The singer told your wife that you were getting engaged.
Have I ever, Brian? Have I ever mentioned that on the show?
No, I saw it. I was at your wedding. I saw the video.
Okay,
hey, John.
Like, I mean, this.
Oh, do you have this, Aiken?
Aiken, you know the drill. You can't convince John to actually like anything that's new and good. He's not going to go for it.
That's very true, guys.
He has he's no interest in it whatsoever.
Can you
hold
see
on?
that,
He has to rediscover Metallica and be fine.
That's right.
All right, let me see if I can. All right, hey, all right, so guys, let's do some backstory here before Aiken hits play. So this is Aiken, as I said. This is, he is, God, Chris, it's been what, 30 years or something?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
We've been best friends, but he is also best friends with my wife. Like she loves him. And
it's her fault.
But Aiken's got hookups, and his buddy Matt, we call him Warlock because that was his radio name. They had a show here in Cleveland. It was called the Metal Show. On 92.3, it was like 10 p.m. to midnight on a Sunday, and they just had a whole bunch of fucking awesome guests and shit. Well, anyway, they know everybody, and Matt now works for Ultimate Classic Rock. Well, Aiken knew that Steph is a huge Miles Kennedy fan because she is a monstrous fucking Slash fan, and so he got Miles Kennedy to record a message saying congratulations to Steph on her engagement. And I played it to Steph. So what Aiken's about to show is me proposing.
I don't know if this is just the message, I think.
Well, whatever it is. So guys, but the picture here is me like holding out the phone, like it's I forget if I've got the ring in my hand at this point or whatever. But yeah, so and we had all these cool, like all of our friends gathered in Lima, like Aiken and AJ, my brother. Drove from Cleveland. We had people coming from Dayton and all this kind of stuff. My stepkids were there, and basically, like when I was, I did it on Sweetest Day to kind of cover the fact that, because Sweetest Day is cheesy and no one wants to get proposed to on Sweetest Day, so I purposely did it that day so she wouldn't think anything's up. And I played this message for her, and she was laughing. Because she's like, ha ha, I'll never forget this. She was, ha ha, I guess I'm engaged to Miles Kennedy. Right. And I'm holding I'm holding the ring in my hand, like the box is open, and she's not looking down. She goes, ha ha ha, I guess I'm engaged to Miles Kennedy now. And I'm like, yeah, and I went, and I was like, well, I know I'm not as good a singer as he is.
Slightly better pull, just for clarification.
Exactly. So I was like, okay, I had to pivot. And I was like, well, I know I'm not as good a singer as him. As he is, but what if you were engaged to me? And then she happened to look down and go, what? Like, so it's kind of like, it was just incredible. And Aiken hooked that up. Like it was, I mean, so
hey man, if you drop 95 pounds, you'd be just as good a singer as Miles Kennedy. Sorry, too soon.
Yeah. I wonder if we can hear the audio, Aiken. Like, I don't know how this works.
We'll see in a minute. Let's see.
Hey, Stephanie.
Could you hear that?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's go.
All right, here we go.
We're good.
Hey, Stephanie, what's up? It's Miles Kennedy here, and I just found out, and it sounds like you just found out, you are engaged. So I just want to send you good vibes and congratulate you because marriage is the best. So enjoy the wedding and have fun putting the whole thing together, and good luck on your union. Really, really happy for you.
He had no idea what to say there, did he?
All right.
No.
I'm calling it right now, Aiken. You got to get Miles Kennedy on our show, man.
I could probably do that.
Dude, get him on here, man. No, seriously, we have a shit ton to fucking talk about, man.
Man, I would love
that would be fucking amazing.
Miles is a pretty good friend, so I could probably make that.
Dude, if you could swing that would be so good.
I do have to give credit where credit's due. Not that he's listening, but if I ever don't give him credit, I get a text message. He's all butthurt because he's a whiny bitch. But my buddy Matt Warlock.
Oh, thank you.
He actually was the guy that I did the score deep dive with because he was the guy I went with.
Drake, he went to score.
Let's say that. Drinking game.
Shot time.
By the way, we are just about 3 hours. This is the end of my
before he mentioned score.
This is the end of this
world record.
the end of my gorilla fart. So here we go.
Is this number 3, John, or is this like 4?
This is 3.
3? Okay.
You swallow that.
No, I do want to say though, I was okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I got to give Matt credit because Aiken hooked that up, and Matt got a voicemail from Sammy Hagar for us.
What?
So
cool. Nice.
Yeah. So and Sammy was like, "Hey, congratulations, Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker here. Congratulations on your." You know, I had it on my Facebook, but my Facebook got hacked, so I've got a new account, so I don't have what Aiken just showed and all that stuff. But anyway, so Aiken got Miles Kennedy to help me get engaged, and then Sammy Hagar was say, "Hey, the congratulations." So, like, dude, I mean, that's how close Aiken and I are, man. Like, he does cool shit like that, and
I like your wife.
Yeah.
Did you play the Hagar thing at the wedding? I don't know if I remember that or not.
Yeah. Yeah,
you did.
we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds familiar, but I wasn't sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
I gotta be honest. The way you started telling this story, I thought you were trying to call Miles Kennedy a whiny bitch.
No, not at all.
No, but real quick, I do want to say I was actually at 2 weddings, and this is not a joke. I was at 2 weddings where a rock star piped in on a video like that. A friend of mine got married in Las Vegas. He lives in California. His wife is the biggest jellyfish fan in the history of the world. Drake has no idea who Jellyfish is. Aiken does. So Roger Manning, the keyboard player, did this basically the same thing Miles did, but it was like a video, and they played it at the wedding. It was the coolest thing ever. Like, hey, congratulations on your wedding, and everyone was like, oh my god, blah blah blah. Roger Manning from Jellyfish. So it was the coolest thing ever. So I thought of that when I got to your wedding, and I saw like Miles, and I was like, holy crap, what are the odds of being at 2 weddings and 2 different rock stars, or well, 3 with Sammy, like get to do like a video or an audio message? I just thought it was cool.
Right. Well, real quick. So Aaron, I believe you are calling it a night.
Yeah, calling it a night.
All right. Well, dude.
Are you sure, Aaron, man? I mean, it's kind of early.
I've been up since 4 in the morning, so I'm getting kind of tired.
Fucking trooper, man. Well,
yeah.
Aaron, as we said to Jay, man, thank you so very much. Number 1 for coming on, but most importantly, number 2, thank you so much for supporting the show and coming on and being in the chat and keeping in touch. Do we appreciate you? We love you, man. Thank you so very much.
I've been listening for ever since you've been on, pretty much for like 4 years, whatever it's been.
That's awesome, man, dude. That is. You're always welcome on the show. Just hit us up, and like I say, cool. February 7th. If you'd like to jump on, and we're doing an immediate reaction to Parasomnia. So if you'd like to jump on and take part, then feel free, man.
Sounds good to me.
All right, take
good
care, bud.
You, mate.
See you guys later.
Nice to
later, man.
And then there were 9.
All right. I gotta
real quick.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Zauber, I gotta give you credit, man. Because at this point, it's now like 4 in the morning over there. You are killing it, man. By the way, is that vodka you're drinking or water? I've seen you pulling off the. Look at Zauber, man. Look at Zauber, man. He's a fucking champion.
Dedication, right there.
Yeah.
I just have some sleep problems, I think. But
would you say that you have parasomnia?
He's gonna be experiencing a real night terror when he gets to sleep.
Yeah. Nice.
A real night terror when he's dead asleep.
There you go.
I remember the track that's not even out yet. Will be a broken man.
Dang it, Hill, you stole it from me.
I said it first.
Yeah, no.
I was getting there.
And then we'll find out like what the real truth is with the Shadow Man incident.
There we go.
I do have I have a legit question for Aiken. When Drake came to you with the idea for the show, would you have ever thought in a million years we could get 30,000 downloads in 4 years?
35,000, Brian.
35,000.
Well,
yes or no?
Actually,
honestly, I don't remember it being that way. I think I came to John just because I enjoyed the show, which is weird because I really don't like Dream Theater, but I listen to, I listen to all the shows on our little network, and even though I'm not, I think the fact that I'm not a fan of Dream Theater made you guys' show better to me because it made me at least reevaluate some opinions that I have.
Okay.
And you guys dig so deep into these damn songs. You're like, oh, well, the third triangle part at the 13 minute and 23 seconds of this, y'all make me dig so deep into it that it made me kind of reassess. I still don't love Dream Theater, but, I enjoy the show and I enjoy the banter. And look, it's fun. So as far as numbers, I never have given a shit about numbers. I don't even care. As number, 35,000, that's cool. If you had 35 and you enjoyed doing it, who gives a shit?
Yeah. And
no, I agree. Go ahead.
Aiken's show, the Classic Metal Show, gets 1 million downloads a week. So, like,
not quite that many, but
it's not that many more than us.
It was up there at that point, wasn't it? It was like per show, you were up to 1 million downloads at one point.
In a month, not a week. No,
oh, okay. Okay.
But still, not a week. If I was doing 1 million if I was doing 1 million a week, I'd be looking for some Joe Rogan money.
Sorry. All right. So 1 million a month though. So it's like, for us, it would be like maybe.
Yeah, but numbers don't mean anything. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, that just means more dummies that are listening. That doesn't mean nothing. What matters is if you've got people that are engaged. I'm way more interested in the 120 or whatever it is that are signed up for our little Patreon locals thing than I am about the randos that watch, because the people that support the show, they care more about the show. And like with you guys' show, some weeks you have 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever, but everybody's in the chat room and everybody's contributing, and that you built your own community. So it doesn't matter how many people are watching necessarily. What matters is that it's a little interactive experience and not just some random show that's wedged between this political show and this show about Kiss. It's like, okay, we got it.
No offense, Rob.
Yeah, no offense, Rob.
That's okay. That's
not taken.
I'm sure Rob knows himself. There's 4,000 Kiss podcasts.
Oh, come on. Right. That's got to be the only one out there.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, and just stumbling onto your guys' show in the last year and a half, listening to from work, like instantly I went, this is a show that I regret not listening to, 2 years ago when I did. So I've been at work just like backlogging and going through. So I'm honored to be a part of it. And you're right. Whether it's one listener or 1,000 listeners, if people are engaged, that's what matters.
Yeah. Dude, it's so much fun for me. Like, I mean, we've had, it's Zauber, like you're in Germany, for Christ's sakes. It's 4:35 in the morning and here you are. Like, we had Doug on from Canada. We Paul is in Scotland. Paul Logue, who'll be on in January. Like, Chastity, you're on the other side of the country from us. Kale, you're in fucking Australia.
No, I'm in Austria, according to Brian.
Yeah. Luke, you're in Illinois. Rob, like, you're in Finley, and I basically could run into you tomorrow night. If you drove to Lima to the Neon Moon Saloon, like you would see me on stage.
My brother-in-law lives in Lima. I could go see him tomorrow.
See, well, then you can go visit him and see my band tomorrow. So I could run into you, like things like that.
And Robert, plug your band.
Oh, shut up. And Robert, I mean, like Robert's basically family to me. You know, his sister is married to my best friend Andy. Like, and to have this kind of connection is like, Aiken, to your point, that is the cool part. Like, I love the 35,000 downloads, and the platform that we spread it all from tells you what country people are downloading from and listening from and all that shit. But it's like, having you guys on, the whole point of this show that we do every year is to have you guys on and be a part of this, like get you on camera, like the people that actually support us, like, and really like want to be a part of what we're doing. And it's awesome, man. So Aiken, to your point, I completely agree. Like, that's
all right.
Because I'm always right.
Full disclosure. So we've had Jordan on to talk about his solo album and tour. Yeah. We've had Labrie on to talk about his solo album. Can we get an actual episode where we get someone from Dream Theater on to talk about Dream Theater?
Dude, if you guys
no,
can we do it? Can we do it at some point?
Okay.
As long as they don't say the chat.
We had Mangini on to talk about his solo album. I mean, I know I've had a few drinks, but I'm the fucking co-host of this show. The reason this show exists is because I told Drake, and John will fully admit this. I gave him the idea for the show. Aiken, can we get somebody from Dream Theater on the show to talk Dream Theater? I'm not even fucking around. I'm just asking a question.
Could you? Yes. It's more than likely you're going to have to do it at like 3:00 in the afternoon.
I don't care. That's fine. I'll fucking do it at 3:00 in the afternoon.
I mean,
dude, I'll do it whenever.
Certainly, obviously, I'm tight with the Dream Theater camp. I know the publicist. I've known the publicist since he was a assistant at a record company 35 years ago or whatever. So
Marcus, good comment.
Marcus, he watched it and he didn't like it. There's comments that I didn't like that thing.
Well, I mean, that's okay, man. We try to be as honest as we can, right, John?
Well,
we're as honest and as straightforward as we can possibly be with this stuff.
I think that's why we might not get them. I have recent interactions with people that kind of lead me to believe that at least someone in the band is a little annoyed with us.
Okay, well, maybe it's only one person, though. What about the rest of them?
Okay, we take it back. Repentance is great.
No,
Kale, it's funny you mentioned that. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Yes, Kale. Honestly, I will die on this hill. I really think that might be the genesis of. But also, Aiken, if I can say this out loud,
say whatever.
Did you or did you not hear that once Portnoy came back, they were only doing interviews or whatnot with people that had like 250,000 followers or views or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody make multiple accounts and just do it. Everybody. Everybody has to make 10
at once.
See, I've always wanted to have one of the Dream Theater guys in here talk Dream Theater, so that in the chat, like, we can bring your guys' questions up, like, so you guys are actually kind of running the interview, like, because I don't think that is something they ever get. It's always, Aiken interviewing with someone like you, like, here's a series of questions with interview guy. But I don't think they've ever been, we'll pull up a good question from a fan or something, like, and say, hey man, like, so they're actually talking to the people that, spend money on the concert tickets, they spend money on the t-shirts and this,
Oh, well, then that's not me, because I don't spend money on the concert tickets because there aren't any.
Here we go with Kale's whining about no touring.
Well, if you pull that lump of land closer to the civilization, then there'd be.
I was given this one, and then I just make my own. I only bought 2. I just make my own merch, so it's fine.
I'll buy your merch.
I just make my own stuff. So
we're like the podcast that thrives in spite of itself. We still have yet to have a Dream Theater member on talk about Dream Theater. I'm not even kidding. It's a fact.
That is kind of weird.
It's a fucking fact.
You got. Still, I mean, last mentioned that in the intro that you got about
the fact you have James Labrie in the intro though is amazing to me. Like, that is, I remember listening to the show and being like, oh my gosh, you actually got Labrie in the intro. That's amazing.
Well, not only that, we had him on. He talked about a solo. Yeah. That was amazing. We had James and Chance's son was great. We had Paul Logue talk about, which I'll talk about all solo albums all day. But like, man, I want to get one guy from the band to talk about Dream Theater. That's just we're 4 years into this. Let's do it.
Look at Matt Lane. Matt Lane says, "Get Mangini back on to talk Dream Theater."
He won't.
That's a losing battle right there.
Done.
That would be interesting.
He won't do it.
Yeah,
no.
That's long gone.
I have something really fun to say about the show, because I remember when I first discovered you guys, I was literally just looking. I literally just typed in Apple Podcasts, just Dream Theater Podcast, and yours came up. And I remember the one episode, I was going back and listening to all the past episodes after listening to the Portnoy rejoining one, and the episode that really got me hooked was the draft you guys did with Adam and Kale. That episode is my favorite in the entire podcast. Like when you would pick a song and someone would be like, "Oh, that was one of mine."
You dirty bastard.
I know. I love that.
That was like.
Also, Chastity, I very much appreciate the bird there. I just noticed.
Oh, hello.
This is Luna, and she was freaking out with the other cockatiel. And so she has to come say hello. She's going to fly because I tried to pick her up.
That's all.
Oh, she's on the floor with the dogs. The husband now has to go catch her. There we go.
Yeah, Luke, that draft thing was like a fantasy football thing. That was with Kale and Adam.
That was fun.
As Brian mentioned, like Kale and Adam are our first two like viewers, fans, listeners, whatever, like ever. And so we were like, yeah, let's do this. It was kind of like a fantasy football thing. We're like, hell yeah. And I have to say, like I don't remember a lot of our episodes because you just kind of riff on things, and you have show notes and all this kind of stuff. But that one I always remember because it was like I have listened to that one back a couple times, and it's like that was like, and Aiken, you know this, you can speak to this sometimes, like, and Rob, I'm sure you can too. Like when you do a show, sometimes there's something that just flows so naturally off script that it is just an absolute blast to do. And like that one, like if you can hear me going, fuck, damn it, I was gonna it's actually like a fantasy football draft, and it's like, and sometimes you just riff on things.
Remember accusing Adam of just cheating?
Oh yeah,
he kept taking
of course I do.
All the epics in.
He took 6 degrees right away.
Of course I do.
And then there was that debate over "In the Presence of Enemies" being 1 or 2 songs. Spoiler alert, it's 1. And then I think one of my favorite moment here is when Kale took "Stream of Consciousness." And then John being like, okay, I think that's the first bad pick of the draft. And then we got into this huge debate, taking it back to Stream of Consciousness again. And then Adam
good point. We brought it to
and then Adam being like, okay, I actually really like that pick. And I was like, yes, thank you. Yeah.
All right, so I okay.
I don't even remember what I picked.
So, guys,
Go
another
back
band.
and watch it. Go download it.
Another
Spit
band
it
for
out, John.
Aiken. Another band for Aiken. You guys have a question? Because I actually have a question because I'm interested to know. But if you guys like Zauber, you got a band you love that you want to hear if Aiken has a story about them.
Ooh. How about
exciting.
Queensryche?
Oh, there,
Plenty of those
stories.
Plenty of those stories.
Talk about the vest.
I don't have a vest story. I never got the joke. I get it. He wears a vest. Big fucking deal. Back in 2002, 3, something like that, they had a story that was all over the news. That was John, of course, pissing. But they had a story. They had a story that that Jeff Tate didn't talk to the rest of the band. That he only dealt with them through band management and lawyers, and that was cut from my interview on the Metal Show on WMMS, and we put it on our website, and WMMS put it on their website, and we were asked to take it down. The band management and the lawyers asked us to take it down, and we said absolutely not. We will not take it down. It was getting a lot of traffic, and so what we ended up doing is we had to have a compromise where we had Jeff on a second week to say that he had misspoken, but we agreed to that. We were more than willing to let him come on and forgive himself, but we weren't gonna we weren't going to do it. So we made a ton of news with Queensryche from that. That's one thing. Another time, I picked Jeff up at the airport to come and do the metal show, and he did like he picked all the songs, and he came in and hung with us in the studio and whatever, and he was great. I mean, I love Jeff. Jeff is fantastic. So we do this meet and greet thing, or this radio show thing, and then after, I had to take Jeff from Cleveland to Akron, which is like 25 miles, to his hotel. Take him to the hotel. I get to the hotel. We run into Whip and Eddie, and I think Mike Stone was in the band at the time, and they're just like, "Hey man, you want a drink?" Yes, I do. and it just immediately turned into just partying with Queensryche on like a Sunday night until like 5 a.m, and then having to run home drunk and take a quick shower and go to work because I was like pretty hammered from partying with those boys. But good times. I love the Queensryche guys. They are great fun. Third one, I'll tell one other quick one. Since you guys were talking about shows that you've walked out on, I once saw Queensryche open for Judas Priest and then walked out on Judas Priest because Priest just was kind of boring, and it was when Rob was in his robot mode where he was like doing the real slow robot thing like on stage, and I was with our friend Matt, the Warlock that John was talking about earlier, and we both love Queensryche. We saw Queensryche. They were amazing. And then we watched like Metal Gods and maybe 2 other Priest songs. And we were like, well, that's enough of this. Let's get out of here. And off we went, skipped out on Priest. So yeah, I have a lot of Queensryche stories. I love those guys.
Chaz, Kale, Robert, Luke, Rob. A band you want to know if Aiken has a story about?
That's mine, sir.
Why don't you just ask yours, John? Maybe it'll lead to another one. I'm not that interesting.
You're incredibly interesting, and I love
I reckon we could have cool conversations.
Yeah.
So,
Look, Mr. Minor, imagine if this podcast was called The Talktivarian.
Nice.
That would
It's-
be epic.
Well, wait a
Nice.
minute. Wait a minute. It's funny he mentions that because that actually was the second choice that I had for the name of this show. But I was like, you know what? I was like, when I came up with that one and Talking Into Infinity, I'm like, dude, I got to represent my favorite record. So
Good.
Talking Into Infinity
Yeah.
won out. So, all right.
It's a
So
good name.
Aiken,
Nice.
biggest fucking dick you've ever interviewed.
Interviewed or met?
Both.
seen.
Let's do both.
Interesting.
There's been a few interview ones. I don't want to say he was a dick because I've met him in person and he's pretty nice in person, but the biggest dickish move ever was Steven Adler.
Really? Okay.
I interviewed Steven Adler, had it all set up. It was when he was this is not even that long ago, maybe 7 years ago, for Adler's Appetite. So it was clean Steven. It wasn't junky Steven. But we were scheduled. It got rescheduled twice. Finally, it comes down to it. I had to call him because they couldn't trust him to make a phone call. So I call him. I get on the phone with him. I start asking him some questions. Like 3 questions in, I asked him something he didn't like, and he's like, "Oh, I have to go. I'm at my doctor's appointment." And he wasn't at his doctor's appointment. He was at his house. But he just didn't want to answer the questions anymore. So he hung up. The whole interview's like 6 minutes. That one's actually out there on Rumble and all the websites. That was a funny one. Biggest dick in person, Bret Michaels, hands down. He's a cunt. I absolutely do not like him. I've had problems with him in person. I've had problems with him in interviews. I've had when I used to own a little music mag that John actually bought off of me at one point.
Yep.
We had an interview scheduled with them for the Power to the People record, and they sent me a CD with 5 30-second clips of it on it, of like there was, I guess, 5 new songs on it, and they sent us 30-second clips, not even the whole songs, just 30 seconds. So I got tied up at my day job. So I had a friend that was an absolute hair metal freak come over to do the interview for me because Bret Michaels,
Randy.
And Bret Michaels is a big deal. You know, he is a big deal for people. So I had him come over, and they just wouldn't do the interview with him because he hadn't heard these 5 30-second clips. And it was literally 2.5 minutes of music that he had to hear. And he should have just lied. He should have just said, oh, yeah, I heard it. But instead, he was trying to be honest. And he's like, no, I haven't heard it, but it's not a big deal. And, you know, it was just so stupid. And it was like, so they denied the interview for that. Then the interaction I had with him is I was hanging out with Dokken. It was a Dokken, Sebastian Bach, and Poison show at Blossom Music Center here in Cleveland area. And I ain't gonna lie, I was plenty of drunk. I was drinking a lot of shots with the Dokken boys and was pretty hammered. But we also, for WMMS, we had done a meet and greet for Poison, which was not our speed at all. Poison, you know, we're playing Sepultura and whatever on the metal show, but we're doing a meet and greet for fucking Poison. So
I don't remember if this is the same meet and greet, but I think it might have been. But oh no, it wasn't, because mine was Enough's Enough. So I've got a Poison story myself. But continue. Sorry.
Well, so the show ends. I'm pretty tanked up. The promoter guy says, "Okay, get your people in like a section." The way they, you know, the show ended, everybody waits in the pavilion, and they had to separate by sections. And now, at this time, all the Poison guys had their own individual fan clubs. So there was the Bret Michaels fan club, and there was the CC DeVille fan club. Everybody has fan clubs, and then so then they had us. So they had us line everybody up.
Do Mr. Meaner, I'd have it. It'd be fine.
Yeah, sorry, Aiken, real quick. So Mr. Meaner says, "You guys sipping on adult beverages? I'll just sip on my rock juice." See, Aiken and I, rock juice for us is adrenaline from doing a killer show.
I appreciate him saying rock juice, because that rock juice is a Portnoy reference. There's like some clips of funny Dream Theater moments, and it's always about like the rock juice.
Yep.
I love it.
Like all the new Mountain Dew like energy drinks, and he's like, this one tastes like shit, but it's got so much in it.
I love the Dream Theater like funny moments. There's a moment in which Petrucci and Labrie are trying to do like an announcement for like tour dates, and they can't do it. They just keep cracking up laughing. Yeah. Like Labrie is just like can't keep doing it, and then like Petrucci just starts and it's like, I can't do this. It's so funny. Like I love these guys.
There's this bass solo in a song called Metropolis. Where my uncle has a bass solo.
Wait, do I play a bass solo?
That was like a commercial break for Aiken's story. That's awesome.
Yeah, I needed to retool.
Sorry to interrupt. I had to bring it up because that was like a
that
funny.
Is fucking great, dude.
And now back to the story.
Now back to the
back to Grandpa's tales.
That's right. Yeah. So there I was at the Poison show. But so anyway, the people were all lined up, and they brought them in. First, they brought in the fan clubs and whatever to get their shit signed, and it was about 45 minutes of waiting. And at some point, Bret met two whores, basically, and he was like ready to leave. He was ready to go leave with these chicks, and he wasn't going to do the radio station meet and greet. He just decided, I'm out, and he stood up like he was going to leave, and he was going to leave everybody to leave them hanging. And I'm drunk, so I started spouting off. I was like, you better sign these motherfuckers, blah, 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 blah. I'm yelling at him in the backstage. And that Big John guy comes up to me, and he's like, you need to settle down. And I was like, you may kick my ass, but I swear to fucking God, you're going to remember it, motherfucker. And I went all crazy on him. And he was like, Bret just sat down and was like, fine, I'll sign their shit. And he signed everybody's stuff, but he wouldn't look at anybody. He wouldn't take a picture with anybody. He was a total dick. And I still haven't forgot him. And that was like 2002 or something.
Yeah, that was a while. Dude, around that time, he was doing the Poison thing, and one of my coworkers at the time, like her best friend was a manager of a bar in Akron. And for those of you who don't know, obviously don't know the Cleveland area, but anyway, Blossom Music Center, the venue Aiken was talking about, is like 10 minutes from Akron. So it's like right up the street. And Brett was contracted to be there at an after show party. And it's like a meet and greet. And she sent me the contract because her friend sent her the contract because he was such an absolute piece of garbage. And the contract was for $10,000 for 60 minutes. But it went into this long list of, if this happens, he can bail. If this happens, he can bail. If someone blinks out of their right eye instead of their left eye, they can bail. Like if somebody farts, he can bail. Like, I mean, it was basically, he was getting 10 grand no matter what. And it was every single possible thing they could think of, to where he shows up. He was supposed to meet fans and they were in a line, sign shit, whatever. It was basically every possible minute thing you could think of, to where he shows up for 2 minutes, takes his 10 grand and is like, I'm fucking out the door. He was an ass, dude.
He is an ass.
And dude, and Aiken, you and Warlock hooked me up with backstage meet and greet stuff for a Poison show. And it was through Chip's Enough, because you guys are friends with
sure, I'm friends with Chip.
Yeah, with Chip. And so we went to the show, and we, you know, before the show they did a meet and greet with Poison and everything, and Brett wasn't even there. But you know, the other guys are
great.
like yeah, the other guys were cool. Like, I mean, Brett showed up. Actually, I correct myself. Brett showed up for a minute, but it was like you could kind of tell, like, him and Cece were like just fucking jerks. And you know, Bobby and Ricky were like, okay, like they were kind of cool. So we watched the show, and then we stuck around after, because we had, you know, backstage passes for the after show party. And to Aiken's point, like the guy comes out and he's like, all right, your backstage pass, if it is a purple pass, it is fake. So if you have a purple pass, get the F out of here. So we had a green pass. We're like, all right, cool. We're good, you know. And he's like, all right, if you have an RR on your pass, you are in the Ricky Rocket fan club. Go over here. And a whole bunch of chicks go. I'm like, oh my God, seriously? And I was instantly like, fuck this, dude. And then if you have a CC on your pass, you are in the CC DeVille fan club. Come over here. More chicks go over that way. I'm like, oh my God. And then if you have a BM on your, and I'll never forget this, because I was like, so if someone took a shit on your pass, like, BM. Anyway,
I was about to say.
That's exactly
that's great.
I had to, because I was so goddamn annoyed at this point. And they're like, yeah, come over here. And of course, like, you know, the super fake porn star looking chicks are, you know, and the rest of you wait here. I'm like, God, oh my God. And my girlfriend at the time was like, this is kind of fucked up. I'm like, yeah, just a little bit. So,
well, just set the table real quick too, John. This isn't like midnight.
Yeah.
So it's later in the night, and you've already sat through 4 hours of very average hair metal at best.
Well, I mean, but I have to give credit though. I think this was a show where I think Cinderella was on the bill, and they were fucking great. So I did, and I honestly I don't mind Poison. I think they're great live. They're the one band, like, if you hear them today, they sound exactly like they did back in the day. I give them a lot of credit for that. I mean, Bret Michaels, like, his voice still sounds the same. Like, you know, like, it just, the only problem is they literally play the exact same set list. Like, to the point where that night when we did the pre-show, Bret Michaels, I did ask him a question, and I was like, so set list tonight, like, you guys changed it? He goes, oh, dude, yeah, we totally changed it up for the set list. There was one different song. I was like, dude, fuck you. Yeah. Like, they added Ride the Wind. I was like, dude, seriously?
Oh, wow. Song? A real deep track there.
Yeah. So anyway, so we get through this whole, like, Ricky Rocket fan club, CC, whatever. And then they're like, all right, you guys go this way and go down and meet the band. Like, so we're walking down, and at this point, I'm so fucking pissed. But I'm like, my girlfriend hasn't ever done this meet a rock star thing, and I had only done it once or twice. Thank you, Aiken, because it was all because of you. And we're walking down, and all these women are in front of us, and the guys, the security guys, like, go through, and I walk up, and he stops me, and he goes, "Oh, that's you can't come back." I said, "Fucking why?" And he goes, "Oh, your pass, you can't," because it was from Enough's Enough. So it said enough's enough on it, easy on it, I think it was. But it was a green pass, not the purple pass. He goes, well, that's not valid. You have a green pass. And I was so annoyed at that point. Like, I pulled an Aiken. Like, I was like, fuck you. I said, he already said on stage, like, the purple passes are fake, green or fuck you. And I literally pushed past him with my girlfriend. And the guy didn't stop me. And I was like, oh boy, just avoided an ass kicking. And the only one we met was Bobby Dahl, and he was cool as fuck, dude. And I'll never forget, he came out with his son, and they were dressed in head to toe the same outfit. And he just walked around to people and met us and was like shaking hands and everything. And it was cool. But yeah, Bret Michaels, fucking huge dick. Huge dick.
It's wonderful. You met the most anonymous guy in that band. Congrats.
Well, but dude, you know,
the roadie's more popular than him, for God's sakes.
But you know, I give him all the credit in the world. I mean, come on, man. I mean, it would be like if, you know, let's say Brian and I are walking around New York City, you know, in March.
Whoa, easy.
Well, I mean, it'd be like meeting Brian. Like, no one would give a fuck about meeting Brian.
Well, I don't know about all that.
But then they meet me, and it's like, you know.
It'd be like, aren't you the guy that sings the outfield badly?
Right. All right. So, do you guys have other questions for Aiken? Because Aiken, you have so many stories I could bring up right now. Like,
I was going to ask about the flip side. Somebody that you thought, oh, this guy is going to be a total dick, and you're like, that was the nicest interview. He was way accommodating. Somebody that we might perceive as a jerk, but you're like, no, the real deal.
Yeah, let's get a nice story out of this.
Do a nice story.
I'm not sure if this fits, but it's the very first heavy metal guy that I ever interviewed was Ronnie James Dio. And
I was waiting for you to bring up Dio, man.
And
yes,
it was on his Angry Machines record, and I had absolutely torched it in the local paper here called Scene Magazine. I mean, and I still remember the quote. The quote was, "Seeing Dio today is kind of like watching Lyle Alzado die. He was once a huge, hulking menace of a singer, and now he's a meek shell of himself." That's what I wrote. And so, but Dio is my gateway to metal. Dio was, Heaven and Hell's first album I ever had of heavy metal. So I get the phone call. It's Ronnie James. He's like, "Hey, it's Ronnie James Dio." I'm like, "Oh, hello, Mr. Dio. How are you, sir?" You know, all nervous and whatever, because I had not done it. I'd done one other interview, and it was with New Edition, which I was just like, all right, whatever, you know. So I get on with Ronnie James Dio. I'm nervous as hell. I'm so excited to talk to him. He literally asked me, he's like, "Oh, are you the guy that wrote?" And he read me back my review. And I was like, I was like, son of a bitch. This fucking guy is going to hang up on me. But I admitted to it. I said, yeah, I wrote that, you know, it's kind of what I thought of the record. And I was waiting for him to go, "Well, fuck you, click." And instead he went, "Let me tell you what you might not have understood about this record." And he took 45 minutes before we even started the interview to explain to me what he was writing about with that record. And then we did an interview for like 30 minutes. He could not have been nicer. And at the end of it, he invited me to come out to the show and meet him and hang out. So a couple months go by, show comes, I go, I meet Dio. Nicest guy in the world. I mean, could not be nicer of a guy. Introduces me to his wife, introduces me to his band, just couldn't have been nicer. And then we were chatting, and at some point he says, "Hey, you want to go meet somebody else?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And I'm thinking, all right, it's going to be, you know, I don't know. They were with Iron Maiden, so maybe it's going to be with Blaze Bayley or something. I don't know. I don't know who he's going to introduce me to. He takes me to a table, and sitting there in the back is Jimmy Page.
Jeez.
And I'm like, holy shit, Jimmy Page. You know, and what it was Page Plant had a show the next night across the street at the Gund Arena, and those guys are all from England or whatever. So he was there. They all know each other. So I literally, the only thing I had on me was my Dio ticket. So I had Jimmy Page sign my Dio ticket, which I still have somewhere here. But he couldn't have been nicer. Dio was absolutely the best. And the weirdest thing about that dude, he never forgot your name. Like, I ran into him several times after, but like years later. I'd run into him like 2 years later or 3 years later, and I'd walk up to him and be like, Chris Aiken, how you doing? And I'm like, this guy meets 1 million people a year. And he remembered my name every single time, and he was always really cool. And I'll be honest, that's one of the very few times that a musician passed away where I was absolutely heart-wrenchingly devastated, because he was such a good dude and obviously such a force musically. So
yeah,
just so there's your uplifting story.
That's friggin' awesome.
That's amazing.
He was
And that's
John. Jimmy Page was in Led Zeppelin. I just want to let you know. Okay, go ahead, Aiken.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh my God!
It sounds
I know more
like
about.
Brian wants to be climbing a stairway to heaven.
Wow. Dude, I have met other people who have met Ronnie James Dio, and actually, dude, Aiken, Billy Morris, Don DiBiase, who one of my buddies. I played in a band with him for over 20 years. He roadied for Billy Morris. Billy Morris was in Warrant for a couple of years, and he ran into Ronnie James Dio overseas. My buddy Don ran into Ronnie James Dio, and he said that, like you said, the nicest guy you have ever met. And he also said he made sure, like, oh, what's up, Don? Like, he asked him his name and stuff like that. Like, and to your point, like that, if you guys have never watched it, by the way, the Ronnie James Dio documentary, Dreamers Never Die, is absolutely fantastic. And so many people, dude, that is the story that kind of perseveres about Ronnie, is that, like, number one, his voice never changed. It just was always amazing. Number two, he was one of the nicest guys you will ever meet in music. But number three, he did have that thing where he remembered people's names.
Yeah,
it's
weird.
Yeah, like, but how awesome is that? Like, you are like you're not just a legend in America, or a couple, like, you're a legend around the world. You're fucking Ronnie James Dio, and you meet people and just wherever you are, oh, hey, what's up, Joe? Like, how is that possible? Like,
it was weird. The second time that I met him was I think with Ripper. I think maybe Beyond Fear or somebody was opening for him. And Ripper had the same management. Wendy Dio was managing Ripper. And that was the time I went backstage with Ripper, and Dio looked right at me and goes, Chris Aiken, how are you? I was like, wow. I was like, are you kidding me? This is nuts. It was cool as hell, but Dio was great. He was so awesome.
That is one of those, like, I kind of like, when you think about people who passed, like, obviously for me, Eddie Van Halen is a thing, but I kind of feel like Dio is on a level that is, like, it's kind of unfair. Like Eddie Van Halen dying, it's like, well, we all know, like, and by the way, I'd like to say it again on our show. Dear God, why couldn't you have taken Ted Nugent instead of Eddie Van Halen? Get fucking Ted Nugent the fuck out of here. I fucking hate that cocksucker. Fuck him and his overrated ass. Like, can we make a trade? Like, you take Ted Nugent and a couple serial killers, and then give us back Eddie? Like, can we make that trade? Anyway,
at least the Lost Prophets guy is still alive.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Too soon?
Yeah, is it too soon? It's been 15 years.
Yeah.
I missed about 15 seconds, and John's cursing out Ted Nugent.
Oh, dude, I hate him. But it's dude, and Aiken, you can speak to this too. And by the way, Chastity has a question she wanted to ask, so we'll get that in a minute. But dude, like, Ronnie James Dio and Dimebag, like, that, the fact that they're gone before their time, and unfortunately, Ronnie James Dio at least was older. It was a cancer thing. It was a medical thing. Dimebag obviously is horrible. How fucking unfair is that? The guys that are, and Aiken, you had such incredible personal history with Dime and Pantera, and
he was a friend. The Pantera boys are, Phil is still a friend.
Yeah.
Dime and Vinny were friends, and I have so many stories about those guys, partying with those guys. getting kicked in the chest by Dimebag doing a Karate Kid kickoff. We had our moments. I loved those guys, man. That one really upset me. Hell, the last interview he ever did in Ohio, I did.
Yeah.
Like Akron, you knew Dime. So what was it about Dime that like made him what he was? What was the essence that turned him into this? Now that we look back on him, we go, "Good Lord, this guy was a fucking genius." So what you knew the guy? What do you think?
Aiken, let me answer first because you can go into
sure,
more
John. Go ahead with your knowledge.
Go fuck yourself.
Because I totally asked John the question, so please chime in.
Aiken will jump on board. If I took my green screen down, I have the Music's Bottom Line magazine that I had signed by Pantera right behind me. It's. But wait a minute, God damn it! Shut up! I'm going somewhere with this.
That's great. John's got stuff in writing. I don't really want to hear what Aiken has to know about, since he knew the guy and was friends with him. Go ahead, John, please.
Hey, Brian, why don't you get more drunk and keep screaming into the microphone, you unprofessional hack? Anyways,
I love how they started as a group of friends and now we're just all ripping on each other.
Well, but Kale, if you hung out with us in person, this is exactly what we do.
Yeah,
so,
all friends at one point rip on each other. It's classic.
Friends, I don't know. That's let's be careful here.
But yeah, so I've got the signed copy of Music's Bottom Line that Dime signed, at the in store for 101 Proof Live. I only met him once, and Aiken, again, like, please expound upon this, and we got to get to Chaz, and Luke has a question, but Aiken, like, I only met him one time, but all of the stories about Dimebag, like, he's the nicest guy, he's so friendly, like, he treats you like, let's just fucking go party together, like, like, I met him once, and it was 100% true. Like, Aiken, thank you very much, and our buddy Warlock got me into this in-store as the third person through the door. I actually lost my pizza job delivering pizza to Pantera. I've told that story on the show. And I go in there, and it was Phil and Rex at the first table, or it was Diamond Vinny at the first table. And I was like, I literally, like, holding this copy of Music's Bottom Line, my hand's shaking, handing it over. And I was like, man, you guys fucking rule. It's so nice to meet you. And I told Dime, I said, you specifically, dude, like, my guitar players in my band, like, you are such a huge influence on them, man. Like, we love you guys. Like, just fuck. And he literally, instead of like, oh, thank you, man, he literally stood up, grabbed me, yanked me across the table, gave me this big fucking bear. He goes, thank you, brother. That means so much to me, man. Fucking means so much to me, dude. Thank you. Like, and that was one time I met him, and he was that guy. Like, everything I had heard about Dime was 100% true in that little quick meeting. And so now Aiken, continue. I wanted to bring that because Aiken, you met him so many times and you were friends with him. So I want to preface that by saying, if I met him one time and that was like that, your story is about like being friends with the guy. Like, so,
Well, the thing
so
about
fuck you, Brian.
The thing about Dime was that, like, you all have probably seen the Pantera videos, the 3 Watch 'Em Go, where he's shooting fireworks at each other, and what that was him. That was not put on. I mean, you whenever you ran into him, it was a party. It was always a party. He was always genuine. He was always ready to go too. That was the weird thing. The talent speaks for itself. The talent is the talent. That made Dimebag. He was a special player. One of a generational type talent that there's only a few that meet that talent level.
He was the Eddie Van Halen of metal. That my buddy Nick, who is an incredible.
Or Eddie was the Dimebag of rock.
Same thing. I love you.
But when you hung out with the guy, he was always like, "Hey, brother." One of my favorite times hanging out with them was they played a show at a venue in Akron called Rhodes Arena, and Phil actually called me in the afternoon and was like, "Hey, brother, are you coming out to the show tonight?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, fuck yeah, it's Pantera. Of course I'm coming out." He's like, "Why don't you come out now? We'll have a couple of drinks before the show." Okay, cool. So I called my buddy Randy, and he left his job, and we were gone by like 2:00 in the afternoon. We went down and we met up with them at their bus. We get on the bus, instantly Dimebag's like, "What's going on, Big Daddy? You can't be on this bus without a drink." Hands me a drink. I mean, I'm not 2 steps into the bus, and he's handing me a drink, and he's like, "Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it." Slamming drinks. We drank so much that night. I don't know how they played. I really don't know how they played, because we drank. We were on the bus. They skipped sound check. They had their roadies do sound check. They skipped because it was me, Vince, Dimebag, my friend Randy, one of their roadie guys, and Sebastian Bach was there. Sebastian
Anthrax was there.
Anthrax. John Bush was back there. Scott Ian was back there. We were all on the bus. Then they were like, "Well, let's go inside the venue." All right. Well, we went into the venue, into the dressing room, and immediately there was like 14 more bottles of Crown on a table. And Dimebag was immediately over at the table going, "All right, new drinks, new night, or new day." I think that's what he said. He said, "New drinks, new day." Poured everybody shots. We're drinking more shots. Finally, about 7:30 or whatever comes, and Dime or somebody says, "Okay, you guys got to go out to your seats. Band's got to get ready to play." All right. So we stagger out to the seats. We are trashed. We've been pouring shots for 5 hours or whatever. We are fucked up. We get out to the seats. We're bobbing and weaving. Pantera comes out and absolutely murders. I mean, with the pristine playing that you just expect from Pantera, razor sharp, all energy, all craziness. It was insane how good they were. And then after the show, they went over to a club down like one town later
in
called
Canton. Yep,
Canton, called, what was that place called? Rosie's or something?
Yeah, it was Rosie's. Yeah,
and we go down to Rosie's with the Pantera boys. They get on stage. They're playing like Van Halen songs and stuff. They looked at my friend Randy, who looked kind of like David Lee Roth, and they're like, "David Lee, bring it on up here." And my friend fucking Randy ends up singing 3 songs with Pantera, with Dime, and it was Dime, Vince, Rex, and my friend Randy singing, "Ain't Talking About Love" or whatever. It was the craziest night, man. It was so much fun. And I had a lot of those. I was very fortunate to have a lot of those nights with the Pantera boys. And they've always been great to me. When I put out my book, there's a chapter in it about Pantera, and Phil was nice enough to cut a little promo for it, and he's helped me sell it. And I mean, they're friends. They're not just a band I know.
Yeah. So. Well, dude, the guy was like I said, that one meeting for me solidified, how he was, who he was, and you have more Pantera stories. I mean, they were in your fucking backyard, for Christ's sakes. Yeah. Like before a show, they were barbecuing in your backyard, man. And to add on to this, and then we got some questions that people want to ask you, but real quick, like to your point about that show you were just mentioning. First of all, Brian was there. I was there. I was there with my girlfriend. We had seats up in the stands, and she was like, "Fuck this, I'm going down the pit." I was like, "Oh shit, okay." And she was down the pit, and Big Val, like, she was fucking rocking, and guys were hitting her and shit. Big Val himself saw her, and she was so close up to the stage that Big Val was hitting people and keeping away from her because they were trying to get violent with her. And so she was kicking ass in the pit, like fucking Big Val protected her and everything. And dude, I will never forget, like, I was living with her at the time, and I was reading, I think it was Metal Edge, and it was an article about Anthrax. And they were saying, yeah, we just toured with Pantera, and I don't think we've ever had a better tour. Like, we haven't played better except for Akron, Ohio. And I will never forget that. I was like, "Oh, Akron, that's right up the street." Like, and then finding out, a couple of years later, that was you.
That was our show. We got them hammered.
Yeah, and you guys were all like a fucking disaster. So, I mean, he was, dude. It's like it fucking sucks, man. Like that. he, the whole Dimebag thing for me will always be just what the fuck, man. Like Eddie Van Halen is the ultimate what the fuck for me. But again, Eddie kind of did it to himself and everything. Dimebag did not. And so, it's just you gotta wonder, like, I mean, the power of those songs and the impact of that band. Like when you go and see Pantera now, like on this reunion, quote unquote reunion tour, whatever, we saw the opening night of the tour, and it was Zach and Charlie instead of Diamond Vinny. But the power of those songs, I was just like, the first thing that hit me was like, holy Jesus, my God, these songs, like,
it's still good. It's not as good.
Well, but you know what, dude? I mean, you haven't seen it live, I don't think.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, well, dude, I'm going to disagree with you. I think it's not as good. I get where you're coming from, but the power of it comes across like it's
oh,
like
yeah.
I thought it was brilliant. I got to see it earlier this year.
Yeah. Dude, it's unbelievable. I mean, the power of those songs, like and the thing that is coolest for me as a Van Halen fan, so this is gonna be a little self-serving, was that Diamond Vinny, the last words, that they ever said to each other before they hit the stage was Van Halen, like they did a fist bump because they wanted to be, it was Diamond Vinny and Alex and Eddie. And that was the last thing Dime ever said to Vinny, before unfortunately he got shot here in Ohio, in Columbus. And they really were, if you think about it. Like Pantera was the heavy metal Van Halen. Like I will always believe that, dude. It was like you always think about Vinny and you think about Dime and then there's this kick-ass lead singer. Like, I just I will always believe that. And so I think that's pretty fucking cool. So all right, so let's get to some questions here. So Luke, you had a question. So let's
All right. I guess since I haven't been talking, I guess I could have some explanation on my name. Luke has spoken. It's a name I came up with like a bit on my as my username. It's basically a reference to Kuil's line from Mandalorian. I have spoken. So
I always thought it was. Oh, I'm so happy
you're right. Yeah, I have spoken.
Aiken definitely knows that reference. So.
But no, my question, I wanted to ask this to you guys, and I'm interested in knowing what your answers are. What is your favorite? What's like a little like moment in a Dream Theater song that you guys like that there's like some stuff like a little tiny bit that you like really appreciate, like that maybe not a lot of people might talk about. For me, it's like the chorus riff in like the riff before the chorus in Constant Motion. I just love that riff so much. It's one of my favorite like DT riffs. So like, what's a little moment in a like Dream Theater song you think that's really like that sort of catches the ear for you? I'm interested to hear where this all goes.
Well, I'll say Aiken, when you come around, answer with the Pantera answer.
I have one. I have an answer to that.
Really? All right,
I do.
Oh, okay.
When the album turns off and I can't hear it.
When the CD player says end, I love that part, and it does it on every one of their albums. It's fantastic.
Yeah. If you actually have one, though, like
I do not actually have one.
Okay, so we'll start with you, and since Pantera is your favorite band, we'll start with you. Like, is there one particular quick moment? And I'll go next because Luke, I definitely have an answer for that. Aiken for Pantera. Song, is there one particular like?
Just
holy shit.
The explosion of Suicide Note 2. When you get lulled to sleep with the mellowness, and all of a sudden it's like, it's like, yeah. You got the guy from Anal Cunt there screaming, and you got Phil screaming, and it's just explosive. I love it. So good.
All right. For me, Luke, I will always go with my favorite guitar solo. From Dream Theater, it's the Test That Stumped Them All, because it's just like
that's a good one.
Like it just there's something about like the very first time I heard it, it just like out of nowhere he just grabs it and it goes wee, like just the grab of that bend has always been, and that's my favorite Petrucci solo. So yeah, that one just always sticks out to me. Like it is. It used to be in the intro of the audio version of the show.
Yeah.
For all I know, it's still maybe. I just upload the shit. But yeah, like that one just always grabs me, man. So I think for me that would be definitely my thing. Zauber, do you have one?
Yeah, since you brought up constant motion, I love that part after the part you mentioned. So when it goes,
oh, that part's great. The drum groove in that part is some of my favorite Portnoy moments. Like, just he's doing just so much. Like,
yeah,
I'm over here.
When they.
I'm happy they brought that song back too. That was a really good surprise.
I was jumping around. It was amazing.
All right, so Robert, you're on mute.
All right. Yeah, I realized that. I was like, hang on. So
the one man.
Yeah. So the one thing that not a lot of people like is the astonishing. No, kidding. I had to bring it up. No, there's like many like different like solos that John does. Like I know like during Goodnight's Kiss, that's like solo into oh wow, what song is it? Solitary Shell. There we go. Like just into that, just love it. But I have to say like the main theme for Lost Not Forgotten, the da 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 da.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, like, you made that like, very John Williams sounding bit.
Oh, absolutely! It's just like it just transports you, and then like when Mangini like starts like going, and I'm like, oh yes, absolutely.
All right, Brian, don't scream into the microphone, you unprofessional.
Well, we've talked about it before. Nightmare to Remember, the middle part, the hopelessly drifting and bathing in beautiful agony. That's that just freaking. So that's number one. Number two is probably the Moog keyboard. It's kind of doing a harmony with Petrucci on Count of Tuscany. It's about 2.5 minutes in. Solo.
Yes.
The diddle, that little part there that goes on for about 1.5 minutes. It just those two moments probably stand out more than anything else that they've ever done.
All right, Chastity.
Okay. So I have two. I don't know if this is how it's going, but it's like 4 minutes into Stream of Consciousness. Yes, I'm there.
Yeah.
Because me and my husband, we can just start singing just the tune. So it's a good song. Fight me.
What up, you dukes?
But just the speed of Petrucci as he's going. I'll sit there and I'm like, I don't know how people sat there and counted the 41 beats, but I can listen to that just over and over again. So I like the 4 minutes. I think it's 4 minutes and 10 seconds in.
Yeah.
And then I was raised by a drummer. My mom played drums, so I listened and do the whole Portnoy thing. But in Pull Me Under, if you listen from the very beginning until when it starts, it's got a pause at the end, and then he just comes in with like this, just. I do that for the whole thing, and I can keep beat. And my favorite part of Pull Me Under is the part that's not being played that I just make up in my head.
Okay.
Sorry, this is the thing. It just goes and I sit there and I'm like, okay, I know what song it is because of the beat that I'm making up is there. So, speech impediment. I had an issue on Thanksgiving, and so I sound weird when I talk.
Jazz, you were fine. You don't got to explain that, man. You were fine.
So it makes me like my eyes water and whatever. So I'm like, ignore me as I'm like rolling my sounds. But
hey, big giant talking into infinity group hug for Chaz, man. Chastity, we love you. No worries, man. No explanation.
So, no one's making me cry. I bruised the nerve right there, so it makes my eyes water and I sound funny. But
John's pretty good at making people cry, though. So.
No, I mean, if it's not you guys, like, fair warning. I cry now and like I stutter sometimes. So, but yeah, I make up my own beat to it, and I'm like, as I'm driving, I'll be going with one foot I'm driving, the other one I'm just like tapping out. I'm like, if you hear extra drums, it's me. It's fine. I'm just making it up. Nice. So that seems weird. Like my favorite part of a song is the part that doesn't exist.
but at least it's there, man. Like,
oh, it is at the end, and if you listen to live recordings, it's when the whole crowd will start clapping on that beat from the very beginning.
Exactly.
And then he'll pick it up later. And I'm like, see, if the crowd can do it on a live recording, I can do it when it's just me in my car.
Of course.
I'll just make up rules. It's fine.
Rob, do you have a moment?
Let me unmute myself. I've got two in the tail end of Build Me Up, Break Me Down, where James is just getting ready to just about do his scream, where Mangini and Petrucci are starting to trade like rhythmic stuff, and the whole Build Me Up, that whole section, I think just rhythmically is just really pretty cool.
Yeah, I love that
but
part.
One of my favorite pieces is the end of Surrender to Reason, when John is starting to get into his outro solo after James has sung, and that just extends and just goes out, and John just hits that high note that just slowly
that is a deep cut moment.
Sends
right
chills, and that's still one of
pick.
those songs from my favorite DT album that I just wish got a chance to play it live. So
man, that's it.
Which was your favorite record?
The self-titled.
And he's about to get cut.
Oh, Rob.
You can see it on his face. Oh, dear.
Because you talk about emotional thing, not to bring this down, my wife had a health scare where she was told that she had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. So listening to songs like The Bigger Picture, Surrender to Reason, all that stuff. So it was a wrong diagnosis, but those were songs that I gravitated towards, and I got a chance to tell Mike Mangini, was the only member I've met, like this album got me through one of the darkest times of my life, and it brought that up to, as much as I love scenes and images and words and all of that, those two songs in particular, I was like, lyrically in those, like there has to be a bigger picture of this. There has to be something more. And if this is going to be the end, I don't know how we're going to get through this. So that's why that album has risen to number 1.
Okay, well, number 1.
So now you can't dog on it, John. Now you can't.
Yeah,
that's where I was going. Like,
he's got reasons now, so he's allowed to like it. You can't dog on that one.
Rob, number 1. Number 1. Number 1.
I didn't want to play that card. Sorry.
Number one. Fuck you for making me feel something for my least favorite Dream Theater record. Man, number 2. That is. I have 3 things. So here's number 2.
We can count.
We should be able to count. We listen to Dream Theater.
Fuck the misdiagnosis. I have a huge history of cancer in my family.
You are cancer to your family.
Oh,
wow.
That was just uncalled for, dude.
That's why we're best friends. That's why we're best friends.
Remember that burn joke?
I was about to say, like, I'm dealing with cancer right now with my dog, and Aiken's not going to give a shit. But
I was this close to being another guest host, but I said that album, and now I'm not.
No, you're fine, dude. Honestly, that would be a great debate. That would be a
great debate.
Yep, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's like our default, like, Dream Theater pun is, it's the great every time. Like,
every time.
More than one episode without using it? I don't think we can.
Yeah.
But number 3, man. Holy shit, God bless her that she's obviously she's still here. I would assume, like, everything's good. Well, God bless her for that, man. That's awesome. What a I can't even imagine something scary like that. Holy shit, man. Wow.
Yeah, we were dropped that news on Good Friday. My wife looked at me and said, "We are not ruining Easter. We don't say anything to the family. We go and have Easter because this might be the last holiday we have with the family together." Wow. And then 2 weeks later, they're like, it's not. But for
how do you mess that up? Like,
how do you that?
And end up being something else. But it was crazy.
So Brian's waiting in the wings to come back on the show. I'm not going to let him in. He's just going to sit back.
Yeah, hold up.
Fuck him.
One small thing I want to bring up. Constant Motion, that was like a good answer. I actually have 2 brief ones, and they're in the same, and they're in the same song. And it's in Breaking All Illusions, which honestly might turn out being my favorite Dream Theater song. I know I said it's Octavarium. I love A Change of Seasons, but Breaking All Illusions is a very, like, I connect with that song a lot. I just love that song so much. And I feel like the moment that really gets me is right. It's the string melody, and then when it comes back in the searching out, reaching, like that part is just so beautiful. And then of course, my favorite, other than the Best of Times solo, which is my favorite Petrucci solo, the solo in Breaking All Illusions. I remember listening to it for the first time, and I felt like I was like, I had this weird feeling where I felt like I was literally like floating out of my seat. Like it just felt like the most transcendent thing. I was just like, whoa, what? Like that is just magic. That's the most magical moment I've ever felt with Dream Theater is Petrucci's solo and Breaking All Illusions. Just oh my goodness. Yes.
Yeah.
I have to ask, so, and we have other questions to get to, but Aiken, I know you are not a Dream Theater fan.
Correct, sir.
Is there, however, because you are as open-minded as anybody I know, is there a Dream Theater song you actually like? Is there a part of a Dream Theater song?
I don't hate Pull Me Under, but I know that's like the cliche that makes me not even belong on the screen. You know, I get that.
You have to stick your toe in the water sometimes, so that's fine. Just a little bit at a time. It's fine.
And I'm okay with the Glass Prison. Okay. Glass Prison's okay.
Oh, Glass Prison is awesome.
Really? Oh, the one that's inspired by Pantera you like. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that one's all right, but I don't know, just some of it. I don't listen to it. I probably would get into it more if I listened to it more, but I don't like long songs, and that really does damage for trying to listen to Dream Theater when, you know, you get an album, there's 3 songs at 73 minutes or whatever. You know, it's like same reason I don't really love Fate's Warning other than the early Fate's Warning, because once they started with, you know, what was that, Pleasant Shade of Gray or whatever, that's like one song that's 63 minutes or whatever. It's like, I can't get behind that. It's too much for me. But I like a little, not a ton, but I don't hate it. I like LeBrie's solo records a whole lot more. I do enjoy him.
That acoustic record, I'm sorry to shill, but that acoustic record, I still listen to it. It is absolutely fucking killer.
Oh, it's his best solo record by far. It's not even close.
All right, so a couple of you guys had questions, so ask your questions. I'm going to go take a piss again. I'm actually going to announce it this time.
Number 3.
Dude, probably number 4.
Rookie.
Rookie my ass.
Don't finish it at the desk this time, all right?
Right? All right, ask your question.
Who?
Yeah,
Chastity,
who?
you're up.
Oh, me. Okay.
Yes, Chastity.
So we have the 12-step, and that's all put together. It's all like one song, sort of. It's one like theme. If you could take Dream Theater songs or non-Dream Theater songs for you, Chris, that would put together in like the same theme, what would they be? Like mine are Endless Sacrifice, Wither, and Never Enough. I think they tell the beginning, middle, and end of a story. Kale, let me explain.
I'm just thinking, how are those songs even? What?
No, listen to my thought process.
No, go for it. I am intrigued. You have me intrigued.
Endless Sacrifice is like a letter that's written from the band member to their wife from a hotel room. Yes. Wither is how they feel on tour, and Never Enough is the letter to the fans about what the fans do to them when they're on tour.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'll think of that.
That's interesting, yeah.
So what would be your guys's? The 3 that people don't go, how do those go together? Like the Kale's face he just made.
Ooh. Wow. You're making us think here. Like,
good Lord. You realize we've only been on the air for 4 hours and 14 minutes now.
Yeah, almost midnight.
I
was thinking about deep philosophical things.
It's not my fault. I got put to this.
Wait, so what is the question? You want to group 3 songs together to figure out what the fuck?
Think of us going together.
It doesn't have to be 3, minus 3. It's the beginning, middle, and end. But what are songs that go together that kind of have the very, like a similar theme? Like you have the 12-step. Those all have that same theme running through it. Okay. And then I call it the Consequences trio. Like, or the Fame Consequences trio, where, you know, This is how their family's dealing with it. This is how they're dealing with it. This is how the fans are dealing with it. Like if you could take 2 or 3 or however many songs that have that same theme, not as mine, but like they all have the same theme, what would it be? And no, not the word a thread, because that's just an overarching for the whole band. But
so we can't make a Wake into a concept album about Spider-Man.
No, we've already done that. We don't need it.
Yeah, we've done that.
Dude, I saw that edit. I'm like, that is perfect.
So we want like 2 or 3 songs that group together to form a theme, I guess.
So
I have an answer.
Okay, go ahead, go for it.
The Bigger Picture, Surrender to Reason, and Along for the Ride.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mine isn't all that far dissimilar. We the Bigger Picture, The Spirit Carries On, and I'm blanking on it. They're doing it on tour right now. Mangini's song from
This Is the Life.
This Is the Life. Yeah.
Master Warrior.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. But kind of telling the bigger picture of life. You've got, that kind of thematic story of a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Okay, so Aiken, I need you to do this with Cannibal Corpse then, I guess.
Well, let's see. There's raped with a knife, mummified with barbed wire, and I don't know, vile. I could do anti-war Megadeth. How about that?
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Isn't that just all of it?
How about Blackmail the Universe, Peace Cells, and Holy Wars? There you go. 3
Okay, I like that. That works.
Nice.
Wow. I didn't actually think we'd get an intelligent answer on here. But since John wasn't on here, I figured it'd be
exactly. I do not have an answer. I
John's
do not
like humans being.
Does John know the question?
No.
I do know the
No,
question.
John doesn't even. John does. He doesn't even know his name right now. Let's just stop with all that.
Oh, you're the one.
He's
You're the
currently
one that's
spelling it with an H.
Yes, Brain and Jahan.
Yeah.
Jahan without Jahan would be J apostrophe.
Yeah, I think my name is.
That would be a Star Wars name.
Is this supposed to be Brian? I always get confused with my own name. I don't know which one it is.
Oh, man.
Can we just give Brian credit real quick? I'm sorry, Brain.
No, don't give me credit whatsoever.
That dude manages to get hammered. That dude manages to get hammered on less than $6. Like no one can pull that off but him.
Well, to be fair, it was like about $6.35, 45 cents or so.
Okay, so less than $7.
Not everybody drinks daily, John.
That's right.
Take it from the guy who works at a bloody liquor store. Yes, there are a lot of
by daily you mean hourly, right, Chris?
Yeah. By the minute.
Look at Zauber chugging off the vodka. See, let's not talk about the drinking.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, drink something out of your Flugelhorn, Zauber.
I mean, I don't have lyrics to go together, but I can tell you there is a reused riff that not a lot of people have thought of. Misunderstood and a rite of passage.
Yes.
Yes.
I actually had a funny story. This is not nothing to do with like thematically, like lyrically, but musically. I have a friend of mine who connected the end of The Looking Glass with the beginning of Surrender to Reason, and it fits.
Oh, that'll work
perfectly. Is it da 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 da? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I need them to do that on tour now.
Yeah.
So, well, when you said funny story, you weren't kidding around, were you?
All right, so Aiken, I think you can actually jump in on this one because I think you have said that you can combine a Change of Seasons with Vacant and make it work. So go into detail about that because that was an interesting point that you had.
When I said that.
that implies he listened to either song, Drake.
Yeah. I think Aiken definitely knows Change of Seasons because that's one of the ones that we would like at a bar.
I can combine the Astonishing with a toilet.
Oh no!
Cheap shot.
And just like that, we say goddbye.
That's a good way to get a no match.
Yes.
All you have to just scream really loudly, and then he'll lose his hearing. Just...
Okay. In all seriousness, Chris Aiken, what are your feelings to the opening chords to Another Day?
Well, it's a somber moment for me when I listen. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but
because there's like minor, and there's major chords throughout the entire song.
Yeah, chords for chodes.
Yep.
Okay, so another day and take away my pain then.
Oh, okay. If you're doing that, then A Change of Seasons and Best of Times.
Exactly.
See, Aiken knows nothing about this.
Nothing about
And
Dream
take
Theater.
away my pain.
I really don't.
I'm a huge Styx fan. Best of Times is like one of their best albums of all time.
I'm gonna be honest. That's another song where I want to talk about this. There have been songs where you guys have like not necessarily like crapped on, but you have like different opinions on it than like I'd say like I do with songs. And I remember like because I'm actually a huge fan of songs like Best of Times, like Elimination Theory. Of course, the big one you guys talk about. No, not Repentance. Ministry of Lost Souls. Like,
I love that song.
Yeah, I love it too. Like the ending guitar solo is brilliant because it like the progressions from A minor to C minor to E flat minor. It's like that is what. How do you think of that? Like
progression though.
It is like you're going from like those chord progressions, like you have the 4 chords like A minor, F minor, C major, and then G major, and then it does it like that lift into C minor, and then it does the same progression again, and it goes up into E flat minor. Like that is brilliant. I saw like a video on that, and I'm like, that's wonderful. That is such a great like bit of like writing there.
Luke, the next time your mom's not looking, try to steal that key so you can get out of the basement. What, like, wait till she completely turns her back. Just take that key.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Where did that even come from?
Oh my god!
I'm so glad I'm on here. I'm glad I was able to make one of these things.
Oh my god!
And
it only took 4 hours and
drinking
20
into infinity.
This is literally Chaz, right? Chaz.
This is the most fun I've ever been on one of these shows because I'm in it now. I got to play like cello for you guys. Like that.
I have to say, Brian, it only took you 4 hours and
waking
20
up.
minutes to actually say something funny.
Oh
So
my
good for
god! I'm sorry. It was just brewing inside me.
Oh my god. Aiken, so real quick, are you familiar with any of those songs? Like Luke, list those songs again.
No.
Like
I listed
you might
off,
be though, Chris.
I listed off the Best of Times, Illumination Theory, Ministry of Lost Souls. Yeah.
Actually, Aiken, you are familiar with one.
Why?
Illumination Theory.
Oh, I know this story. You brought it up before. I can't wait to hear it again.
Dude, Luke, Aiken, if you have the audio, pull up the audio. Illumination Theory is a song that Petrucci chose when we interviewed him.
Oh yeah,
and it was for breaking the fourth wall. And I had told you like I don't like this song, like, but I know they do. Like, and when you would end your interviews a couple of years ago, you like let the artist choose a song to like play after. And it was Illumination Theory. It's like, God damn. And of course it was like the 20-minute one, and you're like I was like, I knew he's gonna pick this. Like, son of a bitch. But yeah, if you have that interview where we literally had John Petrucci answer whether or not they are undisciplined songwriters. Yeah. That actually just came up on my timeline like I think a week ago or something like that.
You gotta give me credit there. That was a pretty balls question.
Yeah. Well, dude,
that was a very ballsy move.
Yeah. And give Petrucci credit because he answered it. Dude. Like he didn't be like fuck you, like no, he laughed and was like, and then he went into it like he started talking about it. It's only about 3 or 4 minutes long, but
most of these guys are like that though. When if you I mean once you get past the fact that you like what they do and you treat them like men or women or whatever, then they're cool. Different topic, different band obviously, but I chatted with Andrew Freeman from Last in Line and Great White or whatever, bunch of bands, just last week. And I asked him point blank, I said, it seems like a pretty big miss when you were in Great White. It just didn't seem like the fans dug it. And, you took some heat for it, whatever. And I just asked him, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, it is what it is." He didn't get
you bring
all
up last in line, so
he didn't get all pissy and offended. Nice. He just handled it.
Look at that.
What the fuck? What is that?
Pop vinyl of Vivian Campbell.
Yeah, Funko Pop.
Speaking of cancer.
Oh,
oh my God.
Man.
Nice.
Aiken's on fire today.
Aiken's always on fire. Holy shit.
I do have one bone to pick with Vivian Campbell, the River Dogs. Do you remember that, Aiken?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I got like sucked into, the Vivian Campbell made this album with the River Dogs. No, that was not
that's
Are
awesome.
we showing those things off?
I got hosed on that one.
We're just collecting Funko Pops now.
These guys live on top of my amp.
I have a Lemmy.
Oh, dude, that's
nice.
There
you go.
Then I have a gold Lemmy.
Ooh.
I did not know that made a gold Lemmy.
That is interesting.
So like I knew that John collected dolls. I didn't know you did too. That's cool though.
I'm equally gay.
I'm sorry. Collectible action figures. They're not called dolls.
Here's another Lemmy. There's another Lemmy.
You can't be worse than me. I collect Lego.
Aiken, I think you have some Lemmy stories, don't you?
I mean, I've interviewed him several times. I've met him a couple. I don't really have Lemmy stories really. Not a bunch. Nothing crazy. I mean, I've interviewed him several times. Guess I won't be doing that again. But yeah, nice. He's nice as could be. Certainly legend to me. Like all my books. I've written 6 books, and all of them.
Willis died.
All of them are dedicated to my grandfather, my father, and Lemmy. So because Lemmy had that don't give a fuck attitude, and that's kind of how I live. So, but yeah, I don't really have.
Because it's not a Christmas movie. He had to take it down.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aiken. Brian apparently is so drunk that
Yeah, I noticed he's sailing in and out of the show.
For Brit. Oh.
Hey!
So,
that was
right. So
not gonna lie, when he walked off the first time, I looked down for a second. I looked up and it was just Bruce Willis, and I was like, "What's the Because it lines up just perfect, right. And he's looking at talking in the mic. I was like, "What the?"
If you get Bruce Willis to talk today, that is an accomplishment.
Jesus.
Too soon?
This is why we bring
Too soon?
Have a couple laughs. Come down to the coast.
Is that too soon?
We'll get together.
All right. So since you can't bring it up, apparently, so we'll tell the story. And I think the Petrucci story.
Oh,
so I think I've told it on the show, but dude, we had John Petrucci on, or I should say, Aiken had John Petrucci on, and he asked me to come over and interview with him. Like it's just he did me a solid. So thank you very much, Chris. He did his research as always, but he's like, John's a fucking giant, Dream Theater nerd. So, let's get John on here to, help out. Well, at the very last, Aiken and I have always argued. He says that they are completely undisciplined because the songs go all these different goofy directions and they can't just make it concise. And I've always said that I think that Dream Theater is successful because they do go all these crazy places, but there's a melodic anchor and it always comes back to one central theme. Like they keep the listener's attention, even if it's like a 15, 20-minute song. And so when we were interviewing Petrucci, Aiken closed the interview by asking him that. He had literally told John Petrucci, I think you guys are undisciplined songwriters. John disagrees. And Petrucci actually answered it, and he was laughing. Yeah, he didn't get mad at all. And his answer with this is honestly, this is one of the reasons that made me an even bigger Dream Theater fan after I talked to Petrucci. He said, I think I agree with both you guys, because he went through an explanation, I should say, for about like 3-4 minutes or something about, we are undisciplined because sometimes we get lost in this idea, but then sometimes we're, in this idea. And at the end, he literally said, I think I agree with both you guys. Like, he was so fucking cool about it. Like, it was awesome because it's like, basically Aiken said, you guys, your songs are too long. Why the fuck do you do that? And he was just awesome and laughed it off and just answered and then said, you know what? I think you guys are both right. So, I mean, again, like, it's one of the reasons I love the band so much is because, like, they can be that honest. And that's why, the whole 3 year thing, the question we asked earlier, like, knowing that the, Portnoy reunion was 3 years in the making, it's kind of heartbreaking in a way because it's like I've always like looked at Dream Theater as the band that's like above all of the drama, all of the typical rock star shit. And Aiken, you can speak to this like a million times over,
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what my problem is. It's like, okay, well, maybe, yeah, like if this was 3 years.
Well, you guys are all fans. I mean, you guys are hardcore fans, not just like casual fans. Like somebody mentioned the Warning several hours ago. I'm a casual fan of the Warning. They're cool. They're cute. I like looking at them. Some of the songs are okay. They're all right. If I dug into their business, I'd probably not like them as much because I'd be like, oh my God, if the father's overbearing with the promoters and the girls are pains in the ass when they don't get the right colored M&Ms or whatever it would be, and I know for a fact that the Dream Theater guys, because I've had some very direct dealings with at least one guy in Dream Theater, they are a band in the band business. They are not just a bunch of guys that love making music and love challenging boundaries, which is what the really hardcore fans love about them, is that they challenge the boundaries of music. And like we were talking earlier, they jammed in 43 notes into 1/10 of a second or whatever it was. That's what you guys love as fans. Trust me when I tell you.
41 in 1 second. If it was 1/10, that's just bloody stumps.
Well, as opposed to that slow 1 second, big difference. But when you start learning the business, there's truth to the rumor that it's an old saying, and people that know people hear it, and the people that don't know people think it's bullshit. But that whole saying of don't ever meet your heroes, because when you do, you learn a whole lot about why they're not as cool as you think.
It's not show friends, it's show business.
That's exactly right.
Dream Theater wanted Jordan and had to let Derek go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, that is something I wanted to talk about tonight, and obviously we can't because we're 4.5 hours in. But real quick, Luke has to go. So Luke, thank you so very much, dude. You earned the Warrior of the Night award because you were the first one on. And it is now 4.5 hours. You are still here, man. So, dude, thank you so much.
I'm so. Let me just say one last bit of words, and I don't want to sound too like sappy and stuff, but I'm so happy that we're here as a community, being able to talk about music like this. That honestly, I feel like doesn't get as much, representation and is not talked about as much, And so it's so cool that we're able to come together now. It still blows my mind. 35,000 downloads on this show. We're just two of you guys who talk about this band. It's very like niche, and it's just amazing how many people are here. And the fact that I was even a part of this, to be in this thing. I've always wanted to do this ever since I started listening. I was like, I got to be in one of these hangouts, and being here, being able to share some awesome stuff with you, being able to talk with other people about this thing I love. And I mean, I played even some stuff for you guys. I mean, I still can't believe I did that. That was so cool. But no, yeah, I'm so happy that I was able to be a part of this. And who knows, maybe I might be here in the next one. I hope to be here for the Parasomnia reaction, because oh my goodness, I am so excited for that album.
Well, let's do it, dude. You are always welcome.
So it's been an honor to be here. And I truly think that for me, this was these were the best of times.
No, dude, niche. I mean, forget about us having a podcast. You came on here and played Dream Theater on a cello.
Yeah,
that's niche, man. That's freaking amazing.
You missed that part, Aiken. It was bad as fuck, dude.
That's
Seriously,
killer.
Luke. Like I am not telling tales out of school. I'm not speaking for Brian, but I know he agrees. That was bad as hell, dude. Like
Thanks,
busting
man.
out the cello. Like
I
I know we
loved doing
forced you
it.
to do it, but
I know. I was down to do it. I was down to do it though.
And you fucking killed it, dude. It was so good.
Yeah.
Like in the chat, I know you couldn't see it because you were playing, but everyone was like, "Oh, it's this one." Like, dude, the fact that, dude, and ultimate credit to you. Not only did you pull out Metropolis, which of course you would think, okay, that's an obvious one, but you pulled out Broken Man. Like,
yeah, I did Broken Man.
Like, dude. Like,
I did out for like 2 seconds. You're like, I got this.
Yeah,
that was great.
Yep. But yeah, so yeah. So Luke, seriously, man, from Brian and I know I can speak for him. Because he can't speak himself right now. He's too drunk. But yeah, dude, seriously, as I've said to all the other, co-hosts that were on tonight, thank you so very much for supporting the show, man. We love you. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I mean, dude, you are one of the reasons why we go. And on a very personal level, thank you very much for tuning into the Nerf Herder Council. Man, I appreciate you checking out the show, dude.
Yeah, I'm so happy to I'm watching it now. You guys,
yeah,
you and AJ have great chemistry on talking about stuff. Hopefully, I'll be on the next one when we talk about maybe the next few Skeleton Crew episodes. I'd be down for that,
dude. If you would like, dudes, shoot us an email, nerfherdercouncil@gmail.com. Hit us up, dude. You are always welcome, man.
Right. All right.
Awesome.
I'll see
All
you
right,
guys.
take care, brother.
Yeah, take care. And always remember, Carpe Diem.
Carpe Diem.
You legend.
Nice.
There we go. Dude, so there goes Luke.
Well, at a party when one person leaves, they go, "Yeah, it's kind of getting late. I probably should go too." Being the new guy, I just kicked myself for not getting involved in the podcast earlier.
Well, here's what's going to happen. Rob, I'm so sorry to cut you off, but you are going to come on our show. Shut up, Aiken. I'm talking. Don't cut people off. It's rude. Dude, Rob, I will definitely have you on again. Brian, I would love to have you on. We got any number of music episodes that do not involve Dream Theater, and I think you'd be a great fit for any one of them. But also, I would love to come on your show.
I was just going to extend the olive branch right between the eyes. Would love some other Kiss, co-hosts coming in to talk about all kinds of cool stuff. So,
well, you don't want Drake in because he knows nothing about Kiss. I'll be there as soon as you need me, buddy.
Listen to our show. We'll go off on a tangent, and we're like, what were we talking about again? So, but yeah, this was a lot of fun. It was nice to meet everyone.
Awesome to meet you too, man.
I'm so excited and pumped to have the new album coming out. 3 days before my birthday, that I'm seeing the band in March, and just can't wrap my head around the thing that we never thought would happen, that Portnoy would ever leave, and then to think like, there's no possibility of him ever coming back, where it's like two of my favorite drummers have both occupied the band, and it's awesome,
right?
That
if I don't see you at Neon Moon tomorrow night, or actually today, then I will see you on March 9th, man.
Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to set up my kit for a Christmas concert I have on Sunday, so I'll be preoccupied putting drums together. But
beautiful,
great show, and I will no longer be a first-time caller, long-time listener. I will be in with you guys. This has been awesome. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Real quick before you go, I'm gonna put you in solo. Plug your show.
So you can find us wherever you get your podcast catchers. We're also on YouTube. We're on Twitter, or X as now they call it. So stupid. Down here at the bottom, RBTE podcast. That's right between the eyes. We're on all social medias. 3 generations of Kiss fans looking at all aspects of Kiss, and then other various bands that we do from time to time. And I have a new show on YouTube called Rogue Record Music, where it's going to be more of like this. Just I get to talk about Dream Theater, and get to talk about, why did I buy this Christina Aguilera CD? I have no idea why. I'll discuss it on the show and do stuff like that. So again, thanks for having me on. This has been an absolute pleasure.
Appreciate you, man. We'll see you soon,
man. Great to hang with you, mate.
Yep. Have a good one, guys.
Yep. See ya.
All right. So huge credit to Zauberer. He is a warrior, but he's got to go too, because it's what now? 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Is it 6 a.m. on a Christmas morning?
Aiken, movie ever.
Aiken, do you get that reference?
God damn it. Fell
Nope.
short as well. Come on.
Who invited him?
John.
That's fair.
All right, Zauber. You are one of our longtime viewers, longtime listeners. Like, thank you very much for everything. Last thoughts from you, since you got to, obviously, I don't know, go to sleep.
Yeah. Thanks for the podcast and for the great fan hangout and for the positivity that you bring to the Dream Theater fandom. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Nice. Zauber, appreciate you, man. We'll see you. Remember, February 7th.
Yeah,
we're gonna be here.
I guess I'll
7:30.
be there.
Yeah, we gotta have you on, man. We're gonna live react to the new record. So you're always more than welcome, dude. Tschüss, and see, no one else but you and I know what that is. Tschüss. So there you go.
I didn't even understand what you meant, but yeah.
Well, yeah, John.
I thought you were saying cheers or something.
Oh, well, John's German is so amazing. He won awards for it and stuff. He's so amazing. The fuck?
And now Brian has the German accent going.
See?
Nice job, Adolf.
Look, Zauber does know. Zauber doesn't. Tschüss.
Tschüss.
See, there we go. It's an actual thing, Brian. Fuck you.
Like John says like 12 things, and Zauber's like, I have no fucking idea what he's talking about.
Which one are we going?
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
All right, Zauber, real quick, so that I can prove Brian wrong. Tschüss is spelled TSCHU umlaut SZ. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
See? There you go. Fuck you, Brian.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I
There
mean,
you go.
never mind. 30 seconds ago, he had no idea what the hell you were talking about. That's totally fine.
Because you say tschüss, it's like tschüss. It sounds like no one knows what that is.
Hey, man, go check out some Mertley Kruger. Enjoy it.
Zauber, man, thank you so much, man. Dude, you are
Bye.
such a warrior. Thanks for hanging out, man. We love you, man. Take care.
Bye.
Happy holidays, buddy.
Thank you.
All right,
And
so who else?
We're down to
this
the last 6. We're down to the final 6 here.
I think we are.
Final
Good Lord.
4, yeah, because you guys are always stuck with us.
I think we are.
Good Lord.
I think we are. So, all right, Aiken.
You got our unprofessional asses.
Yeah, right.
Robert Chastity Kale. Since we can ask Aiken stuff, and now we're getting down to the nitty gritty of, only a few people.
So great to interview me.
Dude, you have awesome fucking stories. I mean, dude. All right.
So I don't know about awesome. I mean,
Well, how about
Aiken? A lot.
When you bitched at Nikki Sixx.
That has happened several times.
Aiken bitched at Nikki Sixx, who Nikki Sixx thinks his shit doesn't stink. He's one of the biggest rock stars on the planet, and Aiken.
Yeah, I called him out. Well, I called him out because he was I yapped about him on my show because he was selling whatever that book is, the one about the jungle
Heroin Diaries.
And I was like, he was like celebrating himself as this super trooper because he gives homeless guys $20 to take pictures of them, like real fucked up homeless guys. And I called him out on it. I was like, dude, you're just a piece of shit. You're using people's plight for your own gain, and you're selling the pictures, you piece of garbage. And we got into a Twitter war, and then he blocked me because he's a bitch. So,
So he lost.
Yeah, well, whatever. I didn't win or lose. I just said what was the truth and was in my mind, which was, you can't sell yourself as a helper of people because you give homeless guys $20 to abuse them for your own benefit. That's shitty.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't like being called out on it. Whatever.
Dave Mustaine, go.
Dave Mustaine? Bad stories or good stories?
Any.
Well, let's see. Dave Mustaine got me my gig on WMMS because I was there as a guest to promote Music's Bottom Line, my magazine, and Mustaine came on for an interview, and it was during Risk, and Matt Wardlaw, he just threw it to me. He's like, "Hey, do you got a question for Dave Mustaine?" And I asked him something to the effect of, "Why did they change their style so bad when fans don't want to hear this?" And he got all pissed off, and he started yelling at me, and I started yelling back at him. And he called me an asshole, and I called him an asshole.
Because Lars!
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's just a bitch. But we started yelling at each other, and finally he hung up. And, Matt, I think, thought that the interview was terrible. He thought he was going to get in trouble because I said asshole on the air, But what ended up happening was the station got a bunch of phone calls and stuff about it the next day, like good calls and bad calls. And they asked me to come back and do the show because of that. So, and I did for 12 years. So, so that was how I got my gig, was that. And then the other one was when Napster was a thing, I interviewed Mustaine, and he was whining and crying about Napster. And I literally he was crying about Napster, and I was like, "Dude, I use Napster." And he's like, "I hope you could sleep well knowing that you're stealing from me." And I was just like, "Yeah, I sleep just fine, Dave, just fine." And he got really, really mad about that and hung up on me, but whatever, cares.
So, all right. So, Robert, by the way, I think you had a question earlier, but let me ask Aiken a quick question, and then ask your question. Aiken,
that's so good.
I have to have you tell this on the air.
All right.
Because this is like one of the coolest fucking things from your, when you were on the radio here in Cleveland, the metal show and shit. Talk about the Kerry King story.
Oh, so before WMMS was in a building here known as Tower City.
By the way, guys, anybody listening, WMMS is the biggest radio station in Cleveland. So
yeah. Okay.
Remember, we're international, Aiken. We have to explain this shit.
So anyway, the studio was in this building called Tower City, and downstairs was a bar. There was a Hard Rock. Hard Rock Cleveland was in the
Hard Rock Cafe.
Yeah. And me and my friend Pat used to go. The show was at 9:00, and we used to meet up about 7:00 and just get hammered before I would go on the air. It was just kind of my thing, was to just get hammered, and then I'd be nice and loose for the show, and I just would do the show. So one night we were in there, we were just drinking and hanging out, and who's sitting over in a booth but Kerry King? He was sitting with a friend of mine, this policeman, now deceased, named Josh. But he was just sitting there, him, his girlfriend, or his wife, or whoever, I don't know if his wife, girlfriend, whatever, and my friend Josh and his wife. And we were like, damn, that's Kerry King. So I went over to, since I knew the other guy, I went over and said, "Hey man, how are you?" And obviously I was like positioning to meet Kerry King. And I meet Kerry King, and I start talking to him. I say, "Hey dude, we're doing a metal show in like a half hour. Do you want to come upstairs and just be kind of a surprise pop-on guest?" And he's like, "Yeah, man, why not? That sounds great." So he goes, but then he says to me, he goes, I've got an unreleased Slayer song that's going to be on our next album in the car. Do you want to play it? And I was like, hell yes.
Yes.
I was like, hell yeah. So I walked out with him to his car, and we go out to his car, and he grabs a disc, and then we come back in, and he hands us the disc to play or whatever, and we come right on the air, and we're like, you're not going to believe who's here. It's Kerry King from Slayer. And Kerry then goes into this thing where he's pretending he's not Kerry King. He's like, you're going to fool these guys. I'm not Kerry King. What are you talking about? And he just played this role for a while. And then finally he said, I know I could go on like this for a while, but you guys have that unreleased Slayer song, so you could prove me wrong anytime by playing it. And we all laughed about it, and then we played it. And we were the first of any radio stations to play Bloodline on the show. So it was Kerry King with Bloodline. It was pretty cool. Good stuff.
Damn, solid tune too.
Yeah, it is. And obviously that was, right before 9/11. So it was interesting to say the least. But yeah, Kerry's good. I've had several experiences with Slayer too. I hosted a TV show with them at one point, and so I've gotten to know those guys pretty well. They're good dudes. They seem like good dudes. They're not as dicky as they seem.
Do you believe it when he says they're finally never doing anything again this time,
No.
or are we waiting for it?
There'll be something else. They're going to do more shows. They're stupid to leave that kind of money on the table. Kerry has a better band now than Slayer. In my opinion, personally, the Kerry King band, the actual musicians are better than what he had. With and I guess you could argue that point. Is Phil Demmel as good as Gary Holt? Or Kerry King or whatever. You can argue that, and Tom Araya or Mark Osegueda from Death Angel. You can argue those points all you want, but the reality is the Kerry King band is going to play for $10,000 a night. The Slayer band is going to play for $250,000 or more. There's no doubt in anybody's mind they could show up, do it 3-4 times a year. They each walk away with $150,000, $200,000. Why would they not do it? They have nothing else going on other than Kerry. None of the other guys are doing anything.
Is that the actual price? Stuff, so
I'm not positive on Slayer, but I would imagine it's in there. I'd imagine it's no less than $150, probably closer to $250. If I had to guess.
What is Kerry King getting as a solo artist? I think 10 is low.
Probably, yeah, that's probably a little low. Probably 20, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell. First run is especially hard to tell because you just don't know. You don't know if the Slayer people are going to come out or not. And I mean, they were playing some small places that first little run that they did. I think they played Reggie's in Chicago. That place holds like 400 people. That's pretty small for guys from Death Angel, Machine Head, and Slayer.
Yeah.
And hell yeah. I mean, that's where those guys all came from, and they're playing 400-seater? I don't know. It's hard to tell. I would imagine that Kerry King makes $20,000, 20 a night, if I had to guess, but I don't know. That's one of those. It's so new that I haven't talked to anybody and it hasn't come here, so I really don't have any way to know.
Well, last question.
Yeah.
If let's say it is $20,000, and knowing what you know about artists in this genre,
yeah,
how much does Kerry get, and how much do the other guys get? And the reason I'm asking is because the guys in his band are, at least in the metal community, name guys. So
they're name guys, but they're not paid name guys.
Okay.
Death Angels never made a bunch of money, so. Okay. Let's just, and I'm totally winging numbers here, but if Mark is offered $1,000 a gig, he's going to take it.
Okay.
Because that's probably more than he'd make with Death Angel, being perfectly honest. And Phil Demmel, love Phil. I think Phil is fantastic. Phil is a replacement player. Phil gets called every time Lamb of God needs a guy or Overkill needs a guy or whatever. So he gets paid, I'm going to guess, on that level. He's not being paid partner level. So I'd imagine he's paid, $1,000, $1,500 a night. The dude Sanders from Hell Yeah, he's the dude Sanders from Hell Yeah. He ain't getting paid a bunch. There's only one guy that would have got paid for that band, and he's dead. So, he's not going to get paid a bunch. Who else is in that band? Is there somebody else? Who's the drummer? Bostoff, right?
Bostaff, yeah.
He's probably paid pretty decent because he expects his Slayer money. So I don't know. I mean, Kerry. I'm sure Kerry makes 50% of whatever they draw, and then he distributes the rest out for crew and flights and performers and blah blah blah. I'm sure that's how that works.
All right. Well, guys, we're at the end of the show, but Robert Husted, did you have a last question?
I did not. I think I forgot it, honestly.
I was going to say, I thought you did, and, now, I don't know, we're, 8 minutes shy of 5 hours? This is...
Yeah.
This is a new record, isn't it? It's got to be.
Apparently, this is going to be a marathon from here on out. So
we have to start doing them on the weekend. So
the goal, the goal
This
next
weekend
year.
playlist.
We got to try to break 5 hours next year. That's going to be the goal.
Yes,
We just got to wait 8 minutes and we'll be fine.
We can do that.
We can do that. We've got that.
I don't know about that.
Brian doesn't. Brian won't be able
Getting
to.
close. It's getting close.
All right, I want to do one thing, and Aiken, hold on 1 second, because you're not a fan. Aiken is not a pet fan. He's not an animal, but he is completely supportive of pets because like when he comes over to our place, he's totally cool with them. All right, stop it. All right, Chaz, you know what? Chaz, let's get the puppies on screen again.
Hold on, they're eating their dinner. You got to give me a second.
Just 13 cents a day, and you can raise this puppy.
Well,
I want to get uncle first. Come here, Preston.
I want to get your poodles up there so that we can.
He's got the mic so well set up it looks like Bruce Willis is ready to talk.
So this is Presley Portnoy. He is my 3-year-old standard poodle. He's the uncle of the puppies you guys keep seeing. And he is spoiled rotten. And what else do you want to know about him?
Well, we want to see the puppies so that we can get
They're
them
eating.
actual international exposure.
Oh, here's one. Come here.
There we go.
Catch it. Come here, Scott. Oh, he's getting drink. Catch the puppy. Catch the puppy.
See this,
The one that's done.
Brian Aiken. This is what happens. Like I'm supporting animals on my fucking show, so let's go.
Give me a puppy.
There we go. So Chaz has 2. They're standard poodles, right?
These are standard. These are AKC standard poodles.
There we go. And this is what? This is not Tucker. What?
This is Scout.
Okay, so Scout and Tucker. This is Scout.
He is named after his great-great-grandfather because he is a carbon copy down to the little white spots on his back teeth.
You guys get
And he came from a not awesome situation. Like I said at the beginning, the breeder didn't really know what they were doing. She goes, "Oh, I can get $3,000 a dog. You have to advertise them and do things."
Yeah.
So we're trying to get them homes.
And you're in
for not
Utah, right?
$3,000. I'm in Utah.
Are you like Salt Lake City, like anywhere? Like
I'm closer to Provo. I'm about an hour south of Salt Lake, but not undrivable because my mom lives about 40 minutes north of Salt Lake. So,
all right. So any of you that are listening and watching, if you are around Utah, especially around Salt Lake, hour south, as Chester said, if you want to adopt this amazing little puppy, there you go. And there's another one, but he, you know, as you said, like,
is he done? Is he done eating? Give me the other one.
Aiken is going to absolutely eviscerate me for this offline.
Bring me the next offline.
Scout weighs 18.8 pounds. He's up to date on his shots. He's going to be about 50 pounds when he gets all grown up.
Hey, Brian, real quick. Can we just say, like, how amazing would it be if Chaz adopts out both of these puppies based on our show? Like, would that not be like the ultimate like show of success? Like
that actually would be cool because right now, actually, in my county, I'm not joking around. There is a giant political fight going on with the Geauga County Warden and the sheriff's office as to who should be taking care of this type of thing. So that would be very cool if we can adopt these animals out.
Okay, give me the other one. That one's trying to jump off.
The other one.
So they're spoiled rotten. They come from really good lines. My husband's cousin actually owned their great-great-grandfather.
Okay.
So we can follow their lines back like 8 generations on both sides. And they've been temperament tested. And because I'm a dog trainer, I've been training and working with them.
I mean, I need to hit you up offline then. Okay.
We discussed this last year.
Yes.
I already told you we should.
Yeah.
Send yourself a message. Come here, Tucker.
Is it just me, or every time
Come here.
Cassidy says his name is Scout, you just think, "Hey"?
Hell, I do. Hi. Look at this guy.
This is Tucker. So Scout is what's called a red for his
Tucker
color.
did
This is Tucker. He is an apricot and white party, and it's spelled with an I, not a Y. And that's a big difference. And he is 16.1 pounds. He's taller, but skinnier than Tucker,
More slender,
or than
yeah.
Scout. And he thinks he's a boxer. He will do the hand beat up all day long. But
I'm so glad you are like all the way across the country from us.
I told you. Okay, and here's the talking into infinity deal. If you are a talking into infinity person, free baked goods with purchase.
There we go, guys.
Oh, he has hiccups.
Use code Octavariant.
So, other than hiccups, I'm like,
my
we
God.
got questions.
Chaz, I hate you. Oh my God, I hate you for doing this. I shouldn't have done this to myself.
Give me that little face.
Oh my gosh, I should not have asked. Oh.
But yes,
Huge.
talking into infinity fans and people, if you say, hey, know who you are, free baked goods with purchase. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Turn the music off, Brian.
But this one comes with breeding rights. So you can breed AKC poodles from him. Scout does not, because Scout has an underbite. Not enough to look like an underbite. His teeth are just straight up and down, which is considered an underbite.
I'm going to be honest with you, Chaz. As a dog fan, I don't give a shit about the breeding.
As a dog fan, you what?
I don't give a shit about the underbite and all that stuff. Like, just let's get them homes, man. Like, all I care about is every dog has a home.
Yes.
Like, Aiken is like...
Aiken's so done with us right now.
Dude. I'm texting.
Yeah. Aiken is not a pet fan
at all.
But he comes to hangs out at our place. But he knows that was awesome for us. Like,
it's fine with me.
All right, so final thoughts, man. We are finally at 5 hours.
For only $29.99, won't you help Tripod get that fourth leg?
Cinnamon rolls. And I'm telling you, they are the size of my hand across. So free baked goods with purchase of puppies. Those are your cinnamon rolls. Or, you can get giant loaves of bread that weigh about 2 pounds a piece.
I'm going to hit you up, by the way, about baking, Chaz.
Oh, three legs are amazing. 4 are even better. Please, only $5.99 a month can help Tripod get that fourth leg.
Oh, God.
Why does he have an eye on his chest, though?
That's Brian. All right, so last thoughts.
Oh, my God.
Chastity, we'll let you sign off first. Final thoughts on, anything you want to talk about. The puppies, cinnamon rolls, Dream Theater, anything.
So yeah, that's the 3 things about me. I like Dream Theater. I own a bakery, and I'm a dog trainer and groomer. Ta-da! I'm like, what do you want? Brian's like, oh, tell us how you learned Dream Theater. Dude I was dating at the time was super into Dream Theater. His older brother and sister-in-law were super into, there was Iron Maiden and Tool and Dream Theater. And so I was like, oh, seen Runaway Bride? She picks up The Way People Like Eggs. I pick up the dude I date's favorite music. And Dream Theater's the only one that's stuck. And it's been 20 some odd years. And I've never stopped.
That's fucking awesome.
I got that. This is my Christmas present last year. So you say Carpe Diem, and I say, okay. Hey, I watched it for the equinox. I timed it so when the equinox hit, it said seasons change, and it right when it switched over.
That's awesome.
So
man, Chaz, Brian and I, we love you. Thank you so much for everything. Thanks for coming on. You've been on the show so many times, and you're always an excellent co-host. God bless you.
Hopefully, man, I'm not moving next time, because every time I've been on, I've been in the middle of moving.
Well,
all right. Well,
that's on you.
Moving on February 7th.
There you go. February 7th. Yeah.
February 7th, I will be in Ogden for a little bit, and then the next Fan Hangout, I'll be in Monterey, California. So even further away. So adopt the dogs before I leave. They're not coming with me.
Well, let's go. All right. Chastity, we love you. Thank you so much.
And there you go. Carpe diem. We got it.
As always, man, Chaz, like we said to the other hosts, man, thank you so much for supporting the show and always being here, like in the chat. And, man, so much love to you guys. Like, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, all that good stuff. And
Merry Happy Christmas Kwanzaa.
There it was. All right. Appreciate you, Chaz. We'll see you next time.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
All right. Robert, final thoughts.
This has been a wild ride of a night.
You gotta be tired, man.
Oh yeah, I've been up since 5 o'clock. Yay.
Are you sure you weren't up since 6 a.m.? Anyway.
No. I know all about the honor of God, Mary Jane.
6 o'clock in the siren.
That's exactly why I set you up, because I knew you would do it. Yes.
Yep. No. No, it's just been a great time. Just coming in late because I had a company Christmas party. But no, it's just been a great time. Just getting to know new people. I know I haven't really been on live because life's been just a little busy. But I've been trying to catch stuff on Spotify, and I'm like, these are just I'm excited for the Dream Theater's new album. I was gonna say Parasonic, but that's not it. Parasomnia, I think it's called, right?
Yep, Parasomnia.
But yeah, no, I'm excited for new stuff, and then we'll have to do the Astonishing at some point. So I'm very looking forward to that.
Yeah, that is happening
100%.
Yes, that is, and I think Brian and I are still debating, but I think it should be 2 episodes.
That is fair. Yeah, Act 1 and Act 2. Yeah, that's fair.
All right, it's decided. You are on two episodes. We're deep diving The Astonishing, both discs. So there we go.
I mean, I'm even cutting my deep dives for Wednesday and Friday for the same album. So
I gotta reread that book. That book was really good, but there was a lot of stuff where I go, what? But yeah, it'll all be revealed.
Nice. All right, man. Well, dude, appreciate you. Love you very much, man. God bless your sister and your brother-in-law and everything, and all of your your nephews and your niece. And man, love you, dude. We'll see you
love
soon.
You guys too. Yep. See you guys.
All right, take care, brother.
Peace out, dude.
All right, Kale.
And then there were 4.
And now you're the last.
All right. Well, honestly, before I thank you guys, I want to say a huge thanks to everyone who watches this every other week. Because, I mean, as much as I love sitting in the chat room and talking Dream Theater to you guys, it's so much of a community thing. And I actually love waking up every other Friday morning. For me, it's a Friday morning. For you guys, it's a Thursday night. And just walking into infinity with a bunch of people that I don't know most of their names. And we just get to be friends on the internet for a couple of hours every week. It feels great.
Dude,
So,
yeah. Kale, I'm sure I'm speaking for Brian. Like, the fact that you are the very first person that ever checked out the show is awesome, because you're still here. Like, 4 years later, you are still here.
What the hell's wrong with you, man? Jesus.
He hasn't finally brought the band hammer on me. That's what's happened, Brian.
Brian doesn't get that joke, Kale, and I would like to publicly apologize for my brother on this show for what he did to you on my other show.
I'm actually kind of upset that he didn't do the Austrian joke, and I had to do it for him.
Since I
got it off of AJ.
He's not that bright. He's really like
no, yeah. I'm not at all.
I'm not ripping on you at all, man. It's just funny. Like, literally, we did I joined in on Nerf Herder Council on the other day and
Wednesday. Yep.
Oh, I knew there was one person that watched it. I wasn't sure who it was, but thanks for clarifying, Kale.
But no, AJ actually gave me the same Austrian joke that you always go for, so that was kind of funny. But yeah, no, it's been an incredible ride. I'm glad to be here again 4 years later, and yeah, it's been a hell of a thing. I'm looking forward to hearing every new opinion you guys have to have. I'm looking forward to John telling me mine is very wrong every time I have one. And yeah, it's awesome. I love being here. Thank you guys for putting this on. What else is there to say but Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Carpe Diem.
Carpe Diem.
Thanks,
Happy
buddy.
New Year, Merry Christmas. Love you, Kale, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Yes,
See you next time.
See you around.
All right, Aiken.
Yes.
Got to thank you, man.
Well, let's not go overboard
Let's
here.
not get crazy.
Dude, I mean, I know you're always ready because you do not have a normal sleep schedule. So,
Nah.
but I think, I purposely kept you to last because we are on your network, and completely being honest, I would not have this show without Brian, but also without you, because like you.
Does he wear knee pads when he gets down there and sucks your dick like this, Chris? Or is it just like, does he just go ahead and take the pain of it? I'm just curious.
It's really making me not want to go back and watch Euphoria because of the feelings I'm going to get.
Disgusting. So what I was trying to say before Brian, who got so drunk that he knocked his own green screen over. So thanks for making fun of me, you prick.
No, I actually did that on purpose because I was trying to show my really hilarious photos here, which didn't work so well. But go ahead.
Were
Anyway.
you trying to also get centered on camera because most of the show you were like in 1/3 of the screen?
I dropped an F-bomb and it like Facebook censored me or something. Did you see that?
No, no one's asking about that. You know what?
Anyway.
All right. So Aiken, thank you very much. We'll get that drunken fool off of here. Dude, like I was trying to say, like, I wouldn't be doing this show or any of my podcasts if it wasn't for you, like, starting it. And I'll bring Brian back. I mean, you really you started doing the podcast thing, and you're like, oh, it's this easy. It's this easy.
So is it just the shaft, Chris, or does it the whole thing goes all the?
Wow, I'm so glad I brought that guy back. In fact, you know what? Brian, I just want you to be aware. There is a button that I can click that says kick from studio, meaning you will have to log back in. So you better watch it. Anyways, Aiken, before that asshole cut me off. Dude, like I would never thought to do a video podcast, much less a podcast at all, without being on your show, the Classic Metal Show. And dude, huge influence on me, but also, as I've said so many times, I mean, dude, you are my best friend. You are Steph's best friend, my wife, and man, it's awesome to have you on tonight. Thanks for jumping on. I know it was like you're probably just doing nothing, but
I wasn't.
Thank you very much for jumping on.
I literally was watching Euphoria. That's what I was doing. So it was all
but dude,
good.
I mean, dude, appreciate you hooking up, like, the people that are on camera, like asking you questions about bands that they love, and you're telling these fucking fun stories, man. Like, thank you so very much, man.
No biggie. No biggie. And glad to have you guys on the network. I like having something that's not what everybody else is talking about. That makes it more gooder. So
that's Brian speak.
I enjoy the show. I mean, that's really what it is I enjoy the show. And I don't think, you mentioned numbers earlier. I don't think I've ever one time in 4 years asked you about numbers. Never.
Yeah,
I don't care.
No.
I don't care about my own numbers. I don't care about your numbers. I just care about having one community where people can go and they can find out about new metal, death metal, classic metal, prog metal, Dream Theater, Slayer, whatever, TV, whatever it is,
Right.
politics with the Seth Show, I mean, I just like having one little corner that's kind of my corner that I built. And you guys are a big part of it. And I appreciate you guys doing it every week. Make it easy. It's easy when I don't have to fucking hunt people down and say, hey, did you do a show?
Right.
It's super simple. So
Yep.
thanks
Well,
for
dude,
having me, though. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate you, man. And as always, man, again, you are my best friend. You are Steph's best friend. Merry Christmas, dude.
Yeah.
We're going to be here on Christmas. So if you need a meal, huge Italian.
Yeah, I
dinner
look like I need a
going
meal,
down.
right?
Well, you're gonna love it, dude. Like you got all sorts of homemade Italian here. So if
Well, I'm
wanna
going to see you guys
jump
2
on-
days later anyway, right?
Yeah, I think I'm coming over. Yep.
All right. Bring your wife. I don't really want to see you. I want to see your wife.
Nice. All right, Aiken, man, I love you, man. Merry Christmas, dude.
Yep,
You're my best friend. I appreciate you so very much, man.
Happy Hanukkah, and as you guys always say, carpet cleaner.
Love you, brother. We'll see you.
See ya.
All right, so I'm gonna close the show out without Brian because he's a fucking dickhead. I don't need to hear from him anymore. He really is kind of a jerk, and yeah, he's still backstage. I guess I'll bring him back on. All right, dude. So, all joking aside, all drinking aside, we are at 5 hours and 13 minutes.
Oh my Lord! Good God! What did we do here exactly?
Yeah, it is kind of as Aiken said, like it's kind of like a community thing. And boy, what a dude! How about Zauber? It's like morning. He started out like late at night and ended up in morning. He did not stop, dude. He kept going. Like,
I mean,
look, there he is. He's still commenting. He
nice.
says, Zauber 96, endless sacrifice.
I mean, anyone that came on here for 15 minutes, I'm not even kidding. This sounds like I'm joking around, but anyone that stayed on here for 15 minutes at least to talk and hang out with us, dude, that's amazing. Like, why? Why would you want to talk to us? Why? I can't find any reason whatsoever. None.
It is, dude. It is incredibly flattering that people hang out with us, like Zauber and Aaron Taft and JG3 and Luke and all these guys, like Doug McCauley and stuff like that. I mean, and Chaz and Kale and Adam Rishog. I mean, just Kale and Adam Rishog. Like you said earlier, they were our first two viewers ever. And here we are 4 years later, and they're still with us. Like it's so incredibly flattering, dude. Like, because you've mentioned it, I've mentioned it. We do the show as an excuse for us to hang out, me and you. And we love talking about Dream Theater. We love talking about music. And yet there's these other people that have, discovered the show, and now they come on and they get in the chat, or they download the show, like 35,000 downloads we were talking about and all that stuff, or they get on camera and everything. Like, it's unbelievably flattering, because we literally do this, Brian, like I said, just for me and you to hang out and talk about one of our favorite bands. And yet we've got all these people that are a part of this now. And for me, I think one of the coolest things is that in the chat, like, these guys all know each other, like Chassis, and Zauber and all in Calenby. Like, when they're in the chat, like, they're talking to each other. It's a whole separate side conversation. I mean, you guys don't see it, but like, they're all talking to each other, like, oh, hey, what's up? Like, it's a community of Dream Theater fans. And I think that is the biggest compliment that we could ever get, Brian, is that we're talking about one of our favorite bands, but we've also inadvertently created a community of fans and friends that like know each other and stuff. So I think that's awesome.
No, that is cool. And I don't know that you're so much the podcast listener guy as I am, and I could be wrong here, but I think you said before you're kind of more getting into it now. But like, I have a ton of podcasts where I'm like, oh my God, I found one, and then I just start listening to a bunch. But I don't like all of a sudden get into a community with a bunch of people. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
The way this thing is developed, and I know Chris, like, we're joking around. He's like, I don't care about numbers, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't care about numbers either. I just still sit here and go, like, I'm just blown away that, like, we had 35,000 downloads. I'm like, it's not that I care. I can't fathom it. My brain is like, I don't believe
right.
it. Like, I'm like, wait, I mean, I know we joke around like, okay, well, I had to edit the show and I downloaded it 40 times or whatever the hell it was, but it doesn't matter. That's still, that doesn't account for the rest of them. You know what I mean? Like, it just blows my mind that we're sitting around at your house, and I was like, I know you had a Star Wars podcast, and then we told the story 5 million times. Hey man, let's do a Dream Theater, because I knew you kind of knew how to just get it going. And I was like, well, once we get it going, I kind of have a few ideas, whatever. And like, here we are 4 years later, 35,000 downloads.
Yeah.
And to get someone like Lucas Spoken to say, shit,
Don't just keep going.
Can you still hear me?
Yes. So keep going.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, but to hear a guy like Lucas spoken, so that's kind of how I do podcasts. I'm like, oh my God, I found a podcast, and then now I go back and I listen to all the ones I missed. That's the coolest thing about this to me, like, is to hear someone say that to me, whereas like I do this for like 25 other shows I listen to. So,
right.
But
yeah, and one of the things that kind of bums me out a little bit is that we talked earlier, like you had asked Aiken, like, can we get one of the Dream Theater guys on to talk about Dream Theater? And for me, I really, I honestly, like, now that we're 5 hours in, and I know none of the guys are going to sit through this, so I can actually say, I really think that Portnoy himself saw me crapping on Repentance and is a little pissed, and, so I'm wondering if that's why it's been difficult for us. And again, I have an email interaction recently that kind of shows me that like the band might be a little, questionable with us. But I really would like to get them on here because I think, as the one show that is basically like, I don't know if we're the only Dream Theater podcast, Brian, but if you can fix your video, please try.
We are.
Like, well, I mean, I would love to have them on because I think that, they would love the fact that I think we do much respect, a ton of respect to them. Like, we're here, like, there's all these online discussions about, Mangini versus Portnoy, James, is his voice still good enough? What, this, that, and the other. And, the new record, like, the two singles are, oh, they're not that, oh, it's just rehashed Dream Theater stuff. And it's like, I don't think we have negativity in our show. Ours is just strictly, like, we love Dream Theater and everything's good. I've said it so many times on this show. Dream Theater to me is like pizza. Even if you don't like it as much, it's still awesome. Because like bad pizza is great pizza because it's pizza, and Dream Theater, they're just fantastic. And for us to do a show about this band, it's a kind of a niche thing and everything. Yeah, it's I would hope that they would watch the show, listen to the show, and kind of get the fact that we absolutely love the band. So I would love to have one of the guys on to talk about Dream Theater, because I kind of think that this show is a love letter to Dream Theater. All right, so we're gonna close up now. Brian dumped off. I think his stuff broke, so he is now no longer in the show. So I'm now soloing. So I will finish up here, man. Guys, it is now 5 hours and 21 minutes. This is obviously a record. To all, there are now 7 people viewing. Thank you guys very much. To any of you who have, especially if any of you that are like actually watching now, if you've been on the whole time, thank you so very much. That's crazy. But to all of you guys, very happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, whatever you guys celebrate, man. God bless you all. Hopefully you have the most amazing, loving holiday season possible. I know I can speak for Brian on this one. Actually, he's back, so I will speak for him while he's on. Guys, this show, as I was saying, is a labor of love. We love Dream Theater. We love music. And the fact that so many of you guys tune into this, and the 35,000 downloads and the subscribers and every one of you guys, man, I don't know. It's crazy. As I mentioned at the very beginning of the show, Brian, if you look at our video numbers, if you go on YouTube, all of a sudden we're getting hundreds of views on our YouTube videos, and we don't promote. It's just people looking up Dream Theater, I would assume, and seeing us and just being like, hey, I'm going to watch it and tune it in. So we are truly, truly, truly blessed to have people pay attention to this dumb little show. We love Dream Theater. We know you guys do too. So thank you guys so very much. Brian, final thoughts, man, from you.
Yeah, just, massive thanks to everyone. Anyone who's downloaded, watched, passed on to a friend. It means a ton to me and John. It started as kind of a goof, not a total goof. I thought we could get a few people, but if you told me 4 years later we'd have 35,000 downloads, I would have said you're absolutely, completely insane, out of your mind. If you told me we would have had James LaBrie, Jordan Rudess on, Mike Mancini on, Paul Logue, Dwayne Joyner, I forgot some of the other people we've had on. They were affiliated with the band. I would have said no way. I mean, I know we have Chris as a contact, but a lot of those we kind of facilitated on ourselves. He did help us with some of them, but I would have never thought. I mean, this is just, it's a labor of love. It turned into a great community, and everyone who's come on here and participated and passed the word along, it's just nothing but love for you guys. This is just, like I said, this entire thing is strictly because we enjoyed the band Dream Theater, and I think the I don't know if the word is reintroduction, but bringing Mike Portnoy back has brought a new life into the band. Both you and I have talked multiple times about the two singles that have been released. We are absolutely love both of these songs. We cannot wait for the album. We're 2 months away now. February, what did you say, 6th, I think is the date?
February 7th.
February
Friday,
7th. February 7th, we are going to have a show here. If these two songs are any indication, and I'm pretty damn sure they are, I think it's going to be a very heavy, very dark album, and that's the kind of stuff that, honestly, that I love, that I love the most from Dream Theater, and everything I've heard so far sounds great. And again, I mean, dude, we're 5.5 hours into the show, and we're still talking about music, Dream Theater in general. We can complain about our lives in the world, but what are we doing? We're idiots if we do, right?
Right.
mean, this is first world problems.
Dude, three months from now, you and I will be at Radio City Music Hall watching the closing night of the 40th anniversary tour. Like, that is just, I mean, dude, we are so lucky to be able to do what we're doing. And, I mean, it's easy to set up a show, but it's not easy to have people give a shit about it. And we have a lot of people that actually care about it. So, on that note, let's sign off, man. 5.5 hours later, here we go. The Fan Hangout, another rousing success, man. Let's hope we're here next December and doing it again. So, man, guys, again, if you are on YouTube this late, hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell. Hit that one as well. Again, we are live every other Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't forget, we will be live with Paul Logue on Saturday, January 4th, doing a deep dive into Van Halen's For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge record. And then on Friday, February 7th, we are going to do a live react show to Parasomnia, the new Dream Theater record. And if I can work it out, Brian, I might have a special guest with us, but I have to make sure he will still be awake. So,
awesome,
guys, I'm going to put the banner on the bottom. I'm going to go take a piss. I am your host, John. He is your host, Brian. And guys, until then, thank you so very much for tuning in. We love you guys. Here's to another year of Talking Into Infinity. Until next time, guys, Carpe Diem.